Sunkian. While the people here are engaged in meditation, there is one who alone fights against the wicked. Chion, a young fairy from Noingsof. One boy once asked a woman if she was a celestial being. She was surprised by such a question, because she didn't look like a celestial being at all. But also the guys who stood behind her approached her in order to kill her, and she neutralized them in an instant. She asked the boy to call her little sister. At one moment a man appeared, named Yong Dongmayan from Noigsof. The woman's mentor asked the girl if she did anything other than work out, and if she had also trained hard, she would have become a celestial, but the girl did not want to become a celestial. She only cares about the master. The girl understood that it was better to remain human and live 100 years with the master than to live an eternal life alone after becoming a god. It would be great if a man had the same opinion, and as in the dream, the girl married him, her teacher and dearest husband, the dream would come true. She was so happy and thought of dedicating her whole life to him. I thought that after the wedding they would live long and happily. She thought they would be together forever. But one day a man took out a sword and wounded a woman. The man did this because the woman did not want to become a celestial. Therefore, he asked to give him her elixir, which was accumulated for immortality. It was a crystal formed by the method of accumulating energy through training and meditation. The elixir contains energy accumulated by a person. The girl did not understand how he could do this, because he is her most beloved and dear person, but she realized that he never loved her, he only needed her in order to become a celestial inhabitant. Pain in her heart is broken, she is angry with herself for being blinded by love, so the girl died at the hands of the man she loved. She was naive, that's why she died like that. It was stupid, but she did not regret this life. Although now I didn't think that I would love again. But her life did not end there, she was reborn. The girl woke up in a small body. She was the 10th princess of the Arsai Empire and the 9th. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, from today onwards he will live in a cold palace. The princess will be taken care of by the maid of the cold palace. And the princess is forbidden to leave the palace without the permission of the emperor. Our main character did not understand why she was making such strange sounds and what was happening around her. One woman asked His Highness to have mercy on the princess. The woman did not understand why the newborn child was to blame, besides, she was His Highness's child, like the prince. The emperor's servant interrupted the woman. He did not understand how he dared to talk about such a thing. A girl born like a cursed child was carried away to remain in the cold palace until her death. The princess herself was scared from such an atmosphere. She didn't understand what was happening. And the emperor himself turned around and left with his squad. The girl turned into Soyo, the 9th eldest princess of the Ars Empire. Poor girl who was abandoned as soon as she was born. Her father, the emperor. Which one? There seems to be no blood or tears. The princess herself began to wonder if she could survive in a world that was completely different from her previous life. Today, 3 months and 14 days have already passed since the girl came into this world. She was in her room, she was very hot. She didn't understand why she was so unlucky, the fire was spreading everywhere. I still can't forget one scene. The father who so coldly turned away from his newborn daughter. She didn't understand how such an evil person could be. Originally this was the life of a princess, but she reincarnated into her, so her fate is now in the hands of the main character. She was abandoned as soon as she was born, and the prospect of spending the rest of her life in a cold palace is daunting. It gets worse, the princess was born to suffer even more. The princess in the young palace is like a phoenix in a cage, which will now turn into a grilled chicken. The flames spread more and more. The girl realized this and did not want to die. At one point, the princess thought that she could use magic, but at the cost of a successful attempt, she realized that after she was reborn and incarnated as a child, her magic disappeared. And she didn't know what to do in her past life. She was a good fighter. Although she didn't really want to become a celestial, she had enough skills and qualities. However, she was killed by her husband and most reliable mentor. For better or worse, she was reborn as a princess. So she can't even do magic. A man entered the room. It was the butler. He was surprised that there was a fire in the room, so he used ice magic to stop the fire. The princess was surprised that there was even magic in this world. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, she thought it was a little similar to the technique she practiced. One moment the princess herself began to fly towards the man's hand. The man was glad that the girl was not hurt. So he took her to the maids, and they began to apologize for not looking after the child well. The butler is the hand of the women, for the fact that they left the workplace, and left her alone in the room. In addition, they left the princess near the fireplace so that the coals flared up and started the fire. If the butler had not found her, he might have already left to another world, but women dare to ask for forgiveness. One woman explained that the weather had been cold for several days, they were simply worried about the princess's health, so they left her by the fireplace. The two women were taken away. The butler took out a bottle of milk and wanted to feed the princess. The butler's name is Riel. He is the butler of the cold palace. The calm mother of the princess was always sweetly related to the man, because he was sincerely devoted to her. The man is probably the only one who really cares about the girl in this palace, although sometimes he scares her. He noticed at one point when the girl was eating that she was so cute that he wanted to bite her. The emperor abandoned her, so the butler is the only one she trusts and can rely on. Her previous life was bad. But this time she plans to change everything. And it doesn't matter what her fate is. In her past life, she almost became a celestial being, so she can easily overcome it. And the palace itself noticed that if the girl eats, she will grow up to be the biggest and most beautiful. But only then did the princess realize that her dream of becoming an adult had already been crushed because her father could kill her at any moment, for the sake of the empire and his successor. The sidebar reminded the girl that it was time to study. The guy, using magic, began to show a portrait of the first princess, and also showed the third and second princesses. It seemed to the girl that such princesses were very similar to her. The butler asked the princess to say the word sister. But for her this was not an easy task. The butler noticed that if the princess did not study well, she would receive upset milk for dinner. For the girl it was too cruel, she is still a child. The man gave the girl another chance, and it doesn't matter whether she knows the word sister, the main thing is that she remembers these two words. The man showed the king and the prince. It was father and brother. Here the emperor of the empire chose as his successor his youngest son, Prince Kalina, her youngest son Gemini. The emperor has many children, but the prince is his only son and heir to the throne. That's why everyone in the imperial family of the empire takes care of the prince. Unfortunately, the prince was born with a soul curse. It is said that if the prince does not break the curse before the age of 16, he will die, so the wizards of the empire used various methods to develop the prince's curse. Before the powerful curse, all methods have failed, and the curse has not yet been lifted. The girl did not think that she would become a princess, but even if this is so, she was born to save another person. Only she can save the soul of the prince. The girl understood that in the best case she was reborn, but then she would be sacrificed. She did not understand why I was doing this to her. She's still a child, but she's almost dead. She didn't know if she should worry about it. But the reason she is still alive is not being sacrificed because she is the evil child in the legend. The maid came into the room to pick up a princess toy that she was not allowed to put in her mouth. After all, she is dirty. The maid was outraged why she should take care of this child. There is one legend in the empire. A woman with red eyes has a dark soul and is doomed to misfortune. Since she was born, her eyes have been red and people have labeled her as an evil child. Because of this, the pros and cons were also divided on the issue of sacrificing her. The opinion that the bequeathed child must be sacrificed before causing damage to the empire. Many say that if the soul is used for the bequeathed child, the prince will also be doomed to misfortune. Even in the imperial palace, the ministers' opinions were divided and there was no unity. That's why the victim was never identified. Father Emperor watches silently. After all, this is the reason the girl is still alive. Her life is in the hands of her father. A great emperor, he is a cruel and great monarch who shed a lot of blood on both hands to protect the empire. The girl doesn't know what he's thinking about, but the main thing is to never touch his son. And as soon as this person decides to make another attempt to save his only heir's life, the time will come for her to make a sacrifice. But the girl made a promise to herself that this time she would live a good life. She was not a cultivator in her previous life, and she should not lose these skills in vain. She studied art, and in this world she can again learn. This is the day when she will fully learn martial arts again, and she will not have to fear the emperor. She will leave here. The butler entered the room. He was surprised that the girl finally stood up, and this indicates good physical fitness. The girl made a promise to herself that from today she would train and return to her previous martial art in 10 years. But suddenly it dawned on her that if she too was sacrificed before she began to practice his art. A servant turned to the emperor, asked the emperor why he came to the princess's palace, and perhaps he finally decided to sacrifice her. The man answered negatively, he doesn't want to do this now. But this day will come anyway. Absorbing the energy between heaven and earth is the key to cultivation. First, the girl must absorb the Kai through meditation. Since she concentrates on cultivation, she will be able to break through 3 to 4 stages from her current strength. And then she can escape, and she doesn't want to stay here to be sacrificed. After several attempts, the girl finally fell asleep. She did not expect such a turn of events, not in this world. And droplets of spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, she would not be able to cultivate, and without cultivation, she would not be able to escape. And if she can't escape, she will stay here, which means she will be a victim. She didn't understand why life is so cruel. 2 maids came to the girl. One of the maids asked why the girl was crying. The princess herself answered, in your thoughts that there is no spiritual energy. The rice woman decided to warm the milk for the girl. The girl noticed that she should grow up faster. Then in the cold her father. Time flew so quickly that 5 years flew by unnoticed. All these 5 years she waited in a cold palace, being forgotten. As if everyone forgot about her, everyone really forgot about her, the girl thought, then she wouldn't have to recover as a victim. But unfortunately this is impossible. Ask the princess not to offend. She was walking in the garden. Now all she wants is to forget being able to continue living another day. It seems that when the girl picked the flower, she noticed that the plant of this world did not have spiritual energy. In her past life, she often practiced making pills. She didn't know if she could make pills from these ordinary plants. But perhaps it should try. And she will probably succeed. 2 maids came running after the girl. The first one noticed that since the princess loved flowers, she needed to collect a few more and bring them to the yard. The second noticed that 5 years had passed, but His Highness had not visited the princess even once, and, frankly speaking, when she was sent to the cold palace, it was disgusting. But now the princess is becoming cuter and cuter. Now the woman feels sorry for the girl. The first one also noticed that this is true, but His Highness is a stubborn ruler and defender of the empire. In order to suppress that rebellion, he killed his brother, who was the leader. He did not even spare his relatives. Hundreds of people were executed, including his relatives and the royal family. Probably, children are all the same to him as insignificant things, but he still wants to use his daughter as a sacrifice. The princess herself understood all this, that she needed to avoid this monster. At one point, the girl saw a purple flower. At first she thought that her eyes were deceiving her, but look closer, she realized that it was a grass that collects spirit in this world and a grass that collects spirit. This herb is the main ingredient for alchemy. And the girl can use them to create pills. Her grand escape is just around the corner. But the flower was born behind the eye. And because the girl's hand was small, she tried to get it, but she couldn't do it, so she decided to crawl between the fence. And she succeeded. Only the maids wanted to go back and see where the princess was. They didn't see her. They couldn't believe that the girl climbed inside the building. Going there is tantamount to death. The princess was in danger. Then the woman ran to tell the butler. The dream garden is a forbidden area in the palace. The emperor issued a decree that prohibits anyone from entering this place. Anyone who did not know about this ban was sentenced to capital punishment. No one knows why the king treats the garden so carefully, but everyone knows that this is his big place. Nobody dares touch on this topic. And the girl began to collect flowers. She was already thinking that if she collected these flowers, she could make ingredients for pills. Her father approached her about the backside. He first of all asked who the uninvited guest was who allowed himself to visit his garden at any time. The man immediately recognized the ruby eyes. Then on the first day he asked if the girl was the one he sent to the cold palace. The girl's intuition told her that her father was standing right in front of her. The man asked what she was doing in his garden. The girl realized that she had just come to death herself. The girl asked her father not to look. And suddenly she ran with the flowers. The butler arrived to the emperor. He admitted his guilt that the princess accidentally took him into his garden. A few seconds later the girl returned, and she managed to make a wreath of flowers, which she wanted to give to her father. It was her gift from the first meeting. And she called her father His Majesty. After all, she is so happy because she finally met her father. She was really looking forward to this meeting. In the morning, she felt that it was imperative to meet her father today, so she prepared a gift for her father. But she did not expect that her father would arrive before she finished the gift in the garden. Even the butler is here. Looking at him, the girl saw his frightened face. It can be assumed that she created a big problem today, but there is an old saying in the cultivation world: he who smiles will not be killed. She called him father, so maybe he won't sit. The girl's father noticed that little girls can only do useless things. The man straightened the piece of paper on the girl's head and warned her that the princess should not be such a reho. The butler asked for forgiveness, and he would immediately take the princess to the bathroom, and the girl's only thought was the desire to be removed from here quickly. But the girl's father asked to wait a little. He wanted to ask the girl one question. The flowers she picked for the wreath. Therefore, the man asked if the girl knew what their meaning was. She answered in the negative. How could she have known about this before the girl's father left? He noticed that she was the first who went into the garden without permission and would come out alive. Atreski noticed that the girl escaped punishment in such a situation. And she is smart, but next time she should be more responsible. Also, just before the father left, he ordered the butler to bring the girl to his palace tomorrow. The girl knew that her father would simply not leave alive. And tomorrow she will most likely die. The next day at the imperial palace. The girl came with the butler. She could not escape, no matter how hard she tried. She was aware of this. After thinking for a while, it seemed that the only thing she could do was pretend to be a cute girl. After all, it worked yesterday. The butler himself last walked into the hall 6 years ago, when he was accompanied by Her Highness to meet His Majesty. It was her mother. His Highness was confident, brave and beautiful. She was the Emperor's most delightful rose. Although the rose has withered, she managed to plant a small system in this world. The man is waiting for the day when this seed will become a lush rose. The man was right. The girl understood this. She must muster all her confidence and courage. No matter what happens, she must survive and become strong. The guys came to the Emperor's room. The first thing the girl's father said was why the butler carries her in his arms, because she's big and doesn't know how to walk. The girl was immediately put on the floor. The girl said that she wanted to meet her father very quickly, so she allowed the palace in her arms, because the butler's legs are longer, which means he walks faster. The girl knew that he couldn't be here. He had to like her. The girl immediately threw herself at her father's feet and began hugging him. She praised his legs because they were even longer. The butler got angry and said that the princess had 6 history lessons, so he hoped that His Highness would allow her to return to class on time. The king was outraged by such an order from the butler, and the princess asked her father not to be angry with him. After all, the butler said that she must study hard to become stronger than her father, so she studies hard, and also does not want to be late for them. The girl's father suggested that the palace should stay here, because he was worried. The girl and her father went into another room and sat down at the same table. The men were silent, having examined him. You could say that he was handsome. The girl noticed that the man was looking at the flowers that she had picked, looking at the twisted stems and marks of a haircut. You could say that he had made out the wreath that she gave him, and then planted in vases. The girl realized that the king cares about these flowers, but she did not know what they mean to him. Sweets began to be served on the table. The girl already thought that the man called her to Lithuania to explain the tea, or to chat. But I only go to the fields to him. The man ordered to tell the story of the girl, but she had a bad feeling. He really began to talk about the legend of Zeus, the king of the gods. He had 2 children at the same time. Brothers grew up together, but the youngest died due to an accident. The elder begged his father to resurrect his younger brother. But Zeus said that for this the elder needed to give his life. If the girl was the elder brother from this story, what would she do? The man was interested in this question most of all. The girl realized that he wanted her to grasp the elder brother's act of self-sacrifice for the sake of his younger brother. In this story, he did, and she is the older brother who has to sacrifice his life for his brother. He can only save one of the lives. He wants her to voluntarily sacrifice herself for her brother. The man wanted the girl to choose herself, but she knew that everything had already been decided. If she says it, then he will feel confident. The girl replied that if she were Zeus, she would not allow her older brother to do this. If Zeus is as strong as her father, then he will definitely protect his children. So 2 brothers can be happy, because only idiots take one. She wants there to be 2. After all, the palace told the princess that they live so happily and peacefully only thanks to her protection from her father. While her father protects them, the girl believes that they will live in peace and calm down. When the girl grows up, she wants to be as strong as her father, so she can protect his brother. The man remained silent, and it looks like the girl was able to outsmart him. The man noticed that the butler did not dare to eat, since he taught her such growing words, and since she didn't like it yet, but she said her words so much, they shouldn't go to waste. As long as he is in a good mood, she should act. So she stood up from her desk and walked over to him. The man was surprised what the princess wanted to do. And the girl replied that she was just hungry, and so that her father would feed her. She had just said so many words, but the man did not want to feed her. This was a way out. Besides, she tried to act as sweet as possible, but the man still took a piece cake and fed his daughter. Girls, it was a very tasty cake. The man left all the sweets on the table for the girl, and he himself came to leave. The girl understood that the future, even as an adult, she still wouldn't dare eat everything, but her father's words that she would leave after eating everything surprised her. Finally, after some time, the girl finished all the sweets, and she understood that the butler was still waiting for her and she had to hurry and look for him. When the girl came out, she suddenly heard the voice of a boy. He had the same ruby eyes as hers. It was her brother, but the princess herself did not immediately understand who it was. But the boy said that the girl was his victim and she must sacrifice for the sake of him. And the princess was surprised at this. The boy shot a bug and hit the girl right on the head, which made him feel funny. He didn't understand why she was leaving him, because he was just talking to her. The girl realized that this was her brother, Gemini, to whom she must give her life in the future. Since there is only one victim, she must get to know him better in order to find a way to survive. Since he is the only son of the king and heir to the throne, and even with a curse, but dinner is on him. Kaelin is the emperor's favorite. Everyone is afraid that something might happen to him, so they take care of him 24/7. Because of this the prince becomes increasingly spoiled. So it is clear that he has become the biggest headache in the palace. The boy came close to the girl and asked if she could hear him. About the matter, they were beautiful to him. And as scary as adults say. The girl was surprised, because the boy behaved completely differently, not as described in other people. In order to survive, she tolerates him a little from the ball, but in the future she will definitely teach him a lesson. When his mother came up to the boy, the woman asked him not to run away from the boy so far from her, because his mother could not walk so fast. The woman was surprised to see a girl. It was Hirsch's concubine. Although Arthur called her mom, in fact, she is not their blood mother, and her blood mother died after her birth from dystonia. Concubine stepmother Poppy, average harem concubine, the most popular woman. Everyone says that she is kind, gentle and caring, even with the servants. Little with the 100 such status volunteered to take care of the boy, so the emperor did not refuse. Thus, the prince decided to become a concubine, and she is a cursed girl. She cannot get close to the prince, so they left the palace cold, so she did not see her twin brother from birth. Sawyer showed respect for the woman, but she was forgotten, attached only to the boy. Sometimes she did not even pay attention to the girl. This was a complete disregard, but for some reason the girl thought that this concubine was not quite the same as describes her. The girl said that the scissors and the prince had gathered for tea. Then she will no longer interfere. She thinks that she should not participate in this company. It's better to leave quickly. But the boy asked to wait a minute. Now he changed his mind. Now he wants to play with the girl, because the father told the boy that the calendar unicorn has a pink mane, and the girl has pink hair, which means she is a unicorn. The girl was shocked, because in a past life she was the most powerful in the world, who was respected by 1,000, and now he wants her to become his horse. If she agrees, she will not constantly play with him, and agrees, then the wolf cub will become even more spoiled. The woman herself asked if the girl wanted to play with the guy, because riding is such a difficult game. Besides, she is the boy's sister, and should take care of taking it, because it is known how the emperor lives with his younger brother. If the king finds out that her brother is in the garden, then no one knows how angry he will be. So the girl grabbed the boy by the hand and ran. The woman did not even have time to react to this, and when the children had already run away, the woman called the princess an abandoned child. This is all her life will remain the same for the boy. If she is small, she will simply suffer. Then she will destroy her. Already on the street, the boy asked the girl where she was taking him. He just wanted to play. The girl asked the boy that horse riding was interesting, and the girl could show him things, which are much more fun, and he will definitely like it. The guys came to one place. The boy wonders why she sent him here. The girl threw paper into the sky, and with the help of a snap of her fingers, he exploded and a lot of butterflies fell. The girl succeeded, and the boy counted that it was magic. The curse made the boy weak. The magicians cast a magic circle on him to help the boy avoid the spread of heaven, but the consequences of this were that the boy could not learn magic. The boy could be in danger if he uses magic. Because of this, the emperor forbade the boy to study magic. However, the boy was fascinated by magic. He was surprised by her, and the girl heard that he often sneaks in instead of training the court magicians and watching him. But he didn't even ask for training in magic. He really wants to learn it. You don't have to become a unicorn to please him. The girl understood this fully. You just need to make his wish come true. But she does not know how to use the magic of this world. This is just a focal point that she created with the help of objects. Your magic object for the trick, on her scarf with butterflies. She thought that she would be in a difficult situation when she met her brother. She had prepared a magic example for the tricks in advance. With the help of these tricks, the sister always pleased the children of her past life. The girl asked the boy how he liked magic. It was more fun than horseback riding. The boy grabbed the girl's hand and asked her to teach him Manga, because he really wanted to learn. The girl said that it wouldn't work, learning magic requires persistence. She doesn't think he's ready and she won't teach him. Then the girl pointed her finger at the circle of flowers and asked him to make 3 circles, and then she would believe him that he was worthy of learning magic, but she didn't promise him anything, because his brother couldn't study after all. Her father forbade magic. She would not dare to offend a big demon. Besides, she does not know magic. The boy began to run. And by the way, the girl noticed that the boy was forbidden to tell anyone about this magic. He promised that he would plan his task. The concubine herself came out and began to look for the boy. First of all, she saw the girl hiding in the bushes and began to run away. Later she saw the boy herself, who ran 3 stakes, ran up to his son. She asked what happened. He said that he was running because his sister said that if he ran 3 laps she would teach him, but he didn't say what exactly. The boy fell asleep. The woman realized that the girl had fooled the boy. She was so confident in herself, and next time she would do her well teach a lesson. The butler led the girl by the hand. The day turned out to be difficult for the girl. She finally returned and now she can rest. The butler turned to the girl. The girl was not at home all day, and she also did not go to class. Now before the start of the lesson, she must tell all the details about what happened there. The girl sat down with the butler on the sofa and began to tell. After some time, the butler was surprised because the girl stayed behind for the prince. The man understood everything, but warned the girl if she lied to him, then her lessons would increase several times. The men were I'm surprised that a person can do such things as, for example, feed a girl cake. It was surprising even for him. But the girls, why did it seem like there was some kind of enmity between the father and the butler? She can only assume that in the past, the butler's father somehow quarreled. The girl spent the rest of the evening doing her homework, but her work won't end there. It's just a small garden. But now this is a place for her to cultivate. The gardener allowed the use of this place as her secret base. The condition that she will look after the flowers. Not recently she tested her abilities in alchemy. She collected all the suitable cups and teapots from the cold palace, although they are not suitable. But if she is discovered, everyone will think that she's just playing. But probably if she continues to try in alchemy, then something will work out. After the next attempt, there was a failure. Using flowers without spiritual energy is pointless. If she used grass that collects spirit, then maybe something will happen. It turned out that even though the father didn't say anything, he is still worried about these flowers. They probably have special meaning for him. The girl took the book and began to write down her notes. Even her last actions were useless, and she was disappointed when she thought about it. It started raining. Wushu was about to forget it. The girl was cold and she took out matches. After she was reborn as a princess and learned about her fate, she never gave up. But the future is so weak. Can she change her fate? That's what she's talking about, she was thinking. The match she lit went out. The girl lit the last match. Through the fire she saw her father go inside the garden. He first of all asked what she was doing here. The girl replied that she just loved flowers, and began to learn how to grow flowers from Mr. Gardener. She just wanted to try, but did not think that it would rain, which would trap her. The man noticed that she not only looked like her mother, but was also interested in the same thing. The man took the girl in his arms. First he will take her to the bedroom. And the girls should not walk at night. One of the servants warned His Highness that in the evening the guys got into the carriage. The girl got completely wet. The man gave a blanket so that the girl would get lost. The girl also did not understand why the man was so kind to she. When the girl looked at the man, he immediately fell asleep. She heard that he was constantly engaged in government affairs, until late in the evening. He was probably busy today, that's why he was out of fashion. This is what the emperor must have found difficult. The girl, I wanted to touch the man's face, because this man could have killed her long ago for the sake of the country. But for some reason, despite not feeling suffering, the girl touched the man's face and made a dirty imprint because her hands were dirty, because probably when she was doing alchemy, and the girl was scribbling on her hands, the same girl began to worry if someone saw, then the image and honor of the emperor will be destroyed. The girl immediately began to erase the man's face, but at the same moment he woke up and grabbed her hand, because they arrived. The butler had already met the girl. He was surprised why she was with the emperor. And the girl was already happy that she had managed to wipe the man's face, and she was lucky that he didn't notice this, that she was paying her with his face. The butler began to greet the emperor. The girl's father, with the help of magic, transferred her through the air to the butler. The girl's father warned the man, because of his carelessness, the princess got lost outside. This time he will forgive him, but in the future he must definitely take care of her better. Before the man left, the girl thanked him for taking her back, and such a father even smiled at the girl. The man came to his room and saw through the mirror the residue on his face. The next day, the girl was being combed by the maids. She understood that yesterday, because of her actions, the butler was scolded. She should apologize to him. One of the maids ran into the room and started screaming that something bad had happened, and she heard that after the emperor returned her home, he suddenly fell ill. The minister found out about this, that he accompanied her last night. They sent someone to punish the girl. The girl was surprised that her father was sick, and began to ask about it. The butler came into the room and asked her not to worry. He had already found out about everything. The emperor had a common cold. She is not dangerous. The girl began to think that perhaps it was because of the cold. But even a cold is dangerous, perhaps because of that incident last night. The butler approached the girl and said that instead of worrying about him, it was better to think about herself, because they had started looking for her. When the girl and the butler walked along the corridor, they met a stranger. He said that he had been waiting for the guys for a long time. It was the Archmage. Every inhabitant of the empire knows that the empire would not be so strong if it did not have this, the most outstanding, as well as the only great magician of the country, Carson. Magicians not only use their power for the benefit of the people, but also help the emperor in expanding the territory. He is the mighty Mac of the empire, also the first court emperor. He has a high status and great power in the empire. The girl was surprised that the supreme magician came to her, and he threw one piece at the girl, who, according to the imperial magicians, named the princess last night. She met with His Highness. They believe that the disease the emperor is connected with Her Highness. The girl said that last night when her father took her home it was raining. He could have caught a cold. Later she herself carries her father. The man himself did not understand because it was complete nonsense, and so the emperor could simply have caught a cold because of the rain. The man assumed that the girl was too used to life in the cold palace, that she had completely forgotten that she was a damned girl who brings misfortune, and probably the emperor got sick and the butler even got angry because of her such words. The girl understood that her father really got sick because of her, but the fact that she was a flying child had nothing to do with it. This is the best magician of the empire, more like a person who believes in omens better than anyone else. The man said that when the concubine and the princesses found out about this, everyone was worried about him. Many want to punish the culprit as quickly as possible, because of which the emperor fell ill. However, the first concubine has a kind heart, so she decided not to punish the girl. She just wants her to be still small. That's why she sent him here to put magic handcuffs on the girl. If the princess leaves the cold palace, the handcuffs will automatically shrink. The main thing is to have the amount, otherwise they will damage the body. The girl realized that it turned out that the first concubine had sent him. Reca obeys the order of the first concubine. These handcuffs are very tight. What the first concubine wants to say by this, the girl did not quite understand. If it were not for the order of the first concubine, he would not have come to this dirty cold palace. At this rate he too could catch a curse. The butler approached the man, and the magician himself greeted him. He was aware of the butler, because the first concubine mentioned him. Yesterday he did not look after the girl well, then he is also guilty, so the magician thinks that he will work for 6 months for free. This is his lesson. The butler replied that this subject knows about his behavior, but this child is difficult to follow, and asked for a few kind words. Perhaps this will help to forget this refusal. Since the man came to this cold palace on purpose, he was probably tired. And the butler is ready to brew him black tea if he doesn't mind and enjoy it. The girl didn't understand why the butler began to behave differently. He started talking about black tea just to enjoy it. Moha agreed with this and tried the tea. When the man drank a sip, he immediately spat it out, because it was very bitter and salty. The butler replied that he had completely forgotten that he was a great magician, so black tea was only of the highest grade. And he is in a cold palace and he is not very rich. They have this kind of tea. The tea that he drank was brewed with pickled bacon, which he found in the warehouse. It's a little rotten, but it's also good. Every year they receive quite a small amount of provisions. And it is logical that they save the best things for the princess. They don't give their guests what they have. Even if he treats her like a cursed man, in the eyes of the butler, she is his main mistress and will not let him be offended. With the help of magic, the butler destroyed the handcuffs. However, it seems that his magic handcuffs are not very good, because an ordinary servant butler, how can he destroy them? If he finds out about his bad work, it will be bad. The girl left, and began to hug his leg, and because of this the man got scared. he didn't understand how the child and the butler united against him alone. So he began to use magic. Well, in their room the king himself came in, everyone began to greet him together. The king asked why the magician came. He himself did not expect the emperor to come to the cold palace. He cannot allow him to find out that the first concubine ordered to punish the girl. He began to laugh and says that he is insignificant. He passed by a cold palace, so he decided to check on the princess. He and her butler had just shown the princess a couple of magic tricks. The others understood that this was absurd, but it seemed the king still didn't believe him. The magician left. The girl went up to her father, because she had heard that he was sick, and asked him why I wasn't resting. The father asked the girl to go with him to her room. Go inside. They both sat down on the same sofa. The man took the girl by the hand and saw she had abrasions from the handbrake. He immediately understood what it was. Mag did it. Perhaps he guessed that someone wanted to hurt her, so he came here to help her even though he was sick. And then she had some questions. She used to think he was an abusive and homeless father, but their clashes over the past 2 days changed her opinion about him. She did not understand why he cares about her, because she is a victim for the prince, for the fact that she is his daughter. The butler entered the room. Both men crossed their gaze, but the butler brought tea. Previously, the girl felt that there was something between the butler and her father that she could not understand, but now she understands that her father also does not like Turkish. The butler confused black tea for the king, and the girl thought that it might contain the same tea, which was previously given to the magician. The princess was very afraid that the amount would not give bad tea, so she touched him with her hand. The men were surprised by this and asked what she wanted. The girl suddenly changed her position and stood behind her father. She wanted to give him a massage. Both men were surprised by this news, so the girl's father put tea on the table. The princess asked the butler to take the tea because she wanted to massage her father. The butler himself drank the tea. It was very tasty. You don't often have to brew this tea, and the man didn't understand why he didn't drink it. It was a waste. He needed to teach the princess the manners of saving things. The girl apologized to her father for getting sick, because it was only her fault. She was well aware of this, and understood that she had to apologize. So she invited her father to rest here in the room. She recently learned from the palace how to cook porridge so she can prepare food for him today. The man asked to stop doing the massage. He stood up and picked up the girl. He called her eyes the same as hers, the same as her mother's. She also often massaged his shoulders. Looking at the girl, he begins to remember the sad past. The man went out into the corridor and began to leave. The girl did not understand, looking at his back, why his friend was upset. The princess asked the butler why her father was always sad when it came to her mother. The girl already thought that her mother was a very bad person. The butler denied these words, and called her mother a very kind person, because it was only because of her mother that he was alive now. But he believed that the whole king was to blame for leaving the woman to die. The girl was sitting in her garden. At first she believed that she would be able to improve her relationship with her father. At least now, he probably wouldn't make her sacrifice. But their relationship will not improve at all. After thinking about it, she realized that she not only has a bad relationship with her father, but also accidentally started hostility with other people. She cannot escape from here. She also doesn't know any magic. Suddenly, the girl realized that it is impossible to cultivate in this world, but you can study magic. At the very least there may be a chance to escape from the bushes at the girl, but someone was watching, and at one moment he pounced on her. The same moment an unknown boy saved the girl. The boy first of all asked the girl if she was hurt. The girl was surprised because this child had just saved her. The butler often told she has fairy tales about a princess and her knight. Every time the princess was in trouble, her knight appeared immediately and then saved her. In the past, she believed that this was just a story to keep children occupied, but it turns out that not every fairy tale is a lie. For some reason it was strange, she could not take her eyes off him, and the boy himself noticed that the girl's eyes were like a precious stone and they are very beautiful. The boy immediately realized who he was holding in his arms, so he bowed his head and greeted the princess. The boy's name is Blair, a magical student. And he apologized for being in a group with her. The girl gave him her hand so that he could stand. The unexpected girl grabbed the guy by the collar in order to run away from the monster with him. The boy took the initiative to protect the girl. He used magic, a net of luck. Shadow cage pacifying the rebel. This sealed the monster, which turned into a black clot into a yellow fox. The boy approached the animal, apologized for scaring him, but the little fox simply bit the boy on the hand. But the boy still did not get angry, and began to stroke the animal on the head, and also began to apologize, and the girl herself noticed how caring he was. A great magician came unnoticed. The man was surprised why the princess was here. The man complained that he was scolded. When the emperor returned from the palace, he sent a soldier after him. That soldier beat him with a whip 2 m long, and when he thinks about this is getting scary and getting worse. The girl suspected that her father might have found out about what the man had done. The man ordered his student to give up the demon. He would not allow him to stay in this castle. The boy said that this little fox was tame, and he could not be a demon. The knight who accompanied the great magician said that the boy called from a beast from an unknown world when he was practicing soul magic, and the master Carson ordered him to kill him, and he took and hid the demon. It was good that the guys managed to discover him, but he suddenly attacked them. Not only did he cause trouble at the Academy of Magical Research, but he also made his way into the castle. And in this and too only a boy, the boy said that he called him and responsible for it. He attacked them because he was afraid. The magician believed that this was absurd. The job of magicians is to protect the kingdom, no matter how much, that it was self-defense. He must take care of any threat to the Queen 100, and the boy, as his best student, must listen to him without indirection. After all, he constantly creates problems, so he cannot be a magician. A man must exclude him from the magical association. The girl herself noticed that there was a whole crowd of people, but they could not defeat the little demon. It was funny. The difference from them is magic. The boy bravely stood up to protect the girl. He was even able to catch the demon. The knight himself noticed that this boy was a good magician of the soul of evil from childhood, so he easily repaired the demon. They never use such evil magic. But the girl still noticed that he protected her, and he also took full responsibility for the summoning demon. And she believes that, unlike them, who just wanted to kill this demon, he is much better than them. If they ask her which one really needs to be expelled from the academy, she will answer that it is them. The man noticed that the girls are only 5 years old, but she is very cunning. So he said that he recognizes that the boy is talented in magic, but this demon poses a threat. And this guy protects him. So they both must leave. He, like a great magician, cannot miss such a threat to the castle. The girl turned to the little fox, began to communicate with him. The animal was surprised at how the girl knew his language, as she thought it was not a demon, but an ordinary animal from her world. This is Manjushri's cub. It seems he really came from the world of cultivars. In her previous life, when she was a cultivator, she learned the language of monsters. But she didn't think that she would need him in this life. The great Mac was angry that even he couldn't talk to the demon, but the princess herself could do it easily. The girl told the beast that her soul had moved into this body of the princess. The beast asked for help. Girls, he was called into this world, but then these magicians called him a demon, and then they wanted to kill him, and he attacked them in order to escape. The girl understood him. She explained to him the more he attacks them, the more they are afraid of him. And most likely this boy summoned him by accident. He did not want to hurt him, but if he continues to cause trouble, then this boy will have a lot of trouble. The beast asked what should he do, because he wants to live. The girl promised that she would help him. The girl approached the boy and said that something needed to be discussed. She whispered in his ear, and together both children wanted to explain something to the adults. The girl decided that this monster would become her pet, and she also chose the boy as her guardian knight. Now he won't be able to kick him out. Everyone around was surprised by this news. The guardian knight is a special knight. For the safety of the imperial family, the empire mandated that every member of the imperial family has the right to choose a guardian from a magical or knightly association. The guardian knight is responsible for protecting the imperial family, so he has a special status. The great magician is the guardian knight of the first concubine, but she constantly overloads him so much that he faints. But thanks to this, he was able to strengthen the title, his position as the first magician of the empire. This brat of his student has good magic talent, but in the magic association he has the lowest position, so he can easily humiliate him. If he becomes a guardian knight, it will raise him several levels. Then in the future he would not be able to humiliate him. So the man began to explain to the girl that it was difficult to choose a guardian knight. The boy was just a student. And he thinks that the boy can cope with the responsibilities of the girl. Perhaps the girl has time to deal with this matter. But the girl was firmly in her opinion. She wanted the boy to become her guardian. The girl understood that the boy was weak now, but he had a man who was a dreamy teacher, and he can train him. Then it's worth thinking about his abilities. The man was sure that you can train him. The man still won't come out to talk about the election of the guardian knight, and this monster is not known to them. They can't leave him. I don't know, but he's dangerous or not. The girl agreed that this pet would become hers, and the girl took him under her wing, and the girl brought it to the man that if he looked at his throne, she would tell everything to her father. The man agreed with this and said that she still had work to do, so he decided to leave, but the man had the feeling that he was just a toy in her hands. The knight did not believe that the great magician was going to allow the boy to become the keeper of the knights, because he himself knows that he is like a black among whites. After all, the man himself wanted to expel him over the past years, but it was the princess's decision, then he could not do anything. The boy himself told the girl that he was very grateful to her for saving him. But Her Highness, she must take back her words that she chose him as her knight. She is not at the level to take the place of her knight. The guardian knight must provide protection, but only a student. My girl noticed that the boy just slept with her, and after some time the boy still agreed to become a knight. The boy asked the girl if she really knew how to communicate with the beast. She noticed that she was cursed, therefore an unusual person, and she must have some kind of skill. She cannot say that she was reborn and would have been in a past life the strongest person in her world. When the girl wanted to approach the boy, she twisted her leg, so later the boy caught her. Previously the girl did not feel pain, but as soon as she walked, her ankle gave herself no, but these were all little things. It was not far to go to her palace, but the boy took her in his arms and decided to carry her to the swing. With the help of healing magic he cured the girl's leg. It hurt him. It's a pity that he is not very good at healing magic. The girl herself didn't know, but as soon as she saw this boy, she felt something familiar. But these were just mind games. The boy noticed that he was honest. He had recently heard rumors about the girl. Many say that in the palace there are princesses born with ruby eyes, so when he saw her, he immediately fell asleep. But everyone calls her cursed only because of the color of her eyes. It always seemed to him that this was absurd, but today he met her and realized that she was a smart and kind child, because she helped him today. The girl said that she herself doesn't mind if they call her damned. And if it weren't for this feature, it would already be dead. The girl understood that the boy did not seem to understand what her fate had become, and it was better for him not to say anything. The girl warned that she would be strict with him, because he is now her guardian knight. The boy said that he was born into a poor family. Becoming a knight of the princess is too forgiving for him. But the girl said that she heard that only children can join the academy, born into a family of aristocrats. If he is from a poor family, then the girl logically asked why he was here. The boy noticed that he was from an aristocratic family, and a family that had flourished for many centuries. But when he was still a baby, his parents went on a campaign with the king, where they died gratefully. His father was the support of the family. After his death, close relatives learned about this. Their property was torn apart. Even the benefits issued by the emperor were stolen. And his family fell apart because of this, and he, no one needed, was almost thrown out. But fortunately, the emperor found out about his situation and enrolled him in the Academy of Magic as a student. The girl was surprised, because her father had helped him in the past. She didn't think that her father was constantly busy with such matters in the empire. He could even find time to help the child of his fallen subordinates. Also, the boy was good only in the magic of souls, which he passed on to his family. He was not an expert in other types of magic. Soul magic is associated with death, which is why most magicians consider it evil and nasty to study. Because of this, teachers and students are not liked. The guy was ready to set fire to his life for the sake of the girl. And why did she even laugh? Because there is no need to be so serious. And now she has such a problem, and he should help her. The first thing is she wanted the boy to teach her magic. The boy said that he could not teach the girl. His Highness the Emperor issued a decree that prohibits teaching the girl and the prince magic. The girl was surprised by this. She understood why the prince could not study magic, but she didn't know why. Again the girl's plan failed. But she understood that she could not give up. In order to survive, she must find a way to force her father to teach her magic. The butler suddenly came running and asked why the girl was here. After all, they must leave the palace as soon as possible. The girl suddenly asked why they needed to leave the palace. The palace said that a deadly epidemic had broken out in the imperial city. Many people had died. The court physician had just examined the emperor, and found out that it was not a cold he had contracted while inspecting the city a couple of days ago. The emperor fears that the epidemic will spread throughout the palace. He ordered everyone to evacuate. She is past, never knew her father's love. In her past life, she was a strong cultivator. But at first, she was an abandoned child who was picked up by a cult. They expressed her, and even she didn't know what her parents looked like. She always wanted to be loved by her father like other children, but she asked for too much. Until she was reborn as his daughter. This epidemic is not like others. At first the patient suffers from a fever, and if the condition worsens, he may begin to cough up blood or even have a heart attack. Many people living near the imperial city have become infected and there are victims among them. In addition, many people in the palace also became infected. He said that His Highness ordered them to isolate the imperial palace. Those who have not been infected should leave this place. His Highness will remain with the infected. Many imperial families have abandoned the imperial palace, but His Royal Highness will not leave. The butler hopes that if he takes her there, she will try to ride with his royal being. But now their lives are more important, he shines the girls will not be surprised with His Royal Highness and leave the palace right now. The girl didn't know what to do to escape, but she wanted to do it ever since she was reborn as a princess. Then why can't she decide to do this? She didn't fully understand, of course. Even though she sees his father only as a cold man who could kill her at any second, she doesn't see him for an hour. Gentle manners make her feel that this is a father's concern. She may already know the answer. Hidden in the depths of her heart. He always cared for her in his own way, and always protected her, so she didn't understand how she could leave here. She ordered the butler to take her to her father, and they would leave this palace with the prince. The man began to shout at the girl, because the girl's father's sick, it's too dangerous for the girl. She should listen to his advice, but the girl stood her ground, because her father asked everyone and ordered the imperial palace so that fewer people would be infected. He will be worried if the prince stays with him. The father must have his own reasons for asking her, and someone else. It will be dangerous for the prince if he stays here. As an older sister, it is her responsibility to keep him safe. Then she grabbed the butler's leg and began to beg. Even if she ends up sacrificing herself for her brother, it won't be his fault, she can think about how to avoid it. As a former cultivator, she won't be able to bear it if you leave him. Also, the guardian night boy walked up to the butler and asked to let the girl go, he will protect her with his magicians. And she won't get infected. The butler asked who was standing in front of him. She said that the animals would be her pet, and the boy would be her keeper. The girl also promised that she would tell everything in more detail later. The man agreed, because the girl behaved well at an early age, she should have developed her own common sense, like an adult, and he was too old. He believes that the girl will know her limits. Then he offered to go with the prince and immediately leave the palace. Through the barrier, the girl saw her father lying in bed, and he felt bad, it was clearly visible. The prince also ran into the room. He told the girl that he heard how his father was infected. His mother wanted him to leave the imperial palace here, but he couldn't just leave his father like that, so he came here in secret from her. From their conversation, the father woke up and ordered the girl to slowly take the boy away from here. No matter what he tells him, he will not even regret how his older sister should try to persuade him. Of his 11 children, they stand out the most. One of them is always playing mischief, the other is very smart despite her young age. He never knew what she had in mind in her little head. This Eden is very dangerous. Anyone else would have left the palace immediately to save their lives. But the two of them are probably the only ones who worry about him, and they both have to leave. It's not the boy who started screaming that he doesn't want to go anywhere, because he doesn't want to leave his father alone. The girl began to calm him down. They can't do this, because their father wants them to leave, so he's worried that they might also get sick. The father will worry even more if they stay. If something happens, then how will the father be able to rest peacefully? The girl asked a logical question to the boy. Finally, the father said that he knows that the girl is a sensitive child, she should take care to his brothers, and to return only when the epidemic is over. The two of them are future feathers, and nothing should happen to them. Finally, the girl wanted to hear a promise from her father that he would feel better, so she touched the glass. The man also extended his hand and together did not touch the glass. He made a promise to the girl that everything would be fine with him. The time was leaving. Together the guys got together and started. As the men were leaving, they began coughing up blood. The guys walked, without looking around, at the exit of the palace. There was a station where everyone had to be examined, only the healthy could leave the palace, and they discovered symptoms of an epidemic. They were forced to remain in quarantine, as the guards say. They were ordered by the imperial concubine to look after the prince when she noticed that he was missing. Then she left for the summer palace, where they began to prepare temporary housing. After they learned that the boy was with them, the guards instructed them to return the boy to the imperial concubine. They were preparing to leave the imperial palace after the inspection. They began to examine the girl before they even left the palace. It appears they are forcibly quarantining those with symptoms because the father doesn't want to miss the spread of the virus. The girl understood this perfectly well. The imperial palace had become the most dangerous place, but her father was still left behind everyone. The man who showed the girl said that despite the fact that His Royal Highness communicated with the girl, she was not infected. She must be confident in the magical tests, which are completely accurate. She could safely leave the palace. Pose of a woman's girl. This was the second Princess Michelle. She didn't understand how a simple slave could order her. She was the second princess of the empire. She didn't understand why she should stay to die in the imperial palace with these infected. The doctor told her that she had symptoms of an epidemic, according to orders His Highness. She must remain in quarantine. Before the woman left, she said that if they want to leave people behind, then they must leave the damned girl. Then she ordered the guard to drag the damned girl to her. The butler came to his defense. The women had only arguments, because she had talked with her father more than once for several days, but the little girl sat with her father for a good time. The woman did not understand how she could get infected, but still, if she was infected, then this girl should also be infected, and this epidemic could be the misfortune that this damned girl brought to the empire. And therefore they cannot let her go so easily, so the women were offered to use her as a magician for experiments to find a cure. The butler suddenly appeared behind the woman and asked politely that she reject her order from the guards, because she would regret it. The woman attacked the little girl and grabbed her hand. She wanted to leave the girl with her, but suddenly the prince appeared and scolded the second princess, because, and she has no right to hold and treat his sister like that. But the second princess was even scared. The prince ordered the woman to let the girl go. The woman replied that she herself had heard that the first concubine had left the castle long ago. She was surprised that the boy was standing next to her. The boy again loudly said that the woman should let his sister go. Later he saw that there were abrasions on her hand, and ordered the woman to kneel down. The princess did, and bowed her head in front of the boy. People around were perplexed, because it doesn't matter what they say, the second princess is still older than him. They didn't understand how she can simply bow her head to him, and the girl herself would never have thought that the boy would stand up for her. But she must say, his expression of anger is mirror-like to his father's. They are the real father and son. Arthur, this little scoundrel. The woman's thoughts were only these words. The boy really forced her to kneel in front of everyone for the sake of that damned girl. She didn't understand how this was possible. She's the second princess. The woman tried to soften the circumstances and explained the situation by saying that she didn't want to offend the girl. She already wanted to leave, but the father would be lonely if he left us alone. She suggested that the girl take her father's company and keep her father company. The boy understood that this was a lie, that even if it is possible that this is true, then if the girl remains close to her father, he will also do the same. He asked for permission to tell his mother this, so that the principal would accept the offer of the second prince to voluntarily remain in quarantine in the palace. Despite the fact that the magicians have already confirmed that His Highness the princess is not infected. People around saw how the second princess began to cough. Besides, even if her sister left the castle now, she would not be able to cure her illness, and the second princess would only harm others, but also herself. The woman insisted on her own. She did not want to stay here and wait for her death. The second princess did not understand, even if this girl is the twin sister, she is still just a victim who will sooner or later give her life for him. Moreover, this damn girl will bring trouble to him and his future empire, and that's why she asked why he was protecting her. But she didn't know whether to be a victim in front of her brother. The boy himself answered that he was not protecting her, because only he had the right to offend her. The boy was simply annoyed when he saw that the woman was bullying. The girl understood the words of his brother. Although the prince is ordinary and not very reasonable, the important thing is that he continues to stand up for her, and his heart became calm. The brother grabbed the girl by the hand and asked her to leave here because he definitely doesn't go and get angry for the second princess. The woman tried to stop the prince, but the guards grabbed her, because she was already sick and she had to stay in quarantine. Frustrated by the second princess's advances, they all left the imperial palace together in a carriage and headed to the temporary palace, where the rest of the royal family members who were not infected went to avoid the epidemic. This is the first time she left the castle, but she never thought she would see such a tragic situation. The epidemic had already spread throughout the imperial city. They saw infected people everywhere they went. Some people were already falling and getting sick. Their eyes were full of help and fear, as they saw it was all a girl, like the empire that her father so painstakingly protected was being ravaged by an epidemic. These terrible living conditions of people. If she had abilities from a past life, she could help. But now, despite her sympathy for them, she is absolutely useless. Her guardian knight thought that he could not go to the castle with the girl, and he would leave her for a while. The girl asked where he was going. The boy said that he, like Max, cannot hide in the face of this trouble. The National Magic Library is located nearby. He would like find a cure for the disease. Although he is no better than virgin magic, he can still try his luck. If he finds a cure for the breeze, it can help everyone. The creator said, despite the fact that they have logical protection, walking on the street is still dangerous. Except in addition, the boy below could be so useful on his own. The girl offered to go along with the boy. All they did was watch people suffer from this disease along the entire journey. She can no longer just stand by and watch this all happen. Therefore, she also wants to help, and the prince wanted to do the same as his sister. Then you all came together. Because no one could go against the girl's decision, the guys opened the door. They saw that there were people lying inside who were already sick. I flew out as if this place was being used as a temporary medical site. One of the men thought that using a magic shield would prevent the spread of the virus, but it seems that this is not so. More and more magicians are becoming sick every minute and he did not know what to do. The first conversation was with his mother. He would never have thought that pandemic, but so serious. If this continues, the academy will spread very quickly. They must achieve and find cures. Segments understood logically that there were a lot of sick people in the building, and it was very dangerous for the prince and princesses to be there during the day, but the girl stood her ground. Because so many magicians were sick, now was not the time to sit back, and they should not act quickly. A great magician appeared. He did not understand why there were so many patients here. He ordered his friends to go in first, and he should call himself to bed outside this infected place. The man quickly ordered to change the infected magicians and continue to study the virus. The girl understood that he was similar. He was here to coordinate the magicians in this situation, and if he discovered that the girl and boy came here, he would probably send them to the quarantine palace. The girl understood that they won't be able to find the information and they can't let themselves get caught. The library was very large. The girl didn't know if they could find medicine. But suddenly she had an idea. The butler dressed as a healer, and carried the princess in his hands. Everyone together looked as if they had come to heal. The girl understood that this was an opportunity, because it was impossible to detect them with this disguise. But the great magician suspected something and stopped the guys. He noticed that they would fly out in a very familiar way. Since the butler flew out very beautifully in disguise, the great Mac offered to give him a rose. The butler said that this rose was very beautiful, but he was sorry, they were busy, so he suggested they talk next time, and the library was a risky place, but they were able to get into the library. But now is not the best time to search for information. They decided to wait until the night, when everyone is asleep, to secretly search for information. But since they did not want to waste time, they decided to observe the condition of the patients. The magicians used magic to lower their body temperature, but for some reason it did not lower. As soon as night fell, the magicians went to rest. This gave me a chance to search for information. They met many guards, but they safely avoided them and reached the Department of Healing Magic. This pool area is considered by the guards, and therefore it was necessary to quickly and carefully study it. The guardian of the flight brought the girls several books. These books are very simple, few words and many pictures. So that's why he said that it was suitable for a girl. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to read because she was small. The boy was surprised that the girl could understand them. He did not think that Her Highness had already read such difficult magical books, and besides, there are not several of them. This was true. Although the girl did not know magic, she could still find information about the epidemic, because the butler taught her this. The paladin from the fact that Her Highness has already read so well for 5 years. The boy, using magic, picked up several books and began to study them. The girl also wanted to read several books with the boy, because this would help them find information faster. Suddenly, the guys noticed how Nikki moved on their own, but it was a boy, a prince, who was moving the books. He was not visible behind them. After all, he is short. Guardians, I noticed how magnificent the prince is, because he sorted the books into categories, and this would help them save time. To thank him for this, the girl noticed that the boy was the spitting image of his father. After some time, the guys read all the books, but it was useless. Suddenly the girl noticed that at the very top of the shelf there was one book that was hidden. With the help of magic, I pulled the knight to me. The boy tried to read it, but he could not understand it, because in the entire empire no one could even read it. The girl asked to take it, because it was possible that it was a book from her world. Because it looked like the great magician who wrote it appeared in this world, the girl began to read the exercise, Alchemy. There is even a way to transform magical power into spiritual power. Someone in the past left this book. It was amazing. This book contains information about medicines that can fight the epidemic. They have been here for a long time. After a night they were able to find something. It seems that the efforts were not in vain. The great magician walked into the corridor, and the servant knight turned to him. Together they discussed that nurse who appeared unexpectedly this morning. They were watched by the butler, who used magic to hide his presence. The man knew that investigating the epidemic was dangerous for the princess, but she was risking her life for the good of the cause. The only thing the butler could do help her. It was close, but fortunately the guys were not interrupted. When the butler opened the door, he saw a girl reading a book that was written about an epidemic. The first one that wrote that patients develop a fever when they become infected. They begin to cough and even cough up blood. If their condition worsens, during the critical stage, bloody spots begin to appear on the skin. The symptoms of those living with the virus are absolutely the same as in the book. This disease appeared in the past world in which the girl lived. According to the records, a terrible epidemic once appeared in her world. At first it was fever and porridge that were contained in dust, but then it became increasingly difficult for people to breathe, they could not move and died from the soul. People call this epidemic cataleptic asphyxia. Nobody knew where she came from. Fortunately, several great people found invaluable resources in this world, and began to work together to make a miracle native medicine that was destroyed by the epidemic, but these resources cannot be found in this world. It is given that the author of this book has found alternative ingredients. Couldn't make a cure for the disease once they found the ingredients listed in this book. Red herb. A fragment of a magic crystal. Coal ash. They decided to divide it in order to look for the ingredients. The girl understood that they had found a solution. But more than that, she was interested in how her father felt. He himself sat at the table and tried to do his job. But suddenly he began to cough. The servants informed the king that they were ready to distribute supplies for the construction of isolation wards, as he ordered with his condition. He should not be involved in state affairs. Therefore, the man asked him to rest. But the king was sure the man was okay. As king he is responsible for the empire. The man himself understood that he could not hold out for long, because he could not break his promise, and he had to go through it, no matter how difficult it was. After a day of hard work, by sunset they finally found all the ingredients. They had red grass, a magic crystal shard, fruit from a dragon tree, and magic flowers. The girl did not understand what they should do now, because they still needed the coal room of the magic furnace. Suddenly, a butler appeared who was holding the bears specifically for her. At first, everyone didn't understand where he got it from, but he explained it by accident. And he hid his burnt hand behind himself. Now that they had all the ingredients, they needed to cook them. The girl said that now they need an animal, her pet. And also the help of her knight to transfer his magic to the animals. The boy did not understand how she could understand the language of the animals, and also the language that was written in the book. That was incredible. But there was no time to think about it, so the guy began to experience his energy and magic to the beast. The girl understood that this was simple chi according to the book by Leon Nye Links. He had a hidden ability that absorbed the magic of this world and converted it into energy. The butler's garden that the girl was able to raise above a cauldron, and the boy noticed that her magic turned out to be very powerful. He had never seen anything like it. The girl also asked to give a little more magic, because soon they would succeed. The girl's knight tried to give the maximum, but he couldn't, so the butler decided to help. And together the guys began to try. After some time they made pills, but the girl suddenly fainted. As it turned out, the girl herself became infected with the epidemic. Apparently when she went to the sick at night she managed to get infected. The butler suggested that they need to take her to the magicians, but the girl woke up and asked to take one pill, because she wanted to check all medicine. The pill started working, all the symptoms disappeared, and the girl was healthy. This means the guy's diligence was worth it. The pills really help. And the girl successfully noticed that she got sick at the right time. And the palace did not think that the girl was not serious enough about her health. He decided that every day he would make her a pot of juice and bitter gourd and celery to increase her immunity. This way she will definitely not get sick and will not take pills at random. The girl understood that the butler was just worried, but this was too much. But because the butler said so, she can conclude that he takes his health quite seriously, because he had a burn on his hand. The girl understood that the man brought coal dust from a magic furnace, and he got burned when got it. There is magical resistance from the magical furnace, so the man had to extract it with his bare hands and ended up getting burned. The girl took the bandage to wrap the man's hand. He always does something for her. He never says that he is injured because he does not want her to worry. The girl asked him not to think only about how to take care of her, because he must take care of himself. The girl also asked not to forget to change the bandage she had just made every day, and she would remind her of this. After they confirmed the benefits of these pills, they decided to tell her father about it, so they could use all the national guests to make even more pills. After all, there were a lot of patients who needed to be saved, I think. Their lives, but before they could leave, the brawler great magician stood in their way again. He fell ill and felt terrible, so he believed that he was dying. The principal itself ran to him and gave him medicine directly into his mouth. This was so that he would be cured, and he also talked about the fact that this medicine was created by his sister. He was surprised that the red spots disappeared, so he asked for the formula and help in creating more pills. He would stop this epidemic. The guys thought that there was no need to pay attention to this attention, after all, he just wants to get praise. They all knew that the magician wanted to get more pills, but they decided to stay and help them because they didn't have time to save people. The girl asked the magicians to borrow their power. Thanks to the great magician, they soon made the first batch of pills from the patient's placenta to the libraries. People were shocked that they would finally be able to recover. Most of the patients were cured and went home, and there weren't many pills left. The empire still had many sick people who needed medicine, and it was necessary to find a way even more. The patient in the library was cured, but there were still a lot of infected people outside. This girl understood more fully. She had to stay and start creating pills, and she had to take the rest of the pills to her father, so everyone began to collect as many ingredients as they could. When they were ready to start making the second batch of pills, citizens began to gather at the main gate. They were looking for medicine. All the people shouted together that they were given medicine. The butler understood. The recovered patients spread the word that they had special medicine. Now people are here. Little guardian knights asked people. Listen to him, they really create medicines, but they spent everything. They need more time to create more. So he asked the people to calm down. But people did not believe in this nonsense, and they needed medicine now. The little princess decided to give her last pills to people who were in great need, and asked them to go home after that, because that was all they had left. Suddenly, the second princess appeared and took her medicine from the girl, because members of the imperial family should receive medicine first, and they should not care about ordinary people. People were surprised by the words they heard. They attacked the guards and began to break in. The butler's little boy began to use the model of how to protect the gate. A great magician appeared, and at the last moment he threw back the crowd that ran towards the little girl, and also the man took away her pills from the second princess, according to Article 123 of the royal law, their empire. As for any member of the royal family who infringes on the interests of the empire and the people, and also poses threats to safety, the royal magicians have the right to apply the law on the spot. The second princess, her attempt to steal special medicine is a constitutional crime and goes against the interests of the people. Her actions also spread panic, and when she committed a crime, the great magician must obey the law and exclude her from the royal family. The girl understood that protecting and guarding the Atom Empire was the mission of the girl's magicians. It didn't matter whether he was trying to protect or do it on purpose. Yes, girl, it was a surprise, because the man usually looks so helpful and unreliable. But he sincerely defends empires. He even offended the second princesses. He looked very serious when he said that protecting and guarding the empire was the mission of the magicians. One of the people began to blame the guys for you, that members of the royal family are constantly crushing the people, and they cannot give them medicine. The Supreme Mac did not understand the words of the people, because they did not even know that the medicine was created by hard work. The province standing next to him, and she did all this in order to save them. The Supreme Mark raised two people who shouted the most among all. They were not infected, because they were suppliers of medicines, and stood in order to simply receive medicines for delivery. And the Supreme Paper seemed that they were really the ones who wanted to save medicines in order to later sell them at a high price. The magician removed them. The girl went out to the people and asked to listen to them, because she noticed that some of them were not sick, but trouble was raging. She knows how much they want to stay safe. But many sick people gathered here with him. This will increase the chance of getting infected. The epidemic is still not under control. Many people are still sick. The number of patients may increase. In this case, they will finally lose any control over the situation. So the better option for them is to patiently wait for the medicine at home. Promises that they will make enough medicine within 3 days. The boy, the girl's guardian Reca, was sure that she would not have time to make so much medicine in such a short time. People did not know whether they could trust the child, whether the girl could make so much medicine in 3 days. The girl gave her word, as a member of the royal family, that everyone would receive a special medicine for 3 days free of charge. And the royal magician sent medicine to their homes. They will first give medicine to the city residents. Until the epidemic is brought under control, not a single member of the royal family will receive a single pill. The girl apologized because her father won't get it, it seems to me, because she has no choice. The Supreme also promised that on behalf of the royal magicians, which contains the word along with the princess. The people all left together. First of all, the little princess asked the Supreme why he helped her, and he replied that he was helping me, but the empire, and this was all for her sake. But for the record, he should receive some of the gratitude, and so the girl should praise him in front of his majesty. The girl promised to do so. After the pleasure booth, the Supreme Mac asked people to deliver the second princess to the imperial palace. Naturally, the second princess was not going to give up so easily, so she asked her father to punish the Supreme One, and told that the guys were creating special medicine, but they gave it to a simple people, and even as a little princess she swore that no one from Nevsky would receive her medicine. The man got angry. He didn't understand why the second damn princess was going around to get them punished. She ran away from the palace and caused trouble in the imperial city. Even a 5-year-old girl is more sensible than her, and she disgraced the royal family. So the man ordered the second princess to be taken to her peace and keep a close eye on her. She will be arrested for 6 months from now on. The man understood that his daughter had created a special medicine, and she was only 5 years old. She doesn't even have magic. In the end, how she did it, the man didn't understand it, but she takes good care of the empire, creating special medicine and calming down the people in the center of the imperial city. She was very amazing, and the man understood this. The already tired girl created a medicine. The magicians continued to pour their magic into her, but the attraction of the next 3 days the magicians and she created a special medicine, and finally, they created enough. The supreme magician and his students asked the royal magicians to send pills to people in the city. In the end, they brought the epidemic under control. All the people gathered together and began to praise the empire. Because of this, the people in the imperial city who had just left the epidemic generously blamed the royal family. The girl suddenly fell from not sleeping. The butler offered to take her back so that she could rest, but the girl had to do one important thing, and did not solve the problem of the epidemic among the citizens. But the father and the rest of the Korean families were sick. She had to send the pills to the castle right now, for no reason. She misses her father very much. Despite the fact that only a few days had passed since they saw him, the butler immediately understood what the girl wanted, said that they would now go back. Unexpectedly one of the servants said that His Highness's illness had complicated. He ordered the inserts prepare the carriage immediately, and the girl begged her father to wait a little longer. The girl pressed herself close to the palace. The guard stopped the guys and said that His Majesty was seriously ill. He ordered that no one except the camera doctors could tell him. The girl said that they had come to her to give her medicine, and maybe already too late. The guard agreed to let only the king's children in. Already inside, the children ran up to their father's bed. The girl gave him pills, but for some reason there is no effect. After her father took her pill, there is no smoke for this, and the red spots do not disappear. The girl did not understand whether she was late. She took her father's hand and began to remind him that he promised that everything would be okay, and he couldn't give up just like that. The first concubine came into the room. She told him that she heard the servant say that the boy had returned to the palace, and the woman also said that his father was sick, so she asked her son to come to her because he could become infected. The boy cried because he was worried about his father's health. Therefore, uttering the words through tears that her sister would find a way to cure her father, the woman became furious. She did not understand, because the girl had long ago found a cure, but she only cares about the civilian. They are about her father. If not for the oath, the king would be fine. The boy is with me to protect his sister, because if the girl had not figured out the medicine, civilians would have died. The girl saved the lives of many people, then she could save her father. The mother took her son by the hand and reminded him that the girl is an ominous child, and he must not allow himself to be deceived. The people she saved were all civilians who didn't deserve to be saved. When these stupid villagers found out about the medicine, they just wanted to take it away, like flies grabbing leftovers. They are all selfish. The woman was sure that the man would die soon. Therefore, he began to reassure his son, because soon she herself would become the queen mother, and would take care of him and help him. The girl, and when she heard the words, a woman ran up and hit her, because it was nonsense. She did not forget about her father's illness. She would not allow anything to happen to him. She would save the civilians, and also save her father. They only heard and their shelter that some civilians wanted to steal qualities. But they don't know that most of the civilians helped them fight the epidemic. The girl saw many amazing people when they made medicine in the library. They have a family, but they did not hesitate to go to the front line to help patients. Family members are seeing off patients from the epidemic. Business on the shopping street empire is an epidemic, and it seems the merchants have a very hard life. Now they can set up temporary camps. Some civilians are not very rich. For example, one bald man deliriously preferred that the patient be brought to him, because the place is small, but at least this is a temporary and isolated. Listen. People were aware that men were doing bad things, and it was hard to earn money. But even so, he was only for helping people. The strength of a person may be small, but the small strength of everyone can form the ocean. Many magicians fell ill, when magicians couldn't give enough magic to make enough medicine. And the civilian also decided to help the girls. The civilians from the fountain organized a large group of volunteers. Thanks to them, they managed to collect enough magic to make medicine. They kept the epidemic under control because of these delightful civilians. Such self-assertion of civilians deserves protection, just like the father who spent quarantine inside the imperial palace. Girl, don't think that civilians should be abandoned. In her opinion, a smart person who doesn't care about life like her really doesn't deserve to be saved. The first concubine got divorced. She didn't understand how a girl could behave so rudely with mine, so she ordered the girl's things to be seized. The first concubine brought a verdict that the sinister girl was responsible for the death of His Majesty. And there is no forgiveness for her. She will be carried away as a sacrifice as soon as the prince becomes king. Only the woman wanted to come up and hit the girl. Suddenly magic appeared, and it was the king who had already woken up. The children ran up to their father, and the girl said that she noticed how the symptoms had just begun to subside. His illness got worse, so the medicine didn't work right away, but she knew that he would be fine. The man said that he was much better now, and the first concubine was surprised that the girl really managed to save the king, and that means he heard everything. What the woman said was why she tried to justify herself, but the king no longer tried to listen to the woman, because she was trying to take his place. A guard suddenly came running and said that the people wanted to see the princess. The king ordered the woman to be taken to the castle wall. The king kept the girl on his hands, and showed her to ordinary people. Everyone praised the girl, and asked the girls not to crowd people, because they could get infected. And she was also glad to see everyone that they were okay. The king turned to the first concubine, because his daughter saved people, but the woman wanted to punish her. The woman got into a fight because she was simply panicking, so she tried to do everything for the good of the empire. The man knew that the woman was waiting for the king to die of illness so that the prince would inherit the throne, in which case she would become the queen mother, the power worth touching, and become the most important woman in the empire. The man realized that women never loved the prince, and for her he was just a political tool. And she doesn't deserve to be the mother of a prince, let alone the title of first concubine. From now on, she will be deprived of guardianship of the prince, and she will spend the rest of her life in the imperial prison. The boy himself realized that his father was right. All her love is fake, and he is still just a tool for her. The father herself remembered her children. They were just children, but they were braver than many other members of the royal family when faced with the epidemic. The girl herself didn't run away, but did she develop a cure for the epidemic? She saved the entire empire and him. The bottom girl began to say loudly that it was all thanks to magic, all the meaning of magic, so she wants to find out more. She wants to protect the prince and the entire empire with the help of magic. Previously, she wanted to learn magic in order to become strong enough to escape from the operator's palace, but while she got along with her father, she discovered that her father was not in different horses. He was the one whom she could not refuse after these days. In addition, she has a butler, her brother, and a guardian knight who stayed to protect her. Because of them, she decided to give up the idea of escaping from this place. She realized something after the epidemic. She will come out stronger in order to escape, in order to protect the people who she cares. She wants to protect her father and the other guys, so she asked for permission to do magic. In the end, her father did not agree to her request to learn magic. She knew that there was a small chance that he would agree. But she still wanted to know his true intentions. A month has passed and the epidemic is completely over. Life returned to normal, but her father never came to see her since then. She hasn't seen her father for a long time. Where the girl was approached by her guardian Reca, he noticed how the girl gave a load, so he asked her what happened. She didn't answer and said everything was fine. The boy said that today is the annual Valentine's festival, especially a festival in the empire. On this day, boys give girls chocolate to express one's fidelity, but the tradition is not limited to lovers. Everyone and friends can also express their best wishes to the girls. Therefore, the boy made chocolate to give it to the girl. He made it for a very long time, with the help of magic. He wanted the gift to be sincere. Therefore, the boy apologized for not being able to give the girl better chocolate, but asked her to accept his gift. The girl replied that she appreciated this gift, and the boy was glad to hear it. Previously, only the butler gave her chocolate at Valentine's festival. She didn't expect to receive chocolate from her knight this year. She had to live with it. She's worried about magic. That's why I completely forgot that today is Valentine's Day. The king himself was sitting in his room. The priest turned to him, because he himself saw how the king did not look very good, so he asked about magic, and about the girl's request. The priest understood that if a man let people learn magic, then there is a high chance that this will affect the soul sacrifice. And men don't think that she can learn magic. The king did not know what to answer. And the boy, the guardian knight, turned to the princess that she still had things to do. It was time for him to leave. The butler came to the room. because he had prepared a special lunch for the princess, bitter gourd mustache with guild juice. He promised to prepare it for her, and the girl must eat it completely. The girl tried to justify herself by saying that today is Valentine's Day, and perhaps such dinners should not be done, but the man was unshakable. The girl understood that she had to end this, so she tried a spoon and it turned out to be very tasty. As if the chocolate butler had told him that it was just a little trick, it was actually a chocolate dish, chocolate, and the girls liked it. She was happy, she wished she had low chocolate. The girl didn't know then that this high-quality chocolate mystery is approaching her, because the great magician and the prince were preparing great chocolate. The great Mac wanted to take revenge on the girls, so add your chocolate pickles, but the prince saw it and hit him. The boy counted on the great Mango Empire. He promised that he would not let him down. He began to ask for his demands on the type of chocolate. At one point the boy grabbed his sister and they ran to see a huge statue made of chocolate. The boy said that he was working on the design of a gift, and the girl was scared because it was too big. The girl did not forget to thank his brother for such a gift. The chocolate was of course a little exaggerated, but the prince put his heart into it. Therefore, she cannot refuse him, and the girl also did not know how she could eat such a large chocolate. Suddenly the chocolate began to melt. The girl began to worry very much, because of the sun, the chocolate would completely melt, in which case the entire camera palace would be filled with chocolate. The guys had no other choice but to eat chocolate. That day the giant chocolate was attacked by the imperial palace of the empire. To fight the disaster, people joined the fight to eat chocolate. They finally defeated a strong enemy. Now giant chocolate has become a new tradition for Valentine's Day, saving some time. The girl returned back to her palace and saw her father sitting on the sofa. The butler said that when the girl returned, His Highness had just arrived here. He said that he wanted to talk to the girl. The girl did not know what was the matter, so she asked her father. The man gave a gift to his daughter, the butler about the wolf, because this man never gave chocolate. When the girl opened, there was a letter inside, a notification about admission to the Royal School of Magic. Also men, before letting the girl go to school, she must take care of her brother, and also a girl can only go to school from the age of 9. The girl also thanked her for the chocolate, so the girl made chocolate tea since she ate too much today and gave it to her father, the best gift she received today. And after several years, the girl finally goes to the royal school. The girl's name is Soyo. In her previous life, she was an excellent cultivator. Later, her dear master betrayed her. He killed her, stole her base in order to doom her immortality. However, her story did not end. I was reborn. In this country of the Western magical world, she has a father, whose name is Ozel. He is big and scary, like the devil, and she also has a younger brother, who is respected only if they sacrifice the life of a girl. He is small Dima Manyanok. She also met a talented Mango named Blair. Fate made him a guardian knight. And of course, she cannot forget the manager of the name Riel, who is always with her and is ready to do anything for her. With their help, she grew little by little. At first she wanted to survive and play a sweet girl. She even wanted to learn magic to escape her fate and not die as a result of her sacrifices. But when she found a way to study magic, she changed her mind. She decided not to run away. She wants to use magic to protect the people she doesn't want to leave behind. She doesn't want to run away, she wants to ruin magic to protect people. She uses magic to change her destiny and finally turns 9. Today was the first day of the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The king asked the girl why she was still standing there and would not go to him. The girl ran up to her father and hugged him. She noticed how huge the school was, and she even got lost in it. Perhaps her father was worried, so he came all this way to personally send the girl to school, so the guys walked through it together. But on the threshold to school, he stood before the cutting, and noted that given the high status of the ship, he would make noise as soon as he went inside. Besides, it was his duty to take the princess to school. The butler was sure that the king was too busy with the affairs of the empire, and he should leave this matter to the butler, and he should return home and get down to business. The king replied that he had already figured it out completely, and the butler did not need to worry about it. The girl decided that she needed to go herself, so she turned to the men that the entrance ceremony would begin soon, and she was late. And you need to come quickly. She had never been to the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry before, but she very quickly found the playground where the introductory ceremony was held. The image follows. But like all other introductory events, she began with a long greeting from the director. The Royal School Costa Patronage is a school built by 3 states, the Ars Empire, the Cream Kingdom and the Great Empire. They are dedicated to raising the descendants of royalty, and strive to contribute to the magic of all lands. Whatever their magical talent, here they will receive the best education, man. But he hopes that each of them will plant himself in the study of magic, and become a great magician in the country. And now they still need to greet the Andri, the graduating class students who are considered the best student. He will give a greeting but a speech, but for some reason the guy did not come. Everyone began to discuss this, is he really playing truant? Our princess also did not understand how the student who takes first place should be an excellent student, but if you believe the rumors, he looks like a bad student above. What he could do, the girl herself did not know. And where could he go if not to the entrance ceremony? The guy himself was lying on the roof of the house, he was bored and that's why he didn't come to the entrance ceremony. The guys didn't know what to do because the guy didn't show up, but suddenly one girl came up to the guy and offered a presentation for the presentation instead of the unlucky student. This was the first princess of the great empire. The girl entered the stage, and the gender of the students, she was Celia Rockafite. A high school student, she will give a welcoming speech. To begin with, the girl greeted the guys that they were in the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. From that moment their new life will begin, no matter who they are. She sincerely hopes that they get along with who they would like. But let the princess bear the title of the best student and together she will become different here, but next year she will take first place and will stand here by right. As our little princess expected, there are many talented students in the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but she won't lose and she can't wait to learn magic. She hopes and will have an interesting adventure. The princess went into the library where books were being distributed. She was very happy. Some of the books had a lot of paper. She promised her father that she would only learn magic at the age of 9, so she did not have the opportunity to study anything other than what to write in the encyclopedia. Because of this, she read this book from cover to cover, but the cultivation method described in the clinic, different from the cultivation methods in her previous world. They are based on magic. She could learn little in this book, because she didn't know anything about magic. But we can start cultivating the world as soon as we learn magic, but just the thought of it gives her goosebumps. And she needed to take the book to her room. They should be enough for a week of classes. Celia stood in the corridor. She was called very great by 2 girls, one of them admired her, ever since she met her in the great empire. They essay her from the same state, then that they can communicate after graduation. The princess removed her hands and ordered herself not to touch and never say such things again. But the 2 princesses collided and the books fell. Celia apologized to the first one. She didn't know that someone was standing behind her, so she stepped back. Soyo accepted the apology, and later she realized that it was the girl who came to greet the speech, but the girl attacked our princess and started screaming why Soyo wasn't looking around. Bella is a noble lady from a great empire. She stepped on the girl's book. But the Soyo took it and waved it with one hand. Soyo apologized because she just wanted to break the book. The girl got angry. She wanted to teach Soyo a lesson. Then several girls gathered to learn Sai. The little princess was not afraid. Bella tried to use magic to hit the princess, but the girl used some trick with which she absorbed the magic. The girl's guardian appeared and ordered the guys to calm down. And the battle in the Royal Academy of Witchcraft is prohibited, not to mention the use of magic in these situations. Bella didn't understand that since the boy was wearing a teacher's clothes, it means he is their teacher. So the girl came up to him and began to explain that the little princess wasn't looking where she was going and purposely bumped into her, and she not only apologized, but also specifically made her fall. The girl was the daughter of the Grand Duke. The empire began to clap her hands. Obviously the girl hit her while she was walking calmly. It was not her fault, but they stepped on her book and tried to force her eye. And don't think that she is powerful. The girl turned to the boy to punish her. He screamed that enough was enough. The guy believed that the princess was not at all like what the girl called her. Besides, he had just watched her conspire against the princess. If she was the only one who seriously deserved punishment here, the girl said until the very end that it was all nonsense. She had never eaten anything like this before the teacher, and she will report to the director about him. The princess of the great empire herself arrived. She said that she herself heard how the academy hired a gifted teacher when he was barely 13. Celia told about the princess that he did nothing wrong. It would be best for each of them to go to their other. The girl herself lost her hair and apologized, because she ordered Celia to do it. The tree was watched by the best student of the academy. For him it was a wonderful show, but he himself was interested in how the girl was able to feed magic. Go to her room. The girl walked with the boy, then asked him why he became a teacher. The guy replied that in this at school he can learn more about magic, and most importantly, the girl herself studies here, because he and her knight, the guardian of the sofa, were not there. He is always with her to protect her. The girl already went to her room, because this was her life in general. The girl opened the door and some kind of monster appeared from there. It was her brother sitting, there were his photographs everywhere. It was his gift. The girl was in shock, because he should now it would be an imperial city and she didn't understand why he came to the academy. The boy replied that he just wanted to find out how she was here, so he asked the new magician at the top to take him here. The girl was of course touched that the prince decided to visit her, but it's probably not easy for the poor supreme right now. The brother immediately saw that his sister did not look very good, so she asked who was offending her. She replied that no one. And she asked why he was tired, her room was such a mess. The boy replied that he was worried that the girl missed him. The girl left their home to study here, and it is possible that in the future they will be able to see each other often. Therefore, when using it, she can just walk into the room. It's brilliant, it's a special gift for her, it's her first day of school. We have a gold room, an exclusive brother's room in a single copy. It took the boy the whole day to decorate it. The girl began to pack her things, and the boy was suddenly surprised. And then he asked why to do this. Maybe she didn't like the room. The girl replied that she liked everything, but corrected the dorm. They are forbidden to paint the rooms, and therefore she could be kicked out of here, and this could happen tomorrow. The boy asked the girl not to worry. He would be taken into the room by her old appearance, and no one would punish her. The girl understood that even though her brother did this for her, she did not want to be expelled from the academy. So she must gain his sympathy and make him give in. The girl understood that something needed to be done so that her brother would not be sad, so she approached him, touched his face, and said that she would take a plush toy that would remind him of him, and that when she missed him, she would always keep this toy nearby. Suddenly a light appeared, which told the girl that she needed to go to class. It was the spirit of candles, and the girl noticed how cute he was, and it looks like the academy uses them to remind him of classes. The boy asked not to worry, and he will clean the room himself. The girl ran out into the street and began to run in class. He is the very first student of the academy, and the most important student, and to use magic to lift the girl to the roof of the building. He asked to give his name. The girl didn't understand who he was. The guy pressed the girl against the wall, started screaming, then he was like that. And why he dragged her here, he just wanted to find out something. The guy sniffed the girl, as he expected. The strange aroma that he felt coming came from it. The guy saw how the girl could receive magic, then asked to teach him the same. But actually the girl did not receive magic, but she used a method similar to curling power to concentrate magic into spiritual energy. For the last few years she could not learn magicians, but she mastered the same power as the curly one after studying the book. At that moment, she turned the magic she was trying to use against her into spiritual chi. But they don't know about it, so they think that she absorbed her. And she cannot tell him the truth. The girl said that magic is a wild impossibility. The boy decided to find out for himself and directed magic at the girl. The girl immediately realized that she was very strong. But she still swallowed her up. And the girl managed to escape. The guy had never seen anything like this, and this girl was very interesting to him. Fortunately, the girl transformed the guy's magic into spiritual chi, then she managed to escape the most popular method, a fading mirage, from the world in which she lived before. But she wondered who this guy was. After using the decorating mirage that paid him with magic, the spiritual chi remained internal. This magic was very strong, but the magic he used was not attacking. Obviously he didn't want cookies to hurt her, he wanted to test her. I listened to the bell for class. She spent too much time on the guy, and she started to be late. Running along the corridor, she finally ran into her class. The girl was angry for being late. The teacher began to shout at the girl, because she was late for his lesson. The teacher shouted at the girl and continued to do so, because she, like a princess, managed to be late for class and survive the day. The girl understood that it seems the teacher does not like their country. The Royal School of Witchcraft and Hair Wizardry, created by 3 different countries. At first glance all 3 countries work together, but behind the scenes there are a lot of discord. But for example, take the relationship between students from different countries. It does not matter what social status she has in her country. People from other countries do not take this seriously. Besides, there are many rumors among people from different countries, especially regarding the great empire named the Ars Empire. She heard that Mr. Owen was from a great empire, then he disliked her. The teacher sent the girl to test her magical abilities. It was a crystal ball, specially created to evaluate the magical abilities of students. The girl took a long time to put her hand there. The girl did so. Again an evil Bella appeared who only said that girls don't need tests. Of course our princess did not expect that they would collide in the same class. And the girl began to continue talking about the fact that despite the fact that she is a princess of the Ars Empire, she is a cursed child. and everyone will avoid her. Not only did she live in a cold palace, but she also could not study magic because of her father's ban. But the girl herself is different. Like the daughter of a duke, she studied the magic of childhood and reached the wardrobe level in assessment test time. And she is far from her, but the princess noticed that if she is a platinum level magician, then why did her attack not have any effect on her? The girl began to make excuses that it was an accident, she was just a damned girl and was born a piece of garbage. The girl poured her magic on the ball and it cracked. Thus, the teacher shaved his head with a shard. The children in the class were shocked by this, because only the best archmage in history managed to break the crystal ball during. And that Poppy left a magic book in an unknown language, which means the girl is as good as that archmage. The girl immediately I understood who we were talking about. If the archmage who wrote that book managed to break the ball, then Leah means that they both store spiritual chi inside. The main girl justified this whole situation by saying that the girl deliberately destroyed the ball because it was impossible for her to pass the test. The teacher supported the girl's words and said that Bella was right. She probably destroyed the ball because she was afraid to admit her bad abilities, so the girls were given a bronze level. But the school had several levels for the bronze level. Like a wardrobe level mage, a girl can study whatever she wants. Eventually, level mags would be expelled after a month if they were not reapproved by the teachers. The girl understood that this teacher was clearly rather a girl, so they were both picking on her. He definitely didn't stand her alone. On a repeat test, the teacher began to tell. The holiday of the first-year students is a very important event, so you need to listen to it carefully. The holiday of freshmen is one of the most important traditions of their schools. At first glance you might think that this is an ordinary holiday, but in fact it is a competition to test their strength. But the students will draw lots and lose in pairs to the older students. There are no restrictions on the quality of the performance, but one must occur in pairs. The team that takes first place will not only be able to achieve good results, but will also become a source of pride in their classes. Therefore, the guys must be in full force. They must win and bring the class first prize, because in his class, no one has received an award yet. This has a bad effect on the teacher's reputation. This time they must get first place, by any means. The princess asked the teacher if she can win. Will the teacher give her a re-evaluation? She doesn't want to be expelled from school and poor ability. He could basically give her a retest, but there's only one person left. The girls gave a piece of paper on which the last person was written. It was Andre. This is the high school student who takes first place among everyone, but has a bad reputation. She did not understand who he was and he appeared from behind when he passed by the class. The guy looked at the girl, and the guy himself was surprised that he met the girl again. The world is very small. The girl heard from the children from the class that his name was Andre, so she was very surprised. With just the sight of the guy entering the class, he scared the children, so he decided to leave there. The girl understood that this was the guy, but the worst thing was that she would have to perform with him. She did not understand why she was so unlucky. However, the holiday of the first chickens is not. The only thing that worries her is that the crystal ball costs a fortune. Since she broke it, she had to compensate for the damage. After lessons, Mr. Teacher sat down with her to compensate for the entire cost of the crystal ball, and said to discuss this with the teacher who is in charge teaching aids. Therefore, the girl knocked on the door, did not want to go inside. When she went inside, she greeted and told that she had broken it, but there was no one inside. The girl understood that the issue of assessing the damage and compensation would be resolved only after she told this to her father and the butler. But she was sure that they will turn this school over if they find out about this. Besides, she doesn't want them to worry about it, so she will take care of it herself. There was an old woman sitting inside, a grandmother, who knew that the girl was destroyed by the ball during the night test, and said that the girls would not have to compensate for the damage. Who did it for her? One girl with her hair greeted the princess and said that she had already bought several balls. The grandmother and the princess were surprised, and the girl herself did not know what type of crystal ball would be suitable as a replacement, so she bought them all at once. The princess was surprised. It was her classmate. Her name is Angela. She did not have the opportunity to meet the princess, but now she is glad to meet you. The girl heard that they seem to be the richest family of merchants in their empire. They say that their fortune can be compared with the wealth of the royal family. This is a truly powerful Point clan and she is a member of it. The princess was very grateful, but she broke the crystal ball. She is the one who should bear responsibility for this. But he did not reassure the girl because everything was fine. In fact, she did it to express her gratitude. And the girl also reminded about the epidemic that swept the empire 4 years ago. She also became infected then. She was on the verge of death, but survived thanks to the girl. These crystal balls and 2 are enough to express her gratitude. It is a great honor for her to repay her savior, so it asked to accept this gift. Of course, the princess was surprised by such information. She did not think that someone would perceive something that happened a long time ago, in which case, she would accept them from now on, they will be friends, and she can simply call her by name. Angela also knew that the princess wanted a chance to have her skills assessed again thanks to the freshers' party. But the girl asked if the princess was sure that she wanted to be in the same pair with Andre, because he is really a wonderful student, who is always in first place in the school in grades. But the girl deserved that she had several bad stories with him. All the students here come from noble families, but Andre is an ordinary person who grew up in the slums. The girl heard that the guy always fought as a child, but he also turned out to be very capable of magic. Therefore, he was accepted into this school as an exception. He is a simple man, so many students from noble families look up to him and tease him, but every time he beat them up. This is the reason she just saw this in class. He looks fierce. Like the leader of some gang, he belongs to a different world, unlike the one in which they live. If her partner is someone like him, then something bad could happen. The butler was secretly watching the girl from the window. When he heard that the prince had destroyed the crystal ball, he realized that he was doing something wrong. I'm more than sure he was. They would have decided to mock her. The teacher not only rated her as a bronze-level student, but also forced her to take some dangerous student as a partner. The butler was ready to treat him with his black tea, but the creator noticed the supreme swing. The princess herself almost heard them, but the butler managed to pounce upstairs with paper and covering his mouth. The archmage began to shout at the butler, because the servant was forbidden to come here. Inset explained that he was here to protect the princess. This is not the imperial palace. People from other countries won't treat her politely just because she's a princess. And they can allow her to be offended. The Supreme Mac didn't understand, because at her age you need to learn to deal with problems on your own, and he still gives her great care. The butler realized that he was right. The guy himself knew that one day she would grow up, but what was he doing now? He didn't understand it, and perhaps the butler should start trusting her. Speaking about this, the butler asked the top leg what he was doing here now. He explained how as an archmage, he was invited to this school as an honorary teacher. Of course he could not help but come. Already evening came. The girl was sitting alone. She still couldn't figure out what to do with the freshers' party. She can't sleep because of this thought. She doesn't know how to persuade a guy to become her partner, not to mention what they will perform with. Since he hates knowing so much, he won't agree to work with her. Not where did the blue one come from? Magic. The girl's father appeared from it. The girl was surprised by this, so she asked her father what he was doing here. The father said that he was tired after work, and was just passing by while he was walking. The girl did not understand how her father got here, but of course she heard about this kind of high-level teleportation magic that he used. A person using this magic can only teleport to the place he thinks of, but this magic requires wear and cannot be used constantly. That's why he came here, because of her, because his father missed her and was worried about the girl, because it was already late. She was still awake and sitting on the roof. The man asked his daughter what was bothering her, but she replied that it was not that important, because as a father, he deals with different people every day, but if he met someone with whom he could not agree, but he needed cooperation with him, then he would make a man surprised if it came to cooperation. He would not choose a partner from the very beginning with whom such difficulties could arise. People of different principles cannot find common ground. It is better to find another partner than to waste empty energy to try to come to an agreement. But the girl understood that she had no choice. But I had an idea. If they had a common goal, they could definitely get along. The main thing was to convince the guy that they were in the same boat, so the girl gave her father for advice. The next day, the great battle to convince Andre that she is on his side begins now. Sent by Angela, Andre comes here for lunch every day. When the girl asked her friend where to find the guy, she replied that she could find him in the park, because Angela heard that he usually runs in the garden, which is behind the educational building. No one dares to go there at this time precisely because of him. Even though the princess understands that Angela is worried, she must convince the guy to become her partner, because Vanya is already close anyway. When the guy was walking past, the girl shouted to him. She was standing on a tree, but the guy immediately recognized the girl, so we jumped out of the tree, and the girl reminded him that she had recently squeezed her into the alley. The guy was surprised that the girl had managed to change so much. It was not surprising that the guy even managed to teach her. When he walked here, the girl began to say that she was the 9th princess of the empire. I mean, she is a simple princess. She really means business. She spent several years in the underground world, hiding another identity, wandering around the wig instead of the road. The guy didn't believe these words, but it sounded cool. Both earthly about the world of the empire. She is known as the Queen of Darkness, but the boy did not believe her, because he is usually a princess. So the princess came up to him and took his face, Because he was the first who dared to be rude to her, the girl realized that he seemed to have fallen for it. It was not for nothing that she did this, her father would have been absolutely right. It's easier to get along with him only if they are on the same side. The guy expected the girl to be as good as she expected. Her plan was a success, as he agrees with her. He will definitely be her partner for the holidays and freshmen. Really worked, but for some reason she had a strange premonition. The guy in his thoughts almost laughed at the information that Aquarius had just given him, and began to play along with the girl that she had given him such a part, and he offered to take over the academy. But the girl answered that he is too little, because subordinating everyone in the academy has long been outdated, and she is already tired of it, but she is interested in winning the upcoming freshman's holiday. Therefore, she invited the guy to team up. The guy immediately realized that she had paired the girl with him, but he didn't understand how she even came up with such a performance for the sake of this boring holiday, because he almost believed her. He understood that this holiday was important for her. So this is a separate opportunity for them to use. Suddenly 3 guys appeared. Andre already knew these guys. The most important guy among them lost to him in the last magic competition, but Andre did not understand why he continued to cause him problems. The green-haired boy began to shout at Andre about the fact that he comes from the greatest magic families in a great empire, and he cannot lose to him. He was just a little careless last time. The green-haired boy brought 2 great magicians with him, so it was even a shame to fight him, but the girl didn't understand, because she heard that this guy is really from one of the greatest magical families of the great empire, but he has low abilities, so nevertheless, the magic of which he brought is quite strong. Andre may have problems. These magicians are strong and alone, and he brought 2 of them, green hair, and the boy began to pester the girl, noticing that he looked beautiful. If she behaves well and gets along with him, let him off the hook. But Andre grabbed the guy's hand and began to squeeze it and later threw him. The green-haired boy called the guy crazy, because he is playing with death. They told him that he wouldn't do anything if he didn't want to get it, he should take his people back and get out of here. The 2 guys the boy brought in began to use magic. Andre also began to use magic, because he had not practiced for a very long time, and this was a good opportunity to resume the lesson. He successfully hit the first guy with a club, and attacked the second guy from behind, but the girl managed to absorb his magic. Andre himself noted that the girl gets magic again, and together the girl and the guy and the second servant. The green-haired boy was surprised at how strong the guys were, that even the senior magicians named rivals. Both magicians simply ran without clothes, and the green-haired boy was left alone. He started screaming for mercy. Later, Andre poured water on himself, and the girl came to him against the wall. She replied that she had taught him a lesson, and had just saved his life, but that's why she needed him to be grateful for it. Then the guy asked what she wanted. The girl replied that, of course, she wanted him to team up with her, and together they won the first-year holiday. The guy took and sweetly stroked the girl on the head, and asked if she was tired of this whole game. You are her performance. He took the elastic band out of her hair, and now she looked like herself and it was much better. The girl was upset after all the guy saw through her. She didn't understand why her blank failed. The guy assured the girl that she shouldn't worry. He would be her partner for the upcoming holidays, but he wanted something in return. The guy wanted the girl to teach him how to receive magic. She basically knew so. The guy was always interested in performing the communication of magic. She knew that he would ask for exactly this. Even though this is actually a method from her past world, for them it is no different from magic. Even if she teaches him this, he won't understand who she was in the past. If he helps her get the first prize, she will teach him. So she agreed that it won't be a problem, but they should wait until she wins the first prize for the holidays. They agreed, the girls should think about what they will perform. Then the guy left. The next morning, she came to the rehearsal room of her dreams. She was told that the scenery would change itself in accordance with the costumes of the performers, but she was not at all interested in this, because all night she had been thinking about their performance, but had not decided why they would perform. It should be unusual and attractive. She didn't know what kind of play she could do, or perhaps something else. She didn't know what kind of performance she could do when there were 2 of them. The core culture is different from what the girls had in the past. They will not understand the essence of huge conversations. Therefore, she began to think and think. While she lived in the palace, her father and butler taught her to dance, and the girl began to do well. Andre himself came into the hall, and he asked what the girl was thinking about. She replied that she thought about their performance. She approached him and proposed. At one point the girl simply shouted at the guy, why did he even agree to start dancing if he couldn't do it? The guy replied that there was nothing he couldn't do as long as he wanted to learn. The girl only needs to teach him and he is sure that they will be able to take the first prize. After all, She has not yet taught him how to receive magic. The girl began to give instructions. First of all, he needs to put his right hand on her waist, take his left hand her hand and raise it, carefully follow the steps. First, you can take a step with your left foot and then reach your body with your right. On the tip of her left leg, the guy himself noticed how cute the girl looked when she was so serious. At one point, the girl herself even stepped on a couple's foot, but she changed, but she had also asked the guy to step back, but she didn't. She replied that she just didn't hear. Another student came into their room. He would have worried the princess. Andre, the guy himself, said that he should just worry about the princess, because she is honest and finishing, and the princess herself remembered that he was her classmate, but you couldn't remember the name. Then the guy introduced himself. His name is Helm. He came here to rehearse, so I accidentally saw them dancing. Aristocratic skill is not a game. It's a matter of concentration. The girl noticed that the guy was very talented, his steps were very precise, she subconsciously followed his steps. But in lessons the guy always looks aloof, but he becomes a completely different person when he dances. Andre. Gels reminded that if a guy wants to be with her, he should improve his dancing skills. Then he offered to show him a few moves. Of course it will be a little difficult for him to learn them because he doesn't know anything about dancing. The princess herself didn't know what was happening here. Why were they training together and forgot about her? She also didn't know what to do. And why was this happening? Then the guys started dancing together. For a while Andre finally learned the dance. It was not bad. The princess's classmate didn't even expect him to do this. Will quickly learn them. The girl herself noticed that he really deserves to be a better student. He learned to dance well in such a short time, but for some reason he couldn't dance after her training. She gave good training, but for some reason he couldn't. The princess's classmate took both the hands of the guy and the girl, and clasped them together, and wished the guys good luck. The girl thanked the guy. He replied that there was nothing wrong at all. It was his strange illness. Like his mother, he could never be serious when it came to something related to the performance. In addition, Andre was a bad dancer that he could not pass by and not teach the guys. The princess wants to win the first prize at the first-year holidays. The guy understood this, but he will also try his best to win. After all, his partner is Celia, so the guys should give it their all. The princess was surprised because Gels is strong, and he is also paired with Celia. Such a strong team should have a very good chance of winning. But the stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is to compete. The guys definitely won't lose. The princess's classmate left. After that they trained with Andre until dusk. The guy himself didn't expect it to be so tiring, and the girl in that case suggested finishing it, because I got a little hungry. Then I suggested that we first go to the dining room for dinner, because the guy had been working hard all day. He could order whatever he wanted and the girl would treat her. The guy took the girl by the hand, saying that there was nothing special in the dining room. He knew one good place, so he offered to drink. The king himself was next to this place, because this place is located next to the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The man just came to the area to his daughter was safe, but he would never allow his daughter to come to such a place, and at one moment he just saw her in front of him, 20 minutes ago. They decided to go outside the school, so they had to lie down over the wall. That such a well-mannered princess like her would never do such a wild thing as climbing over the wall to sneak out of the school. But as soon as the man blinked, she was already standing on the wall. In her previous life, she was a cultivator, and could go wherever she wanted. In this life, for her discipline, her father and butler had grown up since she became a princess, and eventually, she finally had a chance to take a walk before the guy. It was only that the girl looked worried. He misunderstood. She doesn't pretend to be grateful. The guy himself climbed onto the wall. With a movement of his hand he climbed over it. The girl also jumped off the guy, and asked the guys to go to the night market in the west of the city. There were a lot of people everywhere, and why was the girl surprised? The guy said that he grew up here, and asked if she liked the girl. She was surprised that the guy grew up here. It looks like Angela was right. He is really a simple person. She understood that since the girl was new here, she couldn't be allowed to go far, so he took her hand and warned her, otherwise she would get lost. The girl had not been in such a noisy place for a long time. She's going to have a good time tonight. But I can't let my father find out about this. He never allowed her to be in such a place. Suddenly the father and daughter met. He didn't understand why his daughter was walking under such a place, and next to her some guy was making a mistake. The king began immediately asked the guy who he is, why with his daughter and why he brought her here. He introduced himself, and the girl answered the rest of his answers. She herself would say, she told about the guy that he was a graduate from her school. She was paired with him at the upcoming freshman's party. They had just finished rehearsing and the guy invited her here for dinner. But the king did not understand how his daughter could come to such a place. It was just a bazaar. As she expected the girl, he got angry. The king ordered that if his daughter is hungry and wants to eat here, then she should destroy this bazaar and turn it into a decent food district. This was simply amazing information. The girl finally saw a place that is different from the palace. I will destroy it again. The father asked his daughter to return with him to the palace. Ace and the guy grabbed the girl by the other hand. He was insistent that the girl was hungry and tired, and they would need at least half an hour to leave the area. He suggested to this couple that they learn how to eat entertain the hands of ordinary people. Because the girl's father does not want her to be hungry, the priests were surprised at how impudent the guys were. Not only is he holding the princess's hand, but he asks His Highness to try cheap food that could kill him. The girl's father asked if she was hungry. With one look she made it clear that yes, and for the first and last time he would go with her to eat in such a place. They all went into the cafe together. The guy sat inside and recognized the boy. The boy asked to prepare food. Well, fortunately, the administrator prepared a table for the guys. Today was on clients. The last few years the girl ate only imperial dishes. At least not a fancy one. But the street food that she ate in her past life seems to her much tastier, so she wondered if street food was tasty. But they prepared special wine utensils for the wings. At first the girl didn't understand why they came here. It was like ordinary food, so what or what not to do. The king's assistant said that he had specially prepared noble dishes for him. But Andre, with one movement of his hand, took all the dishes and all the things on the table, because they don't use this. They don't have many rules, they just enjoy food and a drink. Then he saws to offer the king a drink, a dark type of beer. Usually a man drinks red wine and champagne. He sees stout for the first time. He looks as dark as dirt. He didn't know if it was really possible to sing this. And the girl herself said that she heard that she wanted him to drink it all in one gulp. The king's servants were shocked about such courage of the guy. He even laughed to force His Highness to drink it. They didn't expect that the king would kill him, but he liked it. It's not as aged as the wine he usually drinks. If you drink it in one gulp, it's very refreshing. It's a completely different taste. The children ran up to greet the boy. Together they began to dance, so the princess invited her father to dance. The man agreed, but the king just wanted to start dancing the waltz. Andre ran up and showed that the station should be completely different. Together they had a good time. The girl reminded the guy that he himself said that he didn't know how to dance, but today he did a great job. The guy replied that he just doesn't know how to dance as noble as she is. That's how civil life is, simple and pure. Their street doesn't look expensive, but here they live to the fullest, enjoying every minute. So the guy asked the king that this so-called bazaar was not as bad as he said. The king knew that he was right. He had never experienced such happiness before, and he did not know much about their lives. As a king, he seems too far from the life of ordinary people, but this boy has the courage and insight to tell him everything he thinks, and he has the potential. The king became one moment. His father said that they would be a waste of time and human resources if they turn this place. You are a noble food district and it is here to stay, but it's not safe here. For the safety of his daughter in the future, he needs to come here more often and explore this place. The girl realized that her father seemed to like this place, but he still refused to admit it. But after a while, the girl suggested enjoying the food. She tried the chicken leg, and she was very tasty. After dinner, her father took them back to school and returned to the palace. The girl approached her women's dormitory. The guy noticed that with her abilities and courage she would climb there alone. The girl confirmed these words that she would forget without any problems. She also thanked the guy for today and wished him good night. When the girl returned, her legs were covered in blood. This is probably due to the fact that she danced a lot today and then walked for a long time. Her guardian turned to her. The cool guy approached her from behind and asked why she was here alone. He would like to discuss something with her, but her legs hurt. He can let her down on his back. They will talk while walking. The girl refused. Andre felt that there was a different smell next to the girl. When he looked at the guys, the guardian knight was already taking the girl on her back, because she couldn't refuse him. Andre realized that they were very close, but for some reason he felt unhappy because of this. And for some reason he was generally concerned about this. The guardian knight asked permission if he could heal the wounds if there were bruises on the girl's leg. With the help of magic he did these. This is a kind of high-level healing magic that he recently learned. The girl reminded the guy how the first time they met he also healed her legs. In fact, the guy remembered this. Then he was not very good in healing magic. Time passed very quickly and they both grew up. She noticed that the guy probably worked hard for several years, because he studied magic very well and even became a teacher at this school. The guy already knows that Mr. Mowen who rated her as a bronze level student. About this he wanted to talk, The boy was sure that it was all about this, that the teacher was irresponsible. He tried to contact the school on her behalf, but, according to the rules of the assessment test, only the senior teacher has the right to conduct a retest. Even though the boy does not have the right to conduct an assessment test, but he would immediately come to her aid whenever she needed him. The girl was surprised that the boy had been watching her all this time, and now he was here. The guys then went to their friend's house, the next day a course in elementary magic. The boy was teaching a lesson. From now on he will teach them basic magic. The girl herself had been looking forward to classes with Blair since she found out that he was a teacher. She did not expect it to happen so soon. Everyone in the Leo group is shocked that this is the same young teacher, who is only 13 years old. The teacher asked the guys to sit quietly, and warned them that today they will learn 2 types of basic magic, phantom magic and growth. One of the girls replied that the magical phantom determines the level of control of magic, but she had only just learned how to release her magic. Another also noticed that he is not a farmer. Why does he need to learn magical growth? But Bella that she had learned all this a long time ago. The little princess noticed that this was her first lesson. She had to give it her all. The teacher said that the girl could first try a magic phantom, but she must use her consciousness to control her magic and create a parrot phantom. The girl tried to do, but she didn't succeed, but the princess immediately managed to create it the first time. Later Bella tried to grow the plant, but she didn't succeed, and our princess repeated her attempt and her flowers immediately bloomed. Everyone around was surprised at how she is talented, and the girl replied that she simply saw the basics in advance, and quickly howled in practice. According to the teacher's observations, she is excellent both in control of magic and in the dexterity of releasing it, so she noticed that her work is excellent. The girl gave her teacher a gift. The children around were surprised that even the teacher was a girl. Bella was angry, because the princess succeeded the first time, and she stole her glory. She is only a bronze level student. She didn't understand what was so special about me, but in any case she wouldn't get a chance to be re-evaluated. If she didn't win the first prize at the chicken holidays, no matter how good she was, she would be expelled from school. We'll see, the girl said. I am sure that I will win first prize at the Freshers' Festival. After class, the guardian father approached the princess. In fact, he thought that she had enough skills to practice high-level magic. The girl really wanted to learn amazing magic. Then she asked if the boy could teach her. He agreed. He would like to teach her everything that he himself possesses. Then Success first of all asked her what she wanted to ask. When the guys were walking, they heard Bella screaming at Jelsa that he was just silver level, and why exactly did he become the princess's partner? Here is the girl herself at the planned level. Moreover, and not with Celia from the Great Empire, but the girl is the only one who has enough experience to be paired with her. If he understands this, then let him leave healthy. The girl herself understood that the princess was good if she became hers partner. Then it's definitely my first visit. Besides, it will be a good chance for them to make friends with her. She should get paired with her. But the boy replied that he wouldn't leave, otherwise it would be disrespectful and only towards his partner. But and in relation to their work, they and Celia are paired up after the stallions. Of course, he has enough experience to be her partner. This has nothing to do with her abilities from the silver level. The girl got mad and started screaming at the boy. Her silver level ability is no different from the bronze level except that he is not expelled from school. Couple with such a loser like him, it's a shame. The guy answered with a cold mind that everything was fine with him, and he and his partner were on the same wavelength. If she didn't want to be his partner, then she should come and tell him personally. The girl began use magic, but our princess came running and stopped the magic, and with the help of butterflies she stopped the girl. These were phantom butterflies. Bella asked not to meddle in none of her business, otherwise she would harm her, and a guardian knight appeared to her, and said that force was not a solution. Since they are both magicians, they need to solve the problem with the help of magic, and they cannot hold an honor magic competition. The loser will have to obey the winner, which teaches, he will judge the competition without bias. Both girls agreed, but the princess decided to take Jelsa's place. He understood that this was a good option. The princess promised that she would not let the boy down. The guys came to the place where they practice magical flight. With the help of magic, they must fly through obstacles on the training ground. Whoever gets to the finish line first wins. Of course the guardian knight expected that Bella choose a magical flight. As far as he knows, the princess has not yet learned this magic, but she looks so confident. Perhaps she knows how to do it. Bella began to fly very quickly. The princess also created wings and began to overtake the girl. As a result, she came to the finish line first. The guardian watched the princess. He understood that even if they both moved very quickly, this would require enormous magical endurance. Then he asked the princess to be careful. But at one moment Bella decided to cheat and use magic to attack the princess, but she managed to return. That's why the girl crashed into a tree. The princess reached the finish line and won. At one point her magic began to correct itself, and the girl began to fall. And the teacher grabbed her and put her on the ground. He was glad that everything was fine with her. He announced the winner of the competition, the princess. The princess remembered that she should have a rehearsal now. She began to offend, because yesterday she saw the dance of Jelsa and Saoli. Their performances were perfect down to the smallest detail. To beat them at the Freshers' Day, they must surprise everyone. Therefore, the girl ran into the hall to her partner. The girls needed to discuss something with their partner. The partner had never heard of what she was offering, and they should not need costumes and props, including a saber and a sword, protection as if they would have battle. The guy is not going to tease the girl any further. The guy knows where to buy all the things they need, so he asked the girl to follow him, rather than go there right now. It's their weekend now. Already evening. And the girl, don't consume it, the market will close soon. The girl ran up behind the guy. The guys went to the business district, walking right next to where they were last time. The girl can find anything here, and the guy is very familiar with this place. He thinks that they can find the necessary costumes and props here. The princess saw the fabric, this color that she needed, but the material was not suitable, and the guy himself looked at the girl, and he understood that it seems that she always becomes very excited at the market. The children ran up to Andre. They were scared. The guy asked for forgiveness. He is a princess. Apparently he needs to deal with the problem of the children, so she asked him to wait here. He will be back soon. The girl did not see this as a problem, and agreed that he needed to solve the problem, and he no need to worry. The guy ran away. The girl's thoughts were that usually the guy is always calm and confident. This is the first time she saw him so excited, and it was very interesting what happened. Then the butler watched everything. He was furious, like the guy dared to leave the princess alone in the market, so big, and she didn't know him at all. As soon as the butler wanted to go out to approach his princess, he was stopped by the supreme magician, because he again wanted to get involved in his business. The king himself ordered the supreme magician that he would guard the markets, near the school of magic sausage. He should make sure that his daughter will be safe. Vover instructed the supreme to take responsibility for the safety of the markets, and today it's his turn to patrol here. The Supreme previously warned the butler that he should not get involved in the princess's business, because she needs to grow up on her own. The butler replied that he was just keeping an eye on the girl, not because he was afraid that something might happen to her. He simply didn't get involved, but now she was alone. How could she find everything? He didn't understand that, what she needed to such a big market, and such a bunch of shops. The girl really looked scared, so the butler decided to approach her, but the girl didn't have much time. She won't just stand here and wait for the guy. She'd better look for what she needs herself. Happiness she was prepared. The girl summoned a magic puppet, and asked them to help her find the things she needed, combining the basic magic of Dew with the art of puppet magic, which she learned in the world from a past life. She created several unique magic puppets. While she was thinking about what she didn't want, they would help her find the necessary details in accordance with her thoughts. This would help her save time and effort. But he didn't understand why the magic she uses was unfamiliar to him. The future of the Archmage. I had never seen anything before, I thought. With the help of the girl she quickly found the necessary details but the things turned out to be such that she had to find a person who would take them to school. The trip turned out to be surprisingly successful, and the palace was shocked what the girl was going to show with these things on the stage. But the girls came up to the guys. They saw how the girl was not shy, scribbling a lot of money, so the men demanded money. Only 2 guys. The butler Archmage wanted to come out to help the girls. She touched her hand with one touch harmed men, and asked not to be seen anymore. By this moment, the Archmage and the butler remembered the princess's frightening smile. The last time she smiled like that, Inset, he had to put on a woman's dress and carry her into the library. The Archmage, when she was like that, smiled. For the last time, he was almost beaten again on the orders of His Majesty. Finally the butler was convinced that the girl had grown up and could take care of herself. The Archmage reminded the butler that the girl always behaves inappropriately for her age. She has already been 5 years old, knew how to create medicine, and now, at the age of 9, she had already learned magic that he had never seen. He feels that she is not as easy as she seems, and the butler himself has always been by her side, and she is clearly different from other children. The girl wanted to go back to school and make costumes for the performance so that they could start rehearsing as soon as when the girl returned. She saw the crowd. There stood Andre, who was beating the guys. One of the boys was grabbed by an aristocrat. Andre got angry and reincarnated as animals. His ears and claws grew, as if he were a cat. Half an hour before, Andre was running after the children. The girl said that she had angered the noblewoman. who was riding in a carriage and crashed into Peter. But instead of apologizing, he stated that Peter broke his carriage, caught him and began to demand compensation. The noble said that the boy could not leave without paying for the broken carriage. The man should teach him a lesson, so he decided to break the boy's leg. Andre suddenly appeared, who ordered the man to stop. The children asked him for help. First of all, the man asked if Andre knew this child, and if so, then let the guy himself compensate for the damage, instead of this child. People around looked at all this. They were only for the boy, but the men ordered them to be silent, otherwise he would punish everyone. Andre refused to pay. So the man waved his hand away and ordered his guards to catch him. They attacked Andre, but nothing worked for them. The guy used magic and was able to fight them off. That moment came Princess. She didn't understand how a guy could quarrel with the nobles, and why the nobleman kept in the hands of a child. The guy first turned into a beast. People around him were discussing him. Judging by his half-human and half-animal appearance, he must be one of the non-humans. Once that they are very strong in their animal form, and people who dare to offend them, a terrible end awaits. It was terrible. It turns out that one sincerely people was among them all this time. The guy repeated to the man that you let the child go for the last time. The man took his dagger and pointed it at the child. But Andre froze the man with one touch of his hand, and grabbed him by the throat. And he warned him that if he once again dares to touch any person because of this city, he will kill him. His life is worth nothing, so he can wait for himself to kill the nobleman. The nobles decided to leave. Whose child they tried beat him up and break his leg. He cried that he couldn't walk, because his legs were moving. The guy took him on his back and started dragging him. The people around were surprised that there was such a terrible monster among them, so everyone started screaming together for him to leave here. The princess ran up to the guy, grabbed his hand and asked him to leave here and take the children away. With one order the girl ordered the people to leave. They all did so together. You guys have come to a shelter called Angel. The other children asked what happened, but he didn't explain the whole situation. He simply let the child go from his back and showed him to stand because he could heal his leg. The girl never thought that the guy himself could be so kind and warm. He was completely different from the one at school. The guy took his leg. She had a lot of abrasions, but with the help of magic, he managed to patch up his leg. He lost contact with other non-humans when he was a child. Fortunately, the owner was very kind to him and took him in. Everyone here knows who he is, but does not reject him. So he decided that it would be his home to us for a long time. This shelter is the best thing in life. Peter decided to go to sleep now, because he felt bad. The guys will come here some other time. Already on the balcony the guy asked the princess if she was afraid of him. Because today I only saw about him. The girl was surprised why she should be afraid of him at all. The guy decided to explain that people call those who were born with the features of animals not people. A long time ago there was a brutal war between people and non-humans. Non-humans were defeated, and that is why now they are so rare. People undoubtedly won. But the power of non-humans is as great as that of animals. This is why people are still afraid of them and are hostile. The girl is a human, but she should have been afraid of him. But the girl did not understand what is so terrible about people. She has never heard of people not doing something bad. Besides, many of them hide in cities and live ordinary lives, like just people. People are afraid of people not because of previous enmity, but now they are friends. Therefore, the girl thinks that he will never harm her. With his great strength, he also will not touch anyone else without a reason, since she will not be afraid of him. Besides, she just saw how he was desperately trying to protect these children, and he even cured the wounded. The guy asked to keep his identity secret. For his sake, they want someone at school to know about this, otherwise he will be in more trouble. The girl promised. She opened the door to the balcony, and children appeared there. The first thing they did was ask would the guy stay here for the night, but he couldn't apologize. It was already late. They had to go back to school. After all, he needs to help with the rehearsal. The guy also asked the children to take care of Peter, and he also promised that he would return as soon as he was free. The girl realized that the guy was worried about Peter earlier, then she offered to leave the rehearsal for later. She could return and prepare the costumes for the props. Meet her in the rehearsal room tomorrow morning. The guy silently thanked the girl, and he and the children escorted her out the gate. The whole night came. She managed to survive only the phoenix. But it seems that all this would not be so if the rehearsal had not been at hand. She wouldn't bring these illegal things here. She was terrible at embroidery in a past life. It looks like you haven't changed anything, but some costumes can't stand in her way. At one point the girl pierced her finger with a needle, and from Andre appeared after her scream. He asked the girl what happened. The guy took the girl's hand, saw many wounds that were caused by a needle. He began to treat her hand. The guy decided to help the girl. He asked her to just close her eyes and send her the pattern that she wanted to embroider. He would do the rest himself. The girl introduced the phoenix. He saw her imagination. He had never seen such a thing. But since the girl liked the phoenix, then he made him appear. With the help of her memories he transferred the phoenix. The girl could not believe that the guy was such a good embroiderer. Now the guys decided to make a costume in the same way. With the help of the magic of stitching the guy they made a costume very quickly. And then they began rehearsing a new one performance. Time flew by suddenly as they rehearsed diligently. Soon the day of the freshmen's festival arrived. The king of the empire Ars, the supreme butler and also the brother of the princess arrived. On the day of the freshmen's holiday at the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, honored guests from all 3 countries gathered. The parents of the students were also invited. The princess met her father, as well as the rest of the children. The first thing the brother did was to approach his sister. Because they had not seen each other for a long time, he came here to support his sister. The father asked his daughter if she was ready to perform, and the palace was already ready, so he offered tea and cake. The brother offered to show his sister something better. He brought a support squad for her. The archmage and the nurses together they danced. It looked like complete madness. The king was informed that the kings of the great empire and the Korean kingdom were here. So the king's assistant asked that he was supposed to meet with them before the start of the holiday, because it was an agreement. The princess heard it all, therefore, she supported her father that if he is busy, then see her no later. The father accepted such conditions. He will return as quickly as possible and look at her performances. The father and his servants left. The girl's brother asked what kind of introduction she would have. The sister asked to wait for her brother, because later he will see her performance with his own eyes. His brother wished her luck, and he hopes that her performance will be the best. After all, the girl has many strong rivals, and she hopes that victory will be in her hands. Behind the scenes, the maids dressed up Sailly. She thanked him for helping her tie her hair the same way, because she didn't want it to fall apart during the performance. Also her partner stood next to her. She's like a princess. She can't afford to embarrass herself with the whole great empire. She must do everything in her power. Besides, she heard that Andre is also participating in this competition. She cannot lose to him. Her partner told her that in any case, he will also try. A good artist should give his best in any performance. Already in the room Bella, we saw a rather familiar face. It was a nobleman who beat the boy. It turned out to be Bella's father. The man did not understand how his daughter managed to get into such a mess, and called her a useless girl. Even now she cannot perform at the freshman's holiday. She ruins his entire reputation. The girl tried to explain that it was all because of Sai. She is a princess from the Ars Empire. A cursed princess. She always steals her moment of glory and mocks her. Fortunately, she will be expelled from school if she does this since she won't take first place. The girl also explained that she was cursed together with a couple under the name Andre. The man thought that he knew him, and suddenly he remembered that it was the non-humans. It seemed to him that this was the same person. Then he knew what to do. He will not only help his daughter deal with the girl, but will also make this fool pay for what he did. The performance began. Soon after, the first year celebration officially began. The celebration had already begun, and the prince was worried about his father. So he asked the supreme magician where his father is, and the archmage explained that it is possible that his majesty will not be able to come and watch his daughter perform. The annual freshers celebration is supposedly held for parents to watch students perform, but in reality this is rarely an opportunity for dignitaries from all countries come together. They come here in order to carry out sentences between countries and clans in order to develop. The boy was sure that his father would come soon, because this was a very important holiday for his sister. The king himself was sitting surrounded by other people, with the king of the great empire and also with the king of the Korean kingdom. The king was very bored listening to their conversations, and the girl, waiting for her father to arrive for the performance, suddenly heard a voice that called 2 names Celia and Gels. It was the turn for the performance. Their rehearsal could be seen earlier, and it was simply amazing. Girls, I was wondering how it would be now. The guys started performing. The girls used magic to turn the hall into a castle. The guys started dancing. It was a waltz on ice. Celia turned into a price in a castle on ice with the help of magic. Their dance movements make the performance absolutely. The whole audience was delighted with this dance. They called it very beautiful. Now they began to worry about the Soyo, because their turn was next, and the father still didn't come. The previous couple performed very well, not to mention the audience even loaded her with the performance. Now it's her turn. Her rivals are so serious. She doesn't really know that she won't be able to take first place, even if she wins. Her father won't see it. Andre approached the girl and began to calm her down. She's Tim's queen and the boss, and nothing she shouldn't be scared, but now she was scared of some insignificant performance. Then he asked her to fail, and it doesn't matter who she's competing with, and you can't allow yourself to be distracted. If she's different then she won't be able to perform with dignity. All rehearsals will be directed. Girl realized that the guy was right. She was determined to win the first prize. She cannot give up now. Her goal is to take first place so that she will be given a chance for a reassessment test. Besides, she knows that they are strong, but she believes that they can perform even better. She thanked the guy for his support, but still the father still did not come. She would like her father to be nearby and watch the performance. The time has come, but at one moment the father ran into the room. He asked for forgiveness for being late. The girl was very glad that her father came, but he still promised to come, wished good luck to his daughter, and he was looking forward to her performance. The guys decided to perform. Bella's father was really looking forward to their appearance, and finally, they come out. The game started, the guys showed up in public, they had wonderful costumes, the guys started performing their routine. The guys danced with swords. None of the audience had ever seen such a cool dance, and their costumes were simply incredible. Even the girls saw the pattern of his daughter's hope. It was a phoenix. The costume was worn exactly as if her mother, in which she once performed in front of him. Even Gels did not expect such a dance, and that it would fit so well. Unexpectedly one of people opened the flask, and green smoke came out. This is a potion that reveals the true essence of non-people. Now Andri turned into an animal form. The princess herself did not understand what happened to her partner, why he friend showed his true form, but they were not on stage. If he doesn't do anything, his identity will be revealed. She must pay attention to the others. So in a whisper she told him to repeat after her. The girl called a phoenix with the help of magic. The guy also wanted to summon a dragon with the help of magic. The people around were secret, but everyone was around. They saw that Andri ne. Of course the princess asked the guy why he friend showed his true form. He said that someone specially used a revealing potion to reveal his essence. He changed. He will try to control the transformation and with all his might and will hold out until the end of the performance. Bella's father did not appear and ordered to seize the guy. The princess's guardian suddenly appeared. He would not allow her to be harmed. The count himself did not understand how the boy could allow himself such behavior. The king also appeared. The girl's father was also angry. The count greeted the king. The count was informed that one of the non-people is hiding in the tower. So King Jules ordered him to draw it. In the end, he can harm the students and teachers. He must complete this task. However, he invites him to pick up his daughter, because she is the very same child, which will only bring misfortune to everyone, as non-humans do. By the way, he is non-human, and for the children, the count thinks he remembers everything. An incident that happened to a local a long time ago. A terrible person and non-humans and a high-level Mac entered into battle for an ominous child. But they did not expect that their clash would lead to an apocalypse that would plunge the whole world into poverty. Stanza, the count was sure that if they stayed here they would destroy all the children. As a father, he is afraid to imagine what danger his child is exposed to. Everyone around began to support the count, and Bella herself was waiting for this moment, because the princess would not be given a second assessment test. Only the prince would like to say his opinion about his sister. The butler restored him, and now it is useless to discuss something, but they must come up with another way. The king himself said that the count did not have any evidence to support his words. The other two kings arrived. The king of the great empire was the first to speak out, that the count Fed told him what was happening, and he was right. 2 time bombs cannot continue studying in this school, but because the princess's father said he doesn't want his daughter to leave this school, because all the country's talents studied here, he knows Olf is a genius, but still sent one of the non-humans and a child to this school for things. Even though the Ars Empire is the most public country of the sectors, it will be easy to defeat if the Great Empire and the Kreen Kingdom unite. His Majesty always sought to seize the Ars Empire together with the King of the Kreen Kingdom, but he had no reason to roll back to start a war, under the pretext of punishing these 2 children. Their country would soon be able to strike, so the Count told him about them to increase it, and they came up with this plan of the month. From one country he can contribute his treasure to what is happening. On the other hand, he has a chance to take revenge on these Inhumans. Andri also understood that they were trying to distract them. They specially used revealing potions so that you are in public view. He needs to find it, to show everyone their true essence, so with the help of his scent, he found the person who used the potion, and took it. As I was waiting, and they use a measured potion, which reveals the true form of Inhumans. The Guardian Knight Princess according to him that this product is under a ban, because someone has already begun to lose consciousness. This potion is prohibited because it is dangerous for ordinary people. People just don't feel it. Only non-humans are capable of this, but when a person inhales the potion, he immediately begins to experience a cough, then something and dizziness. If you inhale too much, the consequences can be fatal. Then the boy asked the Count how he dared to use this potion in such a crowded place. He replied that they just wanted everyone to see the real personality of this guy. You interrupted the conversation, because they said that the Ars Empire wanted to harm the students, but they were willing to risk people's lives and bring from the potion to reveal the true nature of the guy. The girl thinks, No one here has snakes. Who is really the real evil? The king of the great empire is not. I understood how the damned princess, and everyone was so arrogant, she dared to object to the elders, and she had no intentions. The girl's father was angry, but he understood that his daughter was bravely defending her honor. She behaved like a real princess and made him proud. Can't believe that she has such an outstanding daughter. But since the king of the great empire claimed that the child depended on her, then the king would emptily tell what disaster she had. Since they could not tell, the girl's father decided to tell. Instead of bringing misfortune to people, she saved the people of their side while still a child, when she was 5 years old, and she developed a special medicine and message not only for him, but also for the people, and she can help most people with her abilities and kindness after learning magic. So the king decided protect the guys, because they are his empire. But if he has any claims, they cannot start a battle. Each side stood with its own guards. The butler understood perfectly well that the king of the great empire was trying to create a problem, argue for her theme that the princess bequeathed a child. The king turned to the Burke. He saw how arrogantly the king of the empire ours behaved. If they do not unite now, in the future he will do everything to deal with them. The second king simply remained silent, but suddenly he said, "Love and peace, and not here to watch the performance, so he only wants to watch and enjoy it." The king of the great empire understood that the king of the ours empire, they came to enmity. But in the king of the third kingdom, he didn't choose the knights on his side. He really behaves like this. So King Burke took the other kings by the hands and offered to just watch the performance, because there's no need to spoil everyone's holiday. Suddenly the king, the great empire, hit the king on the hand, because the empire sent the damned princess and the Inhumans to the school. Ozel is not going to expel them, instead he is publicly covering for them. So he does not understand how King Burke wants to leave 2 time bombs in the school to destroy the future of the talented students of the countries. So he asked him to think about it, to think about the children from his state. They should not be in such a society. King Burke thought about it and patted the children on the head. He did not see the difference. Even if the damned princess and one of her partners is not loves, but they are just cute kids, they can't be time bombs. The girl's father was right that Burke is the same as before. He hasn't changed at all. And the king of the great empire doesn't know anything about him. King Burke hasn't seen this is a problem. So he turned to the king and the great empire that there is no need to spoil the annual holidays with such trifles. Then he invited them to return to their places and watch the performance. But the king and the great empire replied that today he was no longer in the mood for a holiday, and not two can stay and enjoy it. It's time for him, so he left, and now there is no point in doing anything. He will still have a chance. After the king in the great empire left, the house officially ended. Andre left the holiday in advance, to get rid of the effect of the revealing potion. With the support of her father, King Burke, and the school administration, the celebration continued. However, the words of the king of the great empire influenced everyone. They could not concentrate on the performance. After the end of the second part of the celebrations, the performance was time for hubbub fencing. They were about to announce that they had won the first prize. But everyone around them was discussing them, that no one thought that the girl would take first place, as she was afraid. Although the conflict was resolved, but the effect of the predicate of the king of the great empire remained. Other students began to relate towards her and the guy with suspicion. Apparently the elderly first place note was somewhere else. The girl thought so, and one of the administration read out the winners from the list. Since there is no director this year, he announces the winners. The winners of the first place were a couple, Selly and Jelsa. They were awarded cups. Bella was very happy, although she herself did not receive first place, but others took it, and the performance was much better than that of Sawyer and Andre. This was the girl's opinion. But Jelsa, his companion, was disappointed. The boy understood that after they took first place, but he did not feel happy. And the girl herself understood that if they had been worried about the previous performance, the victory would not have gone to them. And they do not deserve victory, as the princess expected. They took first place, but her father calmed her down. Her brother also calmed her down. The girl understood that the results of the shadow were the most important thing, and it was enough that her relatives liked it. Even the girl's guardian knight tried to calm her down. He suggested that the girl tell her about the repeat test. She knew about it, but she also knew that her father was very busy, that bothering him about such trifles, they didn't want him to worry about her. And she would also try to find another way, and, if nothing worked, she would ask her father to help. But it was too early to despair, and she really in a row. The guys shouldn't worry about her. The award ceremony itself wasn't over, so she decided to go. The girl's brother understood not, despite the fact that his sister won, as if everything was fine. It seemed to him that she was upset. The girl continued to say that she is fine. The guys went to the market of the eastern city. Her brother decided that he should buy her something to keep her. So she began to ask the supreme magician what he would offer, but they couldn't choose anything. They bought a lot of things, but despite the fact that it had accumulated a lot of things, he didn't find anything special. On the road the guys met an old woman who said that he was dying of hunger. The boy didn't understand how someone could starve under the wise rule of his father. He always taught him that if he sees someone in need, then he must stand on his side, because he is a prince. So he asked for help from the Supreme Mage. Together they went to the store and fed the old woman, and the Supreme Mage paid for everything. The old woman ate and ate. She gave the boy to Pavloda for vegetables. So she asked what worries the boy. He explained that his sister was sitting sadly because they got first place on the holidays of the first chicken at the Royal School of Sausages. He wanted to buy her some gifts to console her, but he doesn't like any of the things he bought. He doesn't know how to console her. The old lady was surprised. The Royal School of Collapse. The old woman reassured the boy, because he doesn't need to buy a gift to console her. Good gift is not he price, about sincerity. He should think carefully about the moments that were in the past with her. Perhaps he will find the most suitable gift in his memory. The boy was sitting now. He knows how to cheer up his sister. The princess herself was sitting under tree, and will not allow her to take the reassessment test, so she doesn't know what to do. Suddenly a yellow butterfly appeared, and it looked familiar. The girl started running after it, and her brother was there. First of all, the girl didn't understand why her brother was there. He had to return to the palace. But the brother replied that he felt that his sister was unhappy, and brought something interesting. Under the scarf in the air, many memories appeared with the girl. This was their childhood. These were the happiest moments of all. The sister. The girls really liked it. Sawyer was surprised that her brother calmed her down just like she did him. Then he took it sincerely to please her. He specifically mentioned what he said then and showed her happy memories. But the girl didn't understand, because a scarf can create only butterflies. So I asked the guy how he created you those scenes from the memories. He told the secret. He just used a few tricks. In the end, he can only use this flow of bliss. At the top of the tree stood the Supreme Magician. This was his tool for a trick. This was the first gift for the boy. So he really appreciated it. Moreover, this flow really brought him new happiness. So he wanted to share this happiness with her, because his sister said that she was happy now, which means this flow is about magic. He has magic that makes the two of them happy. The girl understood that her brother had long ago revealed her secret. It was just a small trick to make him happy. But he keeps this scarf as the most expensive gift. He even worried about that she might be unhappy. Before she realized it, the boy had grown up, and was no longer the obedient and ignorant child of his. The girl decided to tell her that her teacher intended to rate her as a bronze-level student. If she did not get the grade, she would be kicked out of school, so she made a deal with him. He agreed to repeat the assessment test in exchange for first place, but she lost. The boy was angry, because he did not know how to wash his sister. Suddenly an old woman appeared and she was sitting on a tree. She realized that the boy had a problem. The Supreme Magician appeared and asked why the old woman was pursuing them, but she did not show any sign and simply approached the prince. And she heard that the boy had problems, and she was in his debt. She was ready to deal with it and help him. She will help his sister raise her grade. The Supreme Mage asked if the old woman was sure. The old woman just changed her appearance. She did not lie to them. As the director of the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she is sure that she can help them. The Supreme Poppy was surprised. The director herself said that she did not plan to present herself and announce her return, but she had no other choice. Both children did not understand who such a young girl could be the director. The Supreme Magician said that even though Miss Monica looks young, no one knows her real age. For many years she has maintained the appearance of a young girl, and she is the most mysterious. She is a student of the former director of the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She is very talented, and even the Supreme Mac is not on par with her, and due to her incredible strength, her election as the new director after the former director resigned. All magicians dream of becoming the director of the Royal School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, because this is an unknown thing. But Miss Monica went her own way. She left the post of director to travel the world. For several years she had fun. In addition, the girl, she took responsibility. Every year she comes here, disguised. Watch the freshman's holiday. But she was late because she had lost her wallet, and was too hungry to go. The prince asked the women if she would really help him in return for the fact that he gave her food. She answered positively. But this is not because he treated her when she saw how diligently he goes to support his sister. Then I remembered my student. Even though he is young, in fact he is an attentive and good comforting friend. He is always ready to help others, like Brother Princess, when he tried to find solace for his sister. In addition, the woman sees that his sister is definitely superior to the bronze level, so she is willing to give her a chance to retest. The girl thanked the director of the show. The director ordered that the girl came back and prepared. She will attend the revaluation at the altar of the Magic Star, and she needs to return to inform those concerned. She is the director. After all, the girl was surprised at the altar of the Magic Star. Few people go there. And the girl did not understand why the director chose this place for the reassessment test. She was sure that her decision made sense. Otherwise, the line is not that important now. But she should grab this chance and try her best. Already in class, the teacher put the cup on place. He was very glad that finally this year they took first place. Bella was sitting next to him. She was glad that the damned princess did not take first place and now everyone at school will treat her badly. The teacher supported the girl, but Bella was a complete headache for him. If his family did not depend on her father, who asked him to look after her, he would not have spent a minute on this girl. If the count had blamed him for the girl's injuries, she would have been in trouble. Fortunately, he made the child to blame for everything. The girl noticed that the damned child is very cunning. She will definitely find a way to pass the retest. Suddenly a light appeared and said that the director had returned as a senior teacher. They must immediately go to the altar of the magic star, because the director will conduct a repeat assessment test for Sai this evening. Everyone was in shock. The guardian knight and Andre ran up to the princess. The first one heard that the girls were given a chance for revaluation. The girl said that it was all thanks to the director, that she was ready to give a chance. Suddenly the director appeared from behind. She greeted her old friend Andre. The director immediately began to hug the boy, because he was so small when she last saw him, and now he's even grown up. The guy said that the director is the sponsor of the Angel Orphanage. She knew about his personality as a non-human, but still brought him to the Royal School of Witchcraft Magic. The director offered to go to the altar better than the magic of the stars. Everyone around did not understand why the director decided to re-evaluate the altar of magic stars. One administrator hopes that the director will finally return, because she heard his prayers, but Tanya wanted. Mo held the princess, and greeted everyone. She announces the start of the re-evaluation test. Before it officially starts, she wants to explain something to them, why she is giving the girl a chance to re-evaluate. Many of them know that the girl's crystal ball was destroyed during the first evaluation test for first year, and therefore she was rated as a level student. However, the headmaster believes that they also heard about the calendar great magician who blew up the crystal ball during the test. This great magician had special power. So the headmaster don't think that the girl is just a weak student bronze level. There may be great power hidden within her. 7-7 like that great magician, so she has a more suitable way to evaluate her. The director and used magicians to summon the chains and the rod that the legendary Poppy left. He carries himself a courageous magic, but no one can use it. The one who can use this power will contact the wand and make it fall. If the girl can contact the wand, then this is proof that she has the same abilities as a great magician, that he is his student. The truth of the halls is a social ball, a great magician. The girl walked up to the rod and grabbed it. Suddenly it shone, and the girl realized that it was spiritual chi. The girl moved. She realized that this was a lie of spiritual meaning, created by her residual spiritual and spiritual chi. Inside her there was a legendary wave. She finally came to him, and he was waiting for her. First of all the girl asked who he was. He explained his name is Leon Lynx. He is a cultivator who traveled through time like her, but just a fist of the soul enclosed in a wand. He did not expect to meet someone so similar to him, because she understands the encyclopedia that he wrote from an alien world. It also protects from his soul, but he is too weak to form a human spoon. So no one noticed him. Girl, she noticed him the moment she first opened the book. In fact, he needs to tell her something. Once upon a time, long ago, he was lucky enough to know the road to heaven, but he also learned that a time-traveling cultivator like both of them, the heavens will not tolerate here, and one day there will be a live-to-die disaster. He foresaw that the goat stanza she will face is extremely dangerous. As the eldest, he would like to give her the star rod, and also the man hopes he will help her survive the disaster. This is a unique rod, which he dedicated his entire life. The stronger the one who uses it, the stronger the rod can be. With its help you can even move mountains and control the forces of nature. The men began to say goodbye, touched the girl's head, and disappeared. The girl floated in the air and began to evaporate. He also transferred the moment to that girl. The girl was accepted by the star rod as its owner. He will always follow her. This is the star ring into which the rod turns. When she needs to use the rod, she can use the ring to call him. Also the legendary one wishes her a safe future, sent her away, but also united with her. The circle couldn't believe it. The director said that the rod accepted the girl as its owner. This means that she really has the same special abilities as the legendary one, a great magician, and she already has such special power. The usual evaluation system can match her abilities. Everyone around was surprised. The director also drew the teacher's attention. As a senior teacher, he can't help but carefully evaluate his students. He doesn't deserve this position. From now on he will be demoted to a regular teacher, and also the director will ask another teacher to take his class for a while. The children and friends of the princess congratulated her. The repeated assessment test was finally completed, but the princess did not understand what disaster they told, live or die. Our girl's brother came up to her and began to congratulate her. He began to say that she would succeed, but suddenly the boy fainted. There is magic in the building at the royal school. Everyone sat down together around the bed where the girl's brother was lying. The boy's father suddenly came in and asked how his son was feeling. The doctor explained that the prince had not yet come to his senses and asked for forgiveness. The king demanded an explanation of what happened. The doctor fell to his knees and asked His Highness to calm down. He found out everything. The prince lost consciousness due to the fact that he inhaled some kind of revealing green. Everyone was surprised. The king asked the doctor that if he knew the reason why the guys were sitting with him. The doctor began to explain that he inhaled a very small dose, so at first everything was fine. But then the potion began to stimulate the curse hidden in it. The curse is the real reason, it is very strong. He tried to control it, but it didn't work. Any type of healing magic does not work. And now, when the curse has found its full force and for the potion, the doctor can do little to save him. They need to find the first reason and remove the curse. The girl realized that the only way to save her brother is to sacrifice her soul. The king called his guards. The girl asked where her father was going. The man replied that he wanted to make the one who looked to touch his child pay for everything. The boy is still unconscious. If her father's actions lead to a conflict of the great empire, will it be dangerous? The director turned to the girl that her father is angry now, and she can go with him if she is worried about him. Also the girl can leave her brother to the director, she will try to save him. The girl decided to leave, and her guardian knight ran after her. As her guardian, he must be with her the moment when she goes somewhere. The director noticed that Andre was also worried about the girl. But the boy asked to forget about it. He is one of the non-humans, his presence can only worsen the situation. Besides, this is to some extent the principal feel bad because of him. He should stay here and try to help him. If he finds a way to return his consciousness, he can calm the girl down. King Felix of the Empire shouted at the count, and this not only failed to create a problem, but in addition they also humiliated in front of everyone. The count tried to calm the king down. He had just received good news and wanted to share it with him. His daughter Bella told him that the prince from the Ars Empire had lost consciousness, and this caused a scandal. He heard that the principal was under a curse, which could not be removed. Prince, the only legacy of the empire, if something bad happens to him, the empire will be left without a future king. And in this case he can easily crush the empire with the help of his wisdom and strength. The king understood that the business side was doomed. The count confirmed his words, and suggested that he not lower him and start watching him. And they must make sure that the prince was wiped out of the face of the earth forever. The king was counting on his subordinate count. A guard ran into the room below. The king and the girl's father were already standing on the street, with his guards and the whole in armor. People around did not understand what was happening here, and also the count's daughter. The girl's father did not understand what to do here, especially surrounded by so many soldiers. The king of the great empire came out, and did not understand what was happening. He saw that the king of Ozel was in armor. The man took out a sword and pointed the great empire at the king. The king explained that his son fell into a coma because of their potion. They must pay for it. The king's daughter saw her father so angry for the first time. The girl's father explained that they were never afraid war. The king of the great empire did not understand whether Ozel had really gone crazy, and wanted to start a war for some child, but instantly he realized that he had always been such a maniac, and because of his cruelty, the Ars Empire became what it is now. He is never nice. He wanted to start a war, but only if the king of the Kreen Kingdom was on his side. But Burke definitely does not want to participate in this. The great empire alone cannot cope with the Ars Empire. Then Blood asked why his father was so sure that it was because of him potion. His child fell. The king that it was true because of the potion, and it was the count's proposal. Their empire had nothing to do with it. Then the king ordered the count to be brought to him. Another king or empire agreed if he was so good at it, insisted, then he would give it to him. Ordered his guards to understand the counts, and bring it here. The king of the great empire said that he did not give him permission to do anything, and he did not expect him to create such a mess. He will not even defend the future king. He can only blame the count, and let Ozel deal with him. Only how can he protect the great empire? The count did not understand why the king abandoned him, but he answered to shut up. He shouldn't have trusted him. The count understood that he had screwed up. Now he was just a hostage abandoned by his majesty. His daughter tried to scream, but the king ordered the guard to catch his daughter, and also explained that it seemed his whole family was involved in this, and even now they are trying to throw mud at their empire. The king does not ask for this. He declares that from this moment the count and his family no longer belong to the great empire. The count fell to his knees before the empire of Ars, and began to ask for forgiveness until he killed him. He is everything I'm ready to tell. The man's only decision was to tell everything about the king who abandoned him. This was his only way to survive. But the girl's father didn't understand, because killing a man would be too much for me. Now his son is tormented by a curse. He must pay the same amount, in which his son should suffer. Then he ordered his guards to take him away. He would sentence the count to torture with a curse for harming the heir to the empire. The girl was surprised how her father wanted to use torture with a curse, because she herself had heard that torture with a curse was itself a terrible death penalty. The executioner casts curses on the criminal, and his soul will be, in an endless cycle of deaths. He will be men to death pain from near-death suffering many times. It is the first sight that the father is so cruel. He always loved her. He was kind and strict from the fathers, who always cared about to her. This made her gradually become ill that he is not only those, but also a ruthless king, when it comes to the good of their empire. For him a prince, that as a father he loves her, but as a king, when he has no choice but to, it is possible for him to lift the curse from the prince. The girl's father explained that if something bad happens to his son, the punishment for the count will be only the beginning. The king of the great empire understood that Ozel was serious. All the guys came together to the prince's bed. He is still here, did not wake up. Andrei explained that he had tried all possible ways to lift the curse, but it was definitely very strong. Then the director suggested that even if it was strong, she didn't think there was a way to wake him up. For this they would need the help of non-humans. They say that he does not have a sacred treasure that can suppress the curse. The curse placed on the prince is very strong, but the sacred treasure can weaken his powers and at least wake him up. The girl asked the director that it is possible that the prince's curse will be lifted. The director replied that she was sorry to talk about it, but it can only bring him to his senses. The curse of the soul is not so easy to remove from him. She tried to understand this curse, and everything that we knew how to find out the curse has the smell of a ghost, but not enough who knows. But this is a curse from a ghost who experienced a terrible death and a grudge. That is why it is called a ghost curse. She learned about this incident during one of her travels. The curse is so complex that she cannot do anything about it. She is afraid that it was cast either by a powerful magician or an expert in the field of curses. The prince's father did not understand. Because his son was born, his son was cursed. He did not understand who in the spirit wanted to do such a thing to the child. The director continued to say that the correspondence of the curse had really worsened due to, for revealing the potion. What can she do now? Try to leave the curse so that it does not cause him even more harm. But she is not able to wake him up. Then the princess decided to ask about what treasure the headmistress had just said. The woman began a story about bones, limiting the spell. The women herself know little about it, but they can try to use it. Because the prince can die at any moment if he is not brought out of the coma, they say that the bone, and the limiting spell, is located in the forest, an illusion where they live, not people. They must find her as soon as possible. However, except for people, no one knows where exactly she is. Everyone immediately looked at one of the people who was the force next to them, but he upset them. He had lost contact with his family yet since childhood. He also doesn't know such people can be found. The girl realized that it seems that first they must find out where the illusions are. The king said that the flight of the soldiers and Katia was his. He was obliged to bring a bone, limit the spell more often. So he asked the director to take care of Prince in the coming days. She promised that she would do such things. She returned here only for the freshman's holiday, but she did not expect so much to happen. She hopes that everything will be fine with the sprint. The girl's father patted her on the head, and told her that she should fight in order to rest. The girl understood that he must be worried about his scene, but she can't just bet on the side. She must try to find Forest of Illusion, to save her brother. Everyone sat in the library together and began to study books. The next days she did everything she could to find some information about the forest. They also helped her and did their best when Angela and Gels eliminated the news. They also do not hesitate to use their connections to help her. However, several days passed, but they still did not learn anything about the Forest of Illusions. Although Angela and the guy did not bother to help and look for him, the boy's curse cannot wait any longer. Suddenly Celia appeared, who also wanted to help. The girl knows that the principal lost consciousness due to the fault of their empire. She still has to apologize. I hope her father can do everything that her strength. That's why she asked Jelsa to bring her here. She knows that it's harder to trust, even if she is not accepted to remember her. She herself will go to look for the forest. Even though she is a princess in a great empire, she is surprisingly kind. She is not at all like her father. The place is no longer known to us. People traded information. It was said that there is a place that called Dark Water Street. It is a famous black market where all sorts of dirty deals are made. Aziz is quite dangerous, but there you can find almost any information that people need, regarding things that are unknown to the average person. Maybe someone there knows well information. The most dangerous thing is that no one knows who you are dealing with. If a person is lucky, nothing will happen to him, but in the worst case he can decide his life. The princess did not care, until now. As long as there is hope of finding the forest and Lucy, and she must try. The guys came to this street. No one could convince her, Because she was determined, Andre led them to the black market, but they were like lambs who stumbled upon a pack of wolves. They were surrounded by evil looks. From their behavior it is clear that they are not up to anything good. There is danger here. Then she thought they should hurry up, so she asked the guy if he knew where they could get the information they needed. The guy said that somewhere here there is a place called the Joker's house. The owner knows almost everything, but the guy doesn't know where exactly he finds it, so they need to find it and make some efforts. Gels replied that it seems he himself knows where this place is, because he saw it. Why go inside? They didn't see how anyone, sitting next to a crystal ball, the woman was in a Valhalla, greeted the guys, because they wanted to know this information that he needed. The woman asked the princess to come here and put her hand on this crystal ball and blow over her question, which she wants to know. The girl did these and began to think about the forest and people, but nothing happened. The woman weighed that one of her was not enough and two were needed, and they should take each other from the ball. But as Andre sat down to himself that it would be him, and it would be awkward, but the girl's guardian knight agreed to this. The guys in this place began to think about the same thing. Suddenly a purple beam appeared, the ball began to speak. The first one weekly was that they were perfect compatibility, and asked them not to be nervous. The two of them could become the perfect couple. He is just a crystal ball for marriage predictions. It was long before they were born. Their marriage was made by heaven. Even God will be happy to see them together. The ball explained that the most popular thing in the poker house is marriage prediction. Nothing doesn't know about their forest. The guys were surprised, because they were looking for the Joker's house. But the woman explained that this is not so. This is a poker house. First-class marriage prediction. On a dark water street, there is a red peeling off on the door. Apparently they got confused, but she realized that they fit each other perfectly when they are all inside. The guys decided to go look. She is already a princess of a great empire. She noticed how both guys really want to help the princess. She also noticed that they should be worried like she is, because the prince has not been in a coma for days. Well, it seems our main character never noticed anything. After that they looked for the Joker's house on the black market. After going through a couple of incidents, they finally found the Joker's real house. Go inside. A man was sitting there, and the first thing he asked was what they wanted to know. Girl greeted him and asked about the Forest of Illusions. The man slammed the table. The man is selling information, so he can hold the doors and windows wide open and loudly discuss something as serious as the forest people. He is the most distant person on the black market, and almost all the information here comes from him. Others may not know about the Forest of Illusion, but he not only knows about him, but he can also tell them how to get there. The man himself did not expect that someone would come to him, or was it great luck? Judging by the girl's ruby eyes, he can definitely say that this is the same bequeathed child. And 10, I'm a princess of the empire, and she must have a lot of money. Since she has it, he can't miss this opportunity to swindle her for a large sum. The man began to say that his information is worth a lot. The girl said that as long as the information is lost, it doesn't matter. But she cannot be sure that the man is not lying. The man decided to show something to begin with. It was a mirror. This mirror is a sacred treasure. It cost a man a lot to get it, where they did not find it. With its help you can instantly move to the forest illusions. But not people can activate movement. Andre felt the smell of his relatives, so she said that the man could not lie. The man himself looked at the princess's eyes, and saw in her completely confidence in what was happening. So he could ask for a huge amount. He asked for 50,000,000 gold coins. In addition, he wants to get her ring, and otherwise they can leave. The man heard that the other day the star rod was a prize and its owner. This rod never belonged to the great arc magician. The man didn't know if he would disrupt the course by getting her ring. The guys understood that writing 1 million was not a small amount, but they would come up with something. But however, they are clearly not going to give the ring. The man began to explain that well, people want to get into the forest and people, if they buy it, then he will sell it to others. The girl began to think about this situation, deliberately inflating the price when she lived in the world cultivation. She and others contacted him, so she wanted to teach him a lesson, inform him that they were leaving. The girl could not afford such a purchase. The man understood that they would not find a foggy mirror anywhere else, so sooner or later they would return, and then he will make them pay an even higher price. When the guys left, one of the boys asked that they were really leaving, because they were looking for that very treasure. And Andre also, I don't think that they can find any other fog mirror on the black market. Here was interesting what the girl came up with. She said that she came up with something. He thinks that this mirror is very important for her, then he inflates the price. She will make it so that he will have no choice but to sell it to her at a low price. The next evening, the man realized that only he had a fog mirror. They were looking for him the day, and think that soon they would return to beg for him. Bandits came to his stall. The guys heard that the seller had a fog mirror. The man knew about them. These bandits were from the Axe Gang, who are considered the most sensual on the street. but for some reason they came here and asked him for a foggy mirror. One of the guys approached the man and said that everyone in the market knows what the man has. There are fogs and a mirror. The guys began to extort a foggy mirror, but the seller himself did not understand. It's just a mirror that can transfer people. An illusion came out, it cannot give abilities, so he asked to calm people down, and said that as far as he knows, this is usually made a teleport mirror. It cannot do what they confirm, but the guys did not believe it. The men began to push and began to break all his things. Then the man was asked to give the mirror. The men understood that they were from the most public gang. If they wanted to destroy his store, no one will put up with stopping them. He went through a lot of trouble to steal this mirror. It costs at least 10 million, but yesterday, he could easily sell it for 50 million, and gain 40. But how can he continue now business, if the bandits don't stop? Of course he can mirror. But what if they find that it doesn't know how to give them abilities? When they get it they will pester him again. Our guys appeared and asked about a lower price. The seller began to suspect girl that she began to spread false information, but the girl began to turn on the fool, because she is just a child. How did she do something later? In addition, she rushed here because she heard the same rumors. They really spread rumors that in the Joker's house has powerful sacred treasures, not people. Because of the Axe gang attracted to the dark street, they immediately put a cool mirror. These hooligans never negotiate with others, but prefer to immediately resort to violence. By that time, it became even worse, and the foggy mirror would turn into a real problem. The girl knew that he would be faced with a choice, so the girl proposed the idea that she would pay 10,000 gold coins for this. The man was shocked. The man reminded that the price was 50 million, and the bandit also turned against the girl and began to kick her out, but she simply walked past them to the seller and warned the seller that if he didn't sell it now, he would regret it later. The man understood that at least he could earn 10,000 gold coins if he sells it now. If he didn't do this, then the bandits will continue to bother him. He can get rid of them right now. So he agreed to sell the girl, put the coins, and the man gave the mirror, and also said that he had not underestimated the girl. Now the man understood that this would be the girl's problem. The bandits immediately targeted her, but the girl had one Nelu, who was able to use the mirror, and they all moved together. The seller did not understand. It turns out there was an inhuman among them, and this girl must have been planning to escape, moved to the forest and people, as soon as they received the mirror curse. The teleportation was a success. The girl's plan really worked. They moved to the forest of illusion. Unicorns suddenly appeared. The guys moved into the forest of illusion, but there was an unknown place around, so the guys needed to be careful. Andre understood that there should be a place of residence. Even though he was here for the first time, everything here somehow creates a feeling of closeness and belonging to. He didn't know this place, so he asked himself whether he wanted to be here in his distant childhood. The guardian knight turned to the guy, because he thinks too long, because in any case, it's good that he returned to his homeland. The guy understood that Andre was in his native lands for the first time, so his worries can be understood. So the boy thinks that now he looks upset. The princess approached the guys and turned to Andre. How his friends will not always be there for him, because nothing will happen. All the guys supported the guy, and together they decided to go further and look for the bone. Suddenly blinkers were heard. The guys were surprised and prepared to attack. Suddenly a unicorn with wings appeared. They stood in front of the guys. They were aggressive. Unicorns are such a rare legend, but they managed to meet several at the same time. Maybe the princess explained that they accidentally trespassed on their territory, and did not want to anger them, so they came to them. The guy read something about the unicorn. As far as he knows, it is a gentle creature that does not attack people just like that. Say that they are so humane that they help lost travelers get out of the forest. Maybe they can persuade them to lead them to the bone that limits spells. The princess supported the words of her knight, but they are damn hostile, so the girl didn't know how they could achieve this result. Andre decided to help, because he is one of the non-humans. The forest of illusion is his territory. Since unicorns live here, they should treat her well to people like him. The guy approached the unicorn and with the help of magic a carrot appeared in his hand. The unicorn took the carrot and threw it away, because the only thing they eat is rainbow carrots. So Gels decided to try it himself. He decided to use a musical instrument. After he started singing a song, the unicorns calmed down. The melody was very beautiful. Even after listening to her, the princess felt better. The princess herself felt as if she was on the road, trying to get closer to them. They began to treat them well. In fact, Gels explained that they came here in search of side-limiting spells, then asked if it would help Unicorn find her. It seems the unicorns understood what the guys want, and it seems they know where the bone bordering the spell is. It was great news for the guys. Together they sat on 3 unicorns and flew. The unicorns led them through the sea of stars and headed towards their goal. Late at night, after a long journey, they decided to take a break. The princess noticed that something was wrong with Gels. He flew in as if he was upset, so she walked up to him, touched his shoulder, and asked him what had happened. The guy was hanging. This is the responsibility of boys, for girls, so he cannot allow himself to rest. And the princess sat on guard, then asked to return to bed. The girl replied that she could not sleep, because she was worried about her health. To get out, the guy asked the girl not to worry. He believes that with the help of unicorns, and not quickly find a bone, but limit the spell and return to save him. By the way, the girl answered about this, and thanked the guy. He again reassured his unicorn with music. It was incredible. The guy replied that he himself actually taught this melody to his mother. She wrote it herself to calm people down. She also gave him this harmonica. His mother was a legendary dancer. No one could compare with her, and also her moo received universal recognition. The girl was shocked, because his mother is so amazing. It's no wonder that he is so talented in his performances. He must have inherited his mother's passion and serious attitude towards dancing, but unfortunately, he will never see her perform again. The princess understood that the boy was so upset when he spoke the alphabet to his mother last night, but now he acts as if nothing happened. The guys suddenly saw something interesting. It was a village. The unicorns are getting ready to land. The hike, they are at their destination. The guys got up from the unicorn. The boy thanked the unicorn for the train, and they flew away. Now it was time to leave. It was time for them to go to the village to get information about Kostya. Only the guys wanted to take a step on. They were shot with an arrow. Two non-humans stood on a tree, and at one point several more guys appeared around the guys. One of them asked what people were doing. The guys were sent to a dungeon in the village of no people. One of them people ordered the guys to behave decently. The guys were put in a dungeon, not people. It seems they mistook them for intruders, then immediately took them prisoner in order to avoid conflicts and find out the information they needed. They didn't resist. They thought that they would have a chance to talk with them, but they locked them in different cells. The princess and Celia were left alone, and the rest of the guys were taken to another cell. The girl hoped that the non-humans would treat him very well, but they touched them, so they weren't allowed to say a word. She had to figure out how to explain the situation to them. The girl suggested one option, so she turned to one of the non-humans and said that they came from the world, so she asked to take them to a meeting with their leader. The man said that he had already informed the head of the village about them. They did not advise prayer. Sooner or later they would meet with him, and the princess asked about the rest of the guys, because she, for example, was worried about safety or them now. But the non-human did not react to her words. He did not want to sit at all. The girl said that the boys were fine. Celia tried to calm her friend down. Now it's useless. If the head of the village has been informed about everything, they can only wait. After all, there is no other way than to continue and see the result. At one moment another non-human came to his relative. The second brought good news. The head of the village returned and said that they could kill prisoners for food. The princess was very scared. The first did not ask his relative who would be tastier. The second replied that, of course. She was small with pink hair, her meat should be tender. He thought that the big one with blonde hair, because her meat should be tastier. This meat will be enough for him. The girls were very scared because all the signs were falling on them. Of course one of the girls heard that it's not people who eat people, but she didn't expect that the rumors seemed true. The guys couldn't become prey to non-humans. First they had to get out of here, and then save their guy's son as soon as possible. The only problem was that escaping from the guard's tray was a difficult task. But the princess had one idea. Celia had to play along with the girls. The princess pretended to faint. Not the ladies immediately reacted to this. Celia explained that the girls suddenly lost knowledge. Perhaps yesterday she carried something poisonous in this forest. She was poisoned. The non-human opened the door. Otherwise they began to examine the girl. They didn't find any traces of poisoning. But the people's father decided to look at the girl's hand, and suddenly when he touched it, she began to evaporate. With the help of magic, Celia used magic to freeze the door. So she managed to escape and lock up the people inside the cell. The princess said that she knew that they would quickly go to examine her after hearing about her poisoning. After all, who would be smart enough to eat poisonous berries if they thought of them as prey, and would not necessarily go into the cell to check on the girl and then escape? The princess used a disguise called the Fading Mirage, so they were able thrown out of here, but Celia was surprised, because she had never seen such magic. So she decided to ask her friend what kind of magic she had just used. The girl promised that she would tell everything later, but now she needed to get out of here quickly. The princess was wondering where they were locked. Rest. After all, there is only one way out of this dungeon, but after their escape from the cell they never found anyone. Perhaps the rest of the guys were not here at all. Suddenly a ringing sound was heard, and apparently it was an alarm. The princess suspected that it was possible, and their escapes had already been recognized. Suddenly several people appeared, the ones who were there before. The yellow-haired one started the dialogue first. He didn't understand why the girls couldn't sit quietly and not cause trouble. Celia decided to be the first to engage in combat. With the help of magic she created a whirlwind, and the whirlwind was able to freeze the ground. Yellow-balled Nellius ordered the girl to immediately remove her magic, but 100 tears were too slippery, but the girls could calmly walk on the ice, because they created skates for themselves. The girls flew past not people, and were able to escape. First they need to get out of here, and then they will try to find information about the rest. The guys ran to the exit. With the help of wings they flew away from there. They managed to get out, and now, they decided to find the rest. But suddenly the boys appeared in front of the girls. Everyone stood in bewilderment. Andre was the first to ask what the girls were doing. They had the same question about him. The guy explained that they were freed by the head of the village. An old man suddenly appeared and told the audience that he was going to free them, but unexpectedly they didn't come themselves. That's how he even laughed. He was very sorry that most of the villagers had never seen people, and were too afraid of them, so they banned them. The old man was called by the name Leap. He was the head of the village. While the guys were locked up, Andre admitted that he was one of not people, so since the guys were his friends, and immediately released and began to trust, the old man explained, to express their apologies, and did not decide, threw them a welcome party. But the girl wondered why not the people in the cell were discussing how to eat them. The old man laughed. Because the girls were not people who misunderstood. The old man pointed to the pigs, which looked very much like our guys, of course. The guys were at first surprised why pigs have hair and they look exactly like them. Suddenly one of the non-humans came running and said that this month something is wrong. There is ice for no reason and no one can get out. Anyway, after the misunderstanding was cleared up, the ice magic was not removed and they apologized to them. They were merciful enough not to blame them. At their warm invitation, they took part in the party they organized on the occasion of their arrival. The guys sat on the street, at the back table. They were offered to try pig with hair because it is very tasty, and the guys will never find it anywhere else. The old man asked why the guys were here. And what are they even doing in this forest? The princess explained that they came here in order to find the bone that limits the spell. The old man was surprised at such a request, and everyone around was also surprised. The princess did not understand what was happening. The princess asked to stand up, but the man was simply happy. For him it was happiness, because at last someone would take away the bone that limited the spell. But the girl simply approached the man and asked him not to kneel. They didn't ask why they were like that reacted, knowing that they had come to take away the spell-limiting bone. The old man explained that this is a very bad thing. In fact, the spell-limiting bone is a magic crystal that absorbs all the magic nearby. It is near the village. At first, they did not know about its existence. But after living here for some time, they began to lose their mana. Later, after searching, they found a bone that limited the spell. They tried to get rid of it, but they only found tea, which needs strong magic to destroy the bone. Put it too late. When they found it, it affected them for too long. Their magic was not enough to remove the seal and the bone-limiting spell. Time passed, and they had not completely lost the ability to magic. They had long wanted someone to take it. The princess asked a logical question. If they could not destroy her, then why didn't they just leave? Everything would work out if they left. The old man explained that they couldn't just leave so easily because they were elected. Andre asked why they were known. Explained that because of the racial and political struggle among her, people may not know what happened. But political wars exist and non-humans, they and the residents were part of the Sky Wolf clan. The last kingdom of the non-human clan, led by the Sky Wolf King, grew stronger and stronger anywhere. The Sky Wolf clan was the strongest clan among all non-humans. Almost everyone admired them. But some clans turned out to be under the rule of the Sky Wolf clan, led by the Snake clan. They sowed internal enmity. The traitor of the Sky Wolf clan allowed them to easily break into their tribe. They killed many defenseless civilians to protect the remaining ones. King Walser fought them to the last. It was a fierce war. Almost all the members of the Sky Wolf clan died, never the glorious Paul Sky Wolf clan, even their little prince. The last member of the Sky Wolf clan died in that war. Understood that the prince was alive. Besides, he was looking at him now. It was Andre. After that war, the Snake clan became the new royal clan. They are members of the Heavenly Wolf clan. They were not part of it. That's why they were known here. They wanted to leave, learned about the existence of the bone-limiting spell, but it turned out that they were being followed, and they even sent people to prevent them from leaving. But the old man understood that they most likely intended to send them here, closer to the bone, limiting the spell, so that they could have weakened their strength. That's why the old man was so happy. He found out that they were looking for a bone that would limit the spell, because it didn't affect their magic, which means they were stronger enough to take it. It turned out that the bone would limit the spell. It wasn't a treasure at all. Most likely people thought she was like that, and they misunderstood. But the old man asked the princess, her bone-bounding spell. The girl explained that in truth, A terrible curse was placed on her younger brother. She needed a bone to wake him up. The bone bounding absorbs magic. The fact that she can weaken magic and the curse, she can really suppress the curse. The old man understood this very well, but at the same time she will constantly flatten the magic of people nearby. Over time she may lose her magic like them, so Risk asked if she was sure she wanted everything yet to pick her up. The girl understood that Sarek was right, but the bone limiting the spell is the only way to save my younger brother, so she agreed. The girl's guardian knight approached her and said that perhaps they would find a way to remove the side effect. But first the guys needed to pick up the bone that limits the spell. They worked hard to get here, and they can't just give up. The girl told the old man that she still wants to pick up the bone that limits the spell to let her brother down, so she asked him to take them to her. The girl understood that it took time, that the bone was paid by their magicians. First, they would save their younger brother, and only then they would decide what to do next. The man agreed, because the girl was very determined, and tomorrow morning, he would send people to take her to the bone limiting the spell. The girl was very happy. They finally made progress in searching for the bone, but they had been in this person for a long time, and it was very interesting what her father was doing now. Suddenly the princess took out a compass, and already on the other side, the army was ready to go into the Forest of Illusion at any moment. The butler asked the king why he was so sure that the prince would bring this compass to the princess. The man explained, because the princess asked to give him something, and this is a magic compass. Man, who met him, said that the princess found a way to go to the Forest of Illusion, but for some reason she went here without him. The princess asked him to give him a message before leaving. The compass she gave him resonated with her compass, that he will lead him to the Forest of Illusion, so that they will definitely find the princesses if they follow him. The king got on his horse and rushed forward. The tree house that the non-humans had prepared for the princess, she sat inside, remembered the butler and her father, because they were probably worried about her. The girl understood this perfectly well. Only the girl wanted to tell them that she was fine, then they wouldn't worry so much. Fireflies suddenly appeared to me. When the girls looked outside the window, it was her guardian knight. The boy asked Princess, why is she still not sleeping? She weighed that she couldn't sleep, so she asked the other guy a question. Since they were both awake, the boy suggested, talked. The princess noticed how beautiful the starry sky is. This rarely happens in the Ars Empire. The boy agreed, as far as he remembers. This is her first time away from home. The girl confirmed his words, but she was wondering how her father and the others were doing. In fact, she thinks they are very worried about her. Her guardian knight understood her perfectly, because it's normal that it's not easy for her when she's far from her family. But about the matter, he feels the same. The boy filled in how he used to talk about his parents, the first time they met, and his parents were great brains, but they died for the empire. His parents were constantly in Reca when he was little, so he often sucked alone. It was hard. Every time they left, he worried about them and wanted them to return as soon as possible. They did the same. They worried about him even in moments of battle. They often sent him letters to reassure him. Usually it's when a person is far from family, and everything will be hard or a burden, and not to keep it in her heart. She can tell the boy about her feelings. He will always be happy to dry her out. The girl understood how wonderful her guardian knight is, and he makes her feel better, because he always reassures her with his tenderness. He is even ready to sort out old wounds for her sake, because he has a warm smile, but he probably misses his parents. The princess took the boy by the hand, and also promised him that if he was sad, she was always ready to listen to him. The boy said that he is still sad when he remembers his parents, but for him now the main thing is perseverance and the pursuit of a dream. He wants to be a great magician like them. He wants to do what they did and fight for the empire. He wants to defend the country, which they defended. He wants them to be proud of him. The girl understood perfectly well that the guy from his childhood was brave and ambitious. He hasn't changed a bit. That's why, when he talks about his dream, the girl also noticed that she has a dream. She wants to become a great magician, in which case, the girl offered to go towards their dream together. The boy agreed. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, not people, Andre went to the elder, because he would like to talk with him face to face. Asked the guy to sit down, for starters. But the next morning the old man assigned them a man who was supposed to show them the way to the bone, limiting spells. There are many traps in the ruins where the bone is located. Besides him, he will be their guide. With the autumn sometime, the guys came, but the people didn't want to go further. He didn't want to die, so he sent the guys on. Well, however, the non-human decided to run away. As soon as they approached the entrance, he abandoned them at the entrance and ran away. They had no choice but to go inside, because, and they were so close, and the prince's curse couldn't wait any better. Giles accidentally activated a trap, and everyone fell together into a split in the ground. The princess used magic to create wings and she was able to land calmly. the princess was worried where the rest of the guys were, because she only landed alone. Suddenly they jumped out of the ground to the gnome. The girls needed to get rid of them, so she called on her stripes. Also Gels and Celia landed together. The girl managed to create blocks of ice, with the help of which they managed to land. The guys were also wondering where the rest of Gels apologized to girls, because of him the trap went off. The girl explained that it was not his fault. This will happen to everyone, we need to pull ourselves together and find the others. Also the other two guys were looking for the princess. They landed with their wings, but again they fell into the trap. The guys began small children, and now they didn't know why they were here, and also the guys lost their memories. The guys came a little further. Andre saw that there was something shining above, and he suspected that this could be a way out. With the help of his inhuman skills, he was able to climb up, and the boy also helped his friend to climb up. The keeper of the reserve thanked the guy for helping him, also called him very brave, and he is not at all afraid of this marriage place. On the contrary, he continues to move forward. Suddenly the ghosts truly appeared, and the guys were scared. Andre's ears even stuck out, but he managed to hide them back. And the ghosts came closer to the guys. Andre hugged Blair, but he was trembling with fear. In his head the guy understood that he had to show his courage, and that he was not afraid of ghosts. Therefore, he asked the guy not to be afraid. He is like his older brother, Parklia, who will get him out of here, so he will protect him. The keeper thanked the guy, but he should have calmed down himself. His family is good, you are magicians of the soul. He saw such ghosts at home in the window, maybe he knows how to deal with them. Suddenly the guy stuck out his tongue, and this one was surprised by the ghosts, and it really worked. They are called Graham's ghosts. The more people are afraid of them, the stronger they become. To scare them off, just make a face, this is the only job. The two guys kept showing strange faces, and they managed to avoid the ghosts. They drove them away completely. Another trap attacked Gelsa and Celia. The girl used an ice one to create a shield, but she didn't have enough magic to create a shield. This guy rushed at her and protected her with his own body, however, and the fireball hit him right in the leg. The girl began to worry about the guy. He said that everything was fine. Everything around was on fire, so the girl took the guy by the shoulder and dragged him out. They had to leave, fortunately. They soon reached a spacious room. The girl decided to stop and treat the guy. The remaining magicians, the girl understood that he was very got burned, and her magic is not enough to cure him, but long magic should expose the pain. The mother asked the girl not to force herself. She had very little magic left, and everything would be fine with him, but the girl only got angry and asked the guy just didn't move. What he did was dangerous, so I asked him not to do it again. This time he was lucky, but who knows what could happen next time. The guy understood that the girl was worried about him, but he said that he didn't have time to think, saw that she was in danger. He unknowingly did this. The girl bit her lip, and asked why he did this. Because I'm not just friends. Why did he mindlessly protect her when she was in danger? In a couple I answered that, to be honest, he's just a loser who is interested just a performance. He didn't even think about the last time he treated someone like a friend, let alone protected him. He couldn't just watch how to hurt her. The girl decided to support the guy. Firstly, what if he is interested in performances? This does not mean that he is a loser, because his abilities could be them. In addition, he is the prince of the Prion kingdom. The guy confirmed his girl. She was right, he accepted. But no one in the imperial palace had done it before him, until now. How his mother died. His mother was a dancer from a poor family. She was never someone important in the imperial palace. Besides, his father has other heirs. He is always busy. How can he take care of his son? Boy, he didn't understand this at all, gradually forgetting about him. Maybe his father cared about him, but he doesn't feel it at all. And not from the girl are complete opposites. He lives in freedom when she is inclined to the title of princess. The girl understood that the guy was right, because the father himself told the girl that she was the princess of a great empire. She must be better than anyone to live up to her status and not disappoint the royal family. This is the time that every princess bears. That's why she became herself, whom everyone saw, her admiration. She was loved and even pampered. She hopes that they love her as she is, instead of admiring her, just because she is a princess. But the boy admitted that he loves the girl as she is. With such words Celia was shocked. The boy called the girl excellent and charming. He sincerely admires her, and even if she were not a princess, he would love her for her dignity. The girl blushed. Suddenly the guy decided to play his harmonica. Even the girl herself noticed how warm the melody was. It began. That this is sadness. They left instantly. The guy on the golden song, I wish you happiness, and asked the girl not to be sad. Magi, the girl couldn't treat the guy's leg, she could only expose his pain, so he tried to get up. Since the guys had lost too much time, they needed to move on. But unexpectedly the guys met old acquaintances. It was the Guardian Knight and Andre. Blair heard how gels injured his leg, so he asked if the guys needed help. The boy himself said that his leg was fine, they shouldn't waste extra magic, at the end of which, they need to find the bone limiting the spell, but before that they must find Sawyer. But the girl herself appeared differently from the two guys. She said that she was fine, she just used too much magic while walking here. The elder was not joking when he told the ending spells, happiness, they are together again. Then the girl suggested continuing to look for the bone limiting the spell. Everyone agreed with this. The guys also noticed one entrance, because from 3 there was only one path left. Only the guys stepped on this one, the path they saw, a large door. The totem on the gate is the symbol of the Heavenly Wolf clan. Andre decided to use his magic and the reincarnation of the beast in order to open the doors, and he succeeded. Inside, the guys saw a magic seal, but there was nothing inside the altar. Suddenly Andre realized that they could be inside the bone. The limitation of the spell, that is, this room is the bone. But this is just a guess. He noticed that his magic is uncontrollable. And it seems that she is being absorbed by the red light that covers this room. So he believes that the energy that it covers the entire room is the bone that limits the spell, and now alone inside it, even the princess's magic is weakening. Perhaps the guy is really right, but she didn't understand why the bone was so big. The Guardian Riser gave his theory that perhaps it was because she received too much magic. In general, the guy saw this seal in a book, and it's not so difficult to remove, but they need a lot of magic. But while they got here, the bone fed all the magic. Guys, connect between her and the seal, formulated and solvable situation. That's why no one could take her. The princess reminded her that she had a star wand. The guys did not understand how the star wand should help them, because usually magic wands enhance magic, but even the best can only multiply it. The princess suspected that the wand can enhance their magic by 100 times. She learned about this when she first tried the rod in action. She was as surprised as they were now, but began it that this is not the only ability that the star rod has, and it is still I still haven't figured out what he's capable of. But now is not the time for this. She must get rid of the seal and take the bone that limits the spell. The girl did not have much magic left, so she suggested that the guys try to collect their magic in the stars of life. The guys were ready to do everything possible for this. The girl called Star Rod and asked the guys to pour magic into it, and together with their joint efforts, the guys began to destroy the seal. At one point it simply disappeared, and a skull appeared. It was a bone-limiting spell. The guys succeeded. The guys could not take the bone away. I would limit the spell. So the girl started think about how to take it. The Guardian Knight could use sealing magic to take away the bone. But he did not have enough magic, so he touched the star rod. The guys were able to seal the bone. But 3 guys came into the room. They said that they felt that he removed the seal. They already thought that something serious had happened. But it turns out that there were only a bunch of human children here. They were from the Snake clan. The guys asked to give them the bone, but the princess didn't want to give it, so she used her star rod, and the snakes fell from the power of magic. Even though the girl didn't have much magic left, she managed to scatter the guys. One of the snakes used an attack, but the girl created a shield with the help of a wand. The guy said that it was useless once their snake venom spread into air. The usual protection magic will stop working. The girl began to suffocate, and after her also her friends, ordinary people, struck by their poison, gradually become numb and cannot breathe. In the end their heart stops, and the same painful death awaits them. Only the non-human approached the princess and explained to her that they were already causing them enough suffering, that they could let them just die. But unexpectedly, before the non-human wanted to attack the girl, Andre intercepted the princess. At first the non-human did not understand why it doesn't work, but he immediately saw Andre attack. The guy's magic was not enough, but he can use the power of Inhumans to fight. But he said that he could not reveal his identity in front of the Snake clan, because first of all, the village chief told him that he was the last member of the Heavenly Wolf clan, the son of the king. The old man did not expect this either. Not everyone thought that the prince was dead, but it was unexpected that he was alive. Now the entire village was ready to take revenge on the Snake clan. They killed his parents and exiled them here. He is the only remaining representative of the Sky Wolf clan, and the guy must take revenge, but Andre was not strong enough. If the Snake's clan found out who he was, and not kill him at any cost. So the old man asked her to use the power of non-humans, unless absolutely necessary, otherwise he will reveal himself. After this the elder told him of the Snake clans and without his dragon. He knows that he must take revenge, but cannot do it now. In addition, there is a cantel that he does not want to leave behind. What he can do now is to keep his essence a secret from the Snake clan. He uses the power of non-humans to protect his friends. He can only use half of the total power so that they do not find out who he is. Even so, this is enough to deal with them. The snake began to run when they saw the guy in action. Soyo asked the guy if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine, but the girl was poisoned. They need to hurry to catch a sample of the vessel and cure them all. The girl supported his words. They should leave this place as soon as possible. As soon as the girl she began to faint. During the day a portal appeared that transported the king to this place. The girl's father managed to grab her in his arms. The princess had already woken up in bed. The butler was standing over her. The first thing the girl asked was where she was now, because it was strange, and she only remembered that she was standing in her father's arms, because in the ruins she was poisoned with poison, and before she lost consciousness, saw only her father. The girl's father came into the room and explained to her that he took her back to the village, not people. The girl was glad that her father came to her, so she tried to please him, told him that she had found a bone limiting the spell and they could return and save her brother, but two butlers. The girl's father looked at her from the construction site. Two men scolded the girl, but the girl just took and hugged the two, apologized for making them worry, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. The butler asked not to worry the girl, because her brother was fine. The girl could not help but worry about her brother, so she ran out of the room. Before the girl ran away from the palace and promised her that she would have big homework. The girls were only interested in whether she woke up brother, but on the way she met her guardian knight. He was glad that everything was fine with her, and asked how she was feeling. Soyo explained that everything was fine with her, so he mutually asked the guy how he was feeling. The guys explained that the snakes no longer work, and now his magic has been restored. Unexpectedly the guys came up to meet in the village. The old man first of all thanked the girl for helping them too. Their magic should quickly recover after they took the bone. The bone limiting the spell belongs to the Sky Wolf clan, but with his eyes he used it against them. Now the girl will take her away to save her brother. For the bone this is probably the best outcome. The old man understood this very well, so he decided not to bother the guys anymore, and left because he has urgent affairs. The guardian knight knelt down and asked for forgiveness as her personal knight. He failed in his task. It was all due to his inexperience. But the girl did not want to hear all this. She told him that she would get angry if he continued to talk about it. He is her personal knight, so he is already better for her. No one dares to humiliate him. The guy felt very warm because Soyo wanted to support him so that he would not feel guilty. Now he is very weak, but he must become stronger for her sake. The guy suggested bringing up the topic. Soyo asked about the other guys, how they were feeling. The guardian knight said that the guys were in perfect order, but they had not yet come to their senses, and about Andre, he himself doesn't know. He was no longer there when he woke up, but the guy heard that he had left, but no one knows where. Andre himself sat and talked with the old man. The old man came to say goodbye. Andre asked the old man if he wanted him to restore the clan and the Heavenly Wolf. Of course the old man wanted this, but now the Snake clan has occupied the Forest of Illusion. If we remain here, they cannot find him at any moment, for it is too dangerous. It will be better for him if he returns to the Empire, with his friends. There, the Snake clone will not be able to look for him when he becomes strong enough, and they will return to this conversation. The old man also gave a talisman through which they can communicate. The guy can use it when he activates the power of non-humans. Only Andre can return the Sky Wolf clan you past glory. No matter what he does, his people and the old man can either come at a cost to him. The old man left. Suddenly from behind the guy, she finally found him. First of all the girl asked the guy if he was feeling well, and why he was sitting here alone. The guy understood perfectly well that if he told her about the revival of the clan, he would only make her worry and put him in danger. It was better for her to remain in the dark. Andre decided to tell him that he had not meditated. I was just thinking about the reward that he would receive for his help in getting the bone that organizes the spell. I understood that this was a lie, because his smile says it bitterly. Lately he has been thinking a lot about something, and sometimes he leaves all alone. He must be worried about, for something. Only the guy extended his hand to the girl's face, because she should be happy that they got something, but we still looked unhappy. He began to squeeze her face, and tried to force her to arch. But suddenly the girl fell at the guy, and there was an awkward silence, from which the guy's ears even popped out. The princess began to stroke his ears, because she had never done this. The princess asked what was wrong with her brother, and they said that the great archmage was looking after him. Women were standing around him, people, and the men said that he is the most beautiful and powerful archmage in the empire, and that the guys were able to take the bone limiting the spell only because he arrived on time. If not for him, they would not have been able to escape from those people from the Snake clan. Girl surprised. The butler heard everything and just laughed. Unfortunately, the archmage was afraid of the monsters in Regina. The girls heard it all, so Suvorov's face just left. The butler told them the truth, and praised the archmage for not harming anyone. Troubles. The butler took the man by the hand, because he told the girls nonsense. Instead of taking care of his patients, he should return to work. Meanwhile, in the imperial city there are no people where the Snake clan lives. One of the snakes arrived to his king, and began to tell that a group of people stole a bush limiting spells, with the help of a t-shirt. The non-human showed these children. The king immediately recognized the descendant of the heavenly wolf. A few days, the guys left the forest of illusions, returned to the empire. The first thing they did was bring a bone limiting a spell to school to save the prince. The guys put a bone on the boy. The bone began to forgive the magic curse inside the prince, and suddenly the bone split. Everyone was at a loss as to why the bone broke. Was it really that the prince's curse was too strong? The girl was her brother, and didn't understand why he couldn't wake up and she couldn't lose him. But suddenly the boy woke up and asked his sister to stop crying. He sees how worried she is about him. In fact, he had already woken up a long time ago. He did not expect that the girl would come out to worry about him so much that she would even cry after hearing all this. The girl began to pinch her brother. Of course the principal asked for forgiveness for forcing the boys were worried. The director told the prince how much effort his sister had made to find and save him. He should have been ashamed. But why did he act like that? Suddenly the princess wondered, because the curse in the prince's body did not disappear, but the bone. The limiting spell is destroyed. If something happens to me later, they won't find another secret bone. The archmage clapped his hands and asked the guys not to worry, because the future is the future. They should have a party to celebrate his recovery. The principal was supported his idea, and the boy's father was glad that his son was not against the party. The principal suggested that the archmage do everything himself, so that he would be responsible for all the details of the party. A couple of days later, the greatest costume party took place in the imperial palace. Soya also participated. She came to the party, and also she did not expect that so many people would come to the party. Her brother also came up to her. He waited for her for a very long time, then he invited her to go with him to show her a great show. The archmage also came to the party. He suffered with this party, but it won't be in vain, because it's time to change his life. He made a custom feather suit that has been experienced 180 times. While he's wearing his armor, he will be the most stunning here. He needs to go on his first date. Also, women watched as there was one girl at the party, a girl. It was a butler in disguise. The principal ordered him to wear a mustache dress at the party, and he will tell the Archie that once a Turkish man came in women's clothing. The guy himself would never have dressed like that. If it weren't for the prince's blackmail, it's impossible for anyone to see him in this form. The prince wasn't here anyway, and he doesn't know that he will leave. But suddenly he saw the butler, and they met their eyes. The archmage immediately approached him, and asked the woman to wait. He immediately remembered his face. It was the same nurse who treated the patient. The archmage reminded the butler that he had promised him a date. The archmage took out flowers. The nurse noticed how the archmage had a good memory, because she herself had forgotten about this. But also the butler said that she had some business, asked the woman, because they were destined among each other, and she could not leave so quickly. Then the prince and the princess watched everyone, and she gave the maximum rating for this show. Also the guardian knight princess came to the party. He was a grandfather like an angel, for his costume, and he was praised. That's the moment. Andre came a costume and animals. This costume was given to him by the prince himself. He himself would never have come here if not for the princess. After all, she invited him, and the archmage reminded him of this, because the boy himself did not want to come without a suit. One of the people gathered all the guys at the party, and said that the party would start soon. Asked people to choose their ideal dance partner and free themselves that evening. Suddenly one of the people fainted. The guardian knight approached him, and the man was apparently drunk. Began to tell how the girl rejected him. He didn't know what to do. He didn't do enough for her. Andre, as well as the guardian knight of the princesses, tried to get to her so that the potential would howl with her. But a little girl approached Andre and grabbed by the guy's tail. People around called the guy a big dog. People around wanted to play with him. The guy took it and wanted to refuse the little girl, but she used a clever trick and started crying. All the children gathered to play with the guy, and they started having fun. The princess herself was left alone. But suddenly two guys approached her, and crowds of people were unable to break in, and asked the princess if she wanted to dance with them. Of course the girl was surprised, because two guys wanted to dance with her. But suddenly appeared the king, and continued to dance for his daughter. The guys began to dance, and two guys like that remained standing and watching. The 8th princess Tina watched all this. Also present at this party were the 2nd princess, the princess and the 6th princess. Together the two girls watched their father dance the soya. The 6th princess noticed that after that incident with the epidemic, the reputation of the 2nd was shaken. Even if her father began to treat her worse, only the sisters wanted to quarrel. Suddenly the 8th princess appeared and asked the sisters not to quarrel, because there is no need to spoil the relationship because of such a trifle. Besides, the youngest of them, it is not surprising that her father pays more attention to her. The 2nd princess understood perfectly well that the 8th princess smiles, but no one knows what she really means. It's scary. It's better not to argue with her. She also asked if she was jealous. She replied that there was no reason for that, as she said, she was their little sister, and she should not be jealous. And the 8th princess also noted that if her father found out about their conversation, he would be disappointed in them. But 8th princess, the butler wanted to see the moment when the youngest sister's happiness was shattered into pieces, finally brought it back to normal. The princess returned to the academy. When she went inside, everyone was sitting listless. The princess went up to her friend and asked her, "Why is everyone like this?" In appearance, the girl answered that they have a bad one, but the first one is that in a month the midterm exam will take place. The girl was sure that she wouldn't succeed. She should worship the ghost of the dark forest. There were rumors that the ghost of the forest is the god of exams at their school, and the girl heard that everyone who joins him passes the exams with excellent marks. However, someone who after that got off the line for several months. As a result, her family had to hire a famous doctor to find a cure. They say that she got sick because a ghost absorbed her soul. If he helps the girl pass the exam, she will continue to worship him. Even if she gets sick, they can still cure her, because she can't be expelled from the academy, because then they can be together with Soyo. As well as the second news, they will now have a new teacher, who is even stricter than the previous one. It's because of him that everyone is so lethargic. The teacher came into the room. His first one is that if there is at least one mistake, then they will rewrite this word 1,000 times. If they do not correct themselves in 5 minutes, they will rewrite all spells 1,000 times. The teacher approached 2 girls, because they were talking in class. He warned them that no one gave them the right to talk, and he should not be reminded the rules of the school. The teacher also noted that he had not seen Rose's hair and a girl named Soyo before. She also replied that she asked Mr. Max for leave, but the teacher only replied that he did not give the go-ahead to her request. He himself understands perfectly well that the girl was studying the latter his younger brother, but all applications for a student's absence had to be approved by the class teacher. Otherwise it is considered truancy. And as punishment, tomorrow the girl must do all her homework, and it was all the student's responsibility to study. If she cannot be responsible for her actions, then there is no need to get involved in something that is not worth it. Her level of starlight does not give her an advantage over others. She must be present in class. The girl finally realized that the teacher was right. Her attendance at lessons is her responsibility, but she is also obliged to protect her family, so she does not regret anything. She understands perfectly well that her punishment is not unreasonable. The girl was ready to complete the task. After lessons, the girl understood perfectly well that learning water magic would be very difficult, but Angela offered her help. She knows that the girls were not in class, so all the entries were in her diary, and she even doesn't write herself so neatly, but the guys refused. The princess came to her guardian knight. She needed to do all her homework and learn the magic of construction, which the other guys had learned, but make Eva too seemed very difficult to her. The boy also noticed that the water had no permanent shape, so it was difficult to control, but the boy tried to calm the princess, since the girl called him. The best thing is that there is no reason to worry, but the boy wrote wondering who the new teacher is. The princess, he can't believe that he forced her to unlearn water magic in a day as punishment. The girl called his name. The boy was surprised, because he was busy halfway back affairs at the academy. I didn't even notice that the girls had appointed a new class teacher, but when the princess asked what happened, he replied that it was nothing, because they needed to start practicing. But the boy also noticed that her new teacher was very strict. Angela told the princess herself a rumor that before he was different. He found out that some students worshipped over exams. He decided to take their training seriously, so he became so strict. As a result, one of his students could not stand it. He climbed on the roof and threatened to undermine the academy. The teacher could not stand it at all times. Maybe students who don't want to study hard and have their head in the clouds. And he has become even stricter. It's scary to unlearn. But the girl thinks that he is a good teacher. He wouldn't have disciplined the students if he didn't care about them, but that doesn't make it any easier. It's hard to learn all the constant introductory forms. The guys couldn't waste even a minute, so they went outside, and the guardian knight wanted to show the girls an example of how you need to draw a formation. Circles appeared around the guy. Water arrows began to fly out of them. As soon as the girl learned again, and saw it easier and used different spells, only the girl wanted to try, she got a mini tsunami, and the guys were all standing wet. The girl was in no hurry, was able to control the water, but for the first time it was really not bad. The next day, after a whole night of practice with Blair, she still corrected the task that her teacher gave her, but while walking to her room, the princess noticed how 4 girls were standing near the room Angela. The girls were interested in the question of why Angela was not in the room at night, and even the princess was afraid of such news. The girl resolutely began to look for her. With the help of her wings she flew through the forest, and saw that in the garden, some unknown man was holding Angela captive. The unknown man was upset that the princess saw this scene of power, and once she saw that she shouldn't have, he has no choice but to make her forget about everything that happened here. Only the princess wanted to use her magic. The unknown person ran away. The princess immediately jumped up to her friend and began to ask her to wake up, but she didn't show it. Later in the room, Angela woke up. She didn't remember what happened to her, she only remembers that she wanted to see the ghost of the dark forest. And then I don't remember what happened. The nurse said that during the examination she noticed that the girls had erased their memory. She herself, the princess, noticed that she saw a man in a mask and black clothes. He was doing something to Angela, and she believes that it was his doing. The teacher came into the room, the nurse called him. She needed to inform their class teacher about what happened, and since he is already here, she needs to go to the ghost of the dark forest. She said that she wanted to write an exam. The teacher just started to scold his student. In this case, if she wanted to do the exam, she acted better to study. The girl apologized. The teacher attacked the princess. He also warned the princess, don't miss classes and don't mess with him. And she decided to ignore him. The girl replied that she knew that she shouldn't have skipped, but it was very urgent. The ghost of the dark forest moo kill Angela. Coming a little later, the teacher left, and the girl wondered why the teacher changed so much when the conversation turned to ghosts. But in any case, in the end, the teachers forbid the children to approach the ghost of the dark forest. If he finds out about it, then they will go there again, and the academy will expel them, and also as a punishment, the princess will clean the playground without resorting to magic. But the princess noticed who at the moment that the teacher cracked his finger, just like the dark ghost did. The girl immediately began to suspect the teacher that he was a dark ghost. Already on the playground, Andre was lying on the tree. The 8th princess approached him with a gift. She also did not understand why the guy was so cold to her because they were classmates, but she prepared a surprise for him. So she asked the guy to close his eyes. Girl noticed that the guy's magic wand was completely worn out. So the 8th princess decided to find one wand when she was studying elsewhere. At first glance she realized that it would be ideal for the guy. She had to fork out money to get it, but the guy replied that he didn't need it. After all, his wand really doesn't look good, but it was given to her by the director and the children from the orphanage. She means to him that she cannot cheat on her. Well, the girl was persistent. The guy understood that the girl was constantly following him, which is why he had a lot of trouble. Only when she left to study as an exchange student, he was finally able to relax. And again, the guy, of course, thanked her, but asked her to give this gift to someone else. You don't need her. Even on the last occasion he asked her not to pursue him. The girl herself didn't understand what happened, because a year had already passed. He had hardly changed. However, he is cold with everyone. But the girl was insistent, and was sure that the boy would become hers, and the guy himself did not understand why he would not be allowed to sleep in silence. It seemed like the girl Princess Empire, but Soyo did not talk about her, even at the moment he saw her. An insensitive level 81 cleaning machine, it kills leaves. Fani immediately approached her and started joking about what a diligent student she was. She volunteered to clean the school. The girl asked not to even ask about it, because the teachers were their new class teacher, as a punishment, forced her to run away from the playground. The guy was surprised, and you were her new leader, and noticed that even he didn't risk throwing his hands away. The guy used magic to lift the leaves and also flew up into the sky with the girl. The guy used magic created a pig, but the girl asked to leave everything as it was, because it would really be to the teacher. Besides, she needs to find out whether the teacher is a ghost of the dark forest, and until she finds out, she can't attract too much attention to herself. The beautiful guy heard his friend, so he scattered 10. The girl got angry. She needs to get back together again. Then the princess watched everything. 2 days have already passed since this incident with Angela, but one thing still haunts the princess. If there is some connection between the teacher and that man in black, someone visited the door. It was her personal guardian Knight. The boy said that I heard how the teacher punished the girl again. She explained that she was skipping his lesson. In general, the long story is that she asked the guy to sit at the table. Later the princess told everything and also said that she suspected the teacher that he was a ghost of the dark forest. She first thought that it was a ghost of the dark forest, but here now it seems to her that something is wrong here. Even the teacher is connected with that man in the forest. This still does not guarantee that he is a ghost. The second man in black is really a ghost, and all this time the teacher was pretending to be him. There are two possible scenarios. The first man in black is not a ghost of the dark forest, changing to this god. If he is a man in black, there is no reason to pretend to be a ghost in the Black Forest. But if their guess about the teacher is correct, then the girl did not understand why was it necessary to attack Angela, and what should they do at all if he decides to harm her again. The boy himself understood perfectly well that this was really a potential threat, and it seems that first the girls need to find out who is hiding behind the putty of the man in black. She wanted to talk to the teacher, but couldn't find him. She sat down in front of the doors of the teacher's office. The girl was perplexed because classes had just ended and he couldn't leave so quickly. And a girl came out from there. She also wanted to come to the teacher, but he was not there. But a girl classmate, the princess, was very cold towards her. After her return, almost no one talks to her. They avoid her. After the holiday of the first-year students, the news that she bequeathed a child spread throughout all the academies. But who held a grudge against her? And they began to avoid her. Everyday life is contagious. If the teacher is a man in black who attacked Angela, the girl asked me if he would take the chance to harm her again. Already when the girl ran up to the hospital, she saw the teacher using a spell that they went through today. He was training with Angela. He told the most important basis of magic. Angela herself was terribly nervous, and now they were still completely alone. And it also turned out that the girl was doing poorly with the basics of magic, so he gave her a bunch of tasks on this topic. She is afraid that she simply did not get such attention from the teacher will bear it. The teacher asked if Angela understood everything and what he just said. She answered positively. But in fact she didn't understand anything from his words, but it was scary to ask again. It's better to just ask Sawyer to teach her later. The teacher also asked to demonstrate the spell which she learned, and also asked to give him a hand. The girl was afraid that he was only going to hit her hand, because she did not answer his question. When the girl offered her hand, the teacher grabbed her hand and asked her to open her eyes. Also pay attention to his demonstration. Following his example, she would have to do the same. He asked her not to rush, and I freed the magicians. Defended her need to understand how magic flows. She saw it. The teacher also asked, if the girl doesn't understand something, she needs to be told right away, not to be silent, otherwise she won't learn anything. A nurse came into the room and brought medicine. The teacher immediately reacted loudly and said to put the medicine and the fairies because they had classes. The nurse immediately ran away. The teacher asked Angela to drink the medicine while she listened to him. The girl wanted to take the medicine later, because she doesn't want to listen to anything in their classes right now. But the teacher was persistent, so he put a plate of medicine on the table for her, and the girl began to eat, because if she gets sick, she will be left even more sick from others. The teacher once again noticed that the girl listened carefully to the lecture, and asked a question if something was not clear, for the princess watched all this. She saw how the teacher forced Angela to take medicine. He was very kind to her, despite the stern appearance, because the teacher was so caring and respected, and it didn't seem like he wanted to harm her. She wondered if she was really mistaken, but the girl wondered if this was also this person, and perhaps he was pretending again to get closer to Angela. She needed to find out. When the teacher finished class, he decided to leave, but already on the street the princess met him, and noticed what a coincidence that they met. The teacher just silently walked by and asked her to stay outside after the visit. Go back to the hostel right away. The girl said that she heard how the teacher was not at school while Angela was found unconscious, but somehow was able to find them. The teacher replied that this did not concern the girl. Maybe she should do better with her studies if she had so much free time. The girl decided not to walk around, and asked directly why he was so nervous. She just wanted to know where he was that morning. Then another guy came up to them and answered that he knew where the teacher was. This in the morning he and the teacher were at the Association of Magicians. When they were informed that one of his students was injured, he immediately returned to school. The teacher was in such a hurry that he forgot his papers, so his assistant decided to bring them to him before the guys left. Teacher once again, he told the girls not to interfere in business. It was none of her business. This was her second warning. The girl was very much thinking that if the teacher was in the Magicians Association, he certainly could not attack Angela in that forest, but his gesture was very similar to the one the man in black did. It definitely wasn't an accident. There must be some kind of connection between them. She doesn't think he wants to harm Angela. Maybe she should warn her to be careful, because the teacher is afraid of her. If you continue to interrogate him, you will only make it worse for yourself. And she thinks that the investigation will have to be abandoned for some time. And the girl almost forgot when she came running to school. She saw Andre who was making his way. She had to help him, but the boy was against it. He first of all asked the girl not to help. He had to handle this himself. It was his punishment for making a joke on the teacher, but the girl decided to help and washed the floor. Two girls slipped and fell on this floor. They noticed that the princess and the non-human are nearby. As always, don't expect anything good from them. Other girls have gathered around. Two girls tried to call the princess names, but Andre came to her defense. Other students also stood around. They all knew that the two girls were Bella's former friends, but she was also expelled because the guys didn't know why they couldn't just leave the princess behind. But people didn't mind looking at her and the damn child. They also didn't mind staying away from them. The princess herself understood that now their life was like a real nightmare. The whole school would unite against them, and they would disgrace them again, and even in sight. Two girls continued to say that the princess had the impudence to behave this way, and did not notice that he hated her. If she were smarter, she would have left the academy long ago. The princess went up to her friend and said that they had missed lunch, because they say that you cafeterias are serving special tea with milk today. The girl was about to treat the guy. He didn't mind leaving with this sorted out. One girl decided to take a bucket of water and pour it on the guys, but both used a shield that attacked the bucket of water, which immediately angered the water over the two girls. Before leaving, the princess replied that she was forced to refuse the offer of the two girlfriends. They should keep their tea. The princess's sister suddenly appeared and called it all a shame, because what should two girlfriends do? Bullies her classmates. It was the 8th princess, and Soyo didn't understand what her sister was doing now, but the 8th princess grabbed the girl's hand and asked if everything was okay with her. At first Soyo was surprised, because it was strange. Before, their communication was limited to short greetings and stock phrases. They were never close, and the girl didn't understand why she stood up for her. She heard that the 8th princess was studying here, but this was their first meeting. The 8th princess was glad that everything was fine with her sister, and she was also sorry that she could not protect her from the very beginning, because she did not think that anyone would be able to offend her sister while she was not around. And the 8th princess bowed her head to her friends and said that they were humiliating themselves, but dares to blame and insult others. The princess did not understand that the two girls about themselves in replacement cannot even show due respect to the princess. This is a direct insult to the royal family, and do not forget that she is the 9th princess of the empire. And Bella has already suffered her punishment, just that they are advised to better think about their behavior, because next time they might not get away with it. Now they need to apologize to the princess and think about their actions. Two girls at the same time thought that they had really played too much and forgot what happened to their last friend. The two girls got up and started running to catch up. You could only hear them asking for forgiveness. The princess became interested in what Tina said to the two friends, but she couldn't hear, just like her friend. Of course Soyo thanked for helping her sister, and Tina also thanked Andre for helping her sister. Soyo was surprised that the guy and her sister knew each other. The guy said that I, too, had been there for several years, but they were just classmates. The guy began to explain that he stood up for Soyo because he wanted it, and also the guy didn't need the gratitude of the 8th princess. The guy also called the girl boss, because that's her middle name. The 8th princess was also surprised by these words. Well, she also asked not to offend her sister. After all, she is still just a child. But the guy himself doubted that the girl could offend anyone, and she herself saw that there was something clearly strange with the 8th princess. The 8th princess turned to the guy and reminded him of what she was asked to convey, that their class teacher was looking for him. He shouldn't be kept waiting. The guy asked the reason, but the girl replied that she didn't know, but she needed to talk to her sister herself. She turned to her sister with her mother, and began her story. Since the last meeting, it's passed a lot of time. So she invited her sister to dinner. There is something to talk about. Of course Soyo agreed. She thinks nothing will happen if she meets her, because she needs to find out nothing she is trying to achieve. Two girls sat together at the table. The 8th princess started her business, and asked her sister how many months she had already been here. Soyo answered 2 months. On April 8th she asked not to be shy and start asking her for help if some kind of need arises. But Soyo replied that there is a sister too kind, and she can't but bother her with every little thing. My princess replied that her sister can't bother her. There's nothing wrong with the older sister taking care of the younger one. And also the 8th princess reminded me of the situation that happened this morning, and those two girls who were bothering Sei, and it seems that her relationship with them is not going well, but she is very close with Andre, even though he is a high school student. Look, the princess asked why this was so. Soyo began her story that they became friends because they were in the same group during the college holidays. I know all this. In fact, the girl understood that the guy had his own motives. Find out more from her make. If she hadn't attracted his attention, he would never have agreed to go with her to the holiday. But she can't tell her sister about it, then leave, that she can ask something. Great. And in fact the guy saved and tough. Before he seemed like a terrible person, but that incident showed that the guy is not like that at all. This is the most important memory of him. When no one would even think about it, the weather could have worsened sharply, and they were caught in a snowstorm, and the girl herself had no chance of getting out. She spent 2 days there. She only thought about the fact that the house would perish, and finally the guy found her and helped her get out of there. He helped her get out, and treated her wounds. They were the same age, but at that moment the guy seemed so mature to her, so the 8th process is sure that he has a kind heart. He just needs to get through, and that's why she's just not afraid. Soyo was surprised, because she knows this story. In the palace they said that the 8th process was saved by some guy, but it was so similar to Andre. The 8th princess wanted to change the topic and talk about her sister. The 8th princess heard that Mr. Max punished her for truancy, They say she was looking for the ghost of the dark forest. It is better to be careful with the teacher, he is very strict, and the 8th princess asked to let her know if Soyo needed something. The girl herself agreed with this, only Soyo answered that she was not looking for the ghost of the forest, but simply her classmate. The 8th princess asked to stay away from this place. She doesn't even imagine how terrible it is if the ghost of the forest pays her soul using a ghostly curse, because there are rumors that it is thanks to him that the ghost of the dark forest absorbs human souls. Soyo was walking in the park. While she was walking, she thought about how the ghost of the dark forest had somehow been bound by a curse and her younger brother. She asked you, my princess, where she got such information from, but she said that high school students told her all this, because they say that this is just a rumor that has been circulating around the school for a long time. She didn't say anything more. Now something else is important. The girl must find out if there is any connection between the ghost and the curse. This is all for the well-being of her younger brother. The girl came to the school editorial office newspapers. She asked Angela about the ghost of a dark face. Angela suggested going to the editorial office of the school newspaper, because the girl could definitely find some article there. She said that it was worth looking for information from the newspapers. The girl knocked on the door and went into the room. There was a man standing there, and was arranging books on shelves. The first thing the girl greeted was the man and asked if they had any information about the ghost of the dark forest. The man was immediately surprised, because he recognized the girl and called her ominous children, because he himself had heard that from she was always in trouble, so he asked her not to come near him. But while the guy was going down the stairs, he managed to fall. A girl immediately ran up to him and asked if he was okay, if he needed help, but instead he pushed her away and started running. He didn't want any problems. He closed the door behind him. The girl tried to open it. The princess considered him very cowardly, because he even closed the door behind him, but it didn't matter. After all, the problem will not force her to choose a vessel, and she is already here. You can start searching for information about the ghost of the dark forest. While the girl was studying the newspapers, it started to rain. She looked through almost half of the newspapers, and didn't find anything. It was already late and she had to go back to her place. Only the girl wanted to use magic to open the door to the room. Andre came into the room. At first the girl herself was surprised, and so asked her friend what he is doing here. The guy himself said that he heard how some teacher's student locked the girl in the editorial building but he was afraid to go back and let her out, so he decided to help her. The girl said that he was looking for a newspaper deformation in the ghost of a dark forest. But the girl decided to show something interesting. It was a newspaper clipping where the guy himself fought with students, and in general, in every 5th issue of the article there is information about the couple. In one newspaper he received the highest score, in another he defeated a student, and also there was a newspaper in the top 10 places where the guy himself could run away, and without knowing it the guy became a celebrity in school. Such a guy wanted to take the newspaper in order to destroy them. The girl didn't want to give them away, because it was the property of the editorial office. She couldn't let him destroy them. But as soon as the girl hit her back against the cabinet, the books began to fall and the guy protected her from the books. Something just happened, and the guy decided to turn around sharply. At first the princess was surprised, but also thanked him for helping, because she was not attentive. The girl also showed another article, where the guy was promised 50,000 gold coins for a reward. The design was not very much, but the topic was good. The guy himself began to remember that it was a reward for saving the 8th princess, but he didn't need it. Somewhere there was a long story, the 8th princess herself and her sister, which means she probably heard the story about that how she got lost in the mountains a couple of years ago. Everyone, both teachers and students, was busy searching for her. Even the army helped them. And the guy himself, of course, was able to leave aside. In theory, they were supposed to search in groups, but classmates were even afraid come close to him. He taught where the 8th princess was, but no one wanted to go with him, so he had to go alone. When he finally found her, he also informed the others about it, gave some gifts, even he saved her, but they are classmates. And also other classmates tried to save her, but only he was awarded, so his relationship with the class was completely ruined. He didn't even need a reward, for him it was wildness. The princess herself didn't understand why this story was so different. Here's the story she was told, sister, the guy continued, because the image itself came for information about the ghosts of the dark forest. That's why he asked why she was wasting time on this garbage. She replied that they themselves caught her eye, and there are a lot of them, but about she didn't find anything like a ghost. But the cut remembered that boy who stood here and arranged books. It would be great for him. He helped them. The guy decided to help his friend. The student himself stood behind a tree and looked at the editorial office of the school newspaper. He was afraid even their approach, but suddenly the princess approached him from behind. She began to scare him that if he refused, then she would begin to curse him with eternal failures. He decided to help the princess. The guys also came inside the editorial office, and the student began to look, and it seemed to him that for the first time the ghosts of the dark forest spoke 15 or 16 years ago. If the student was still able to find who could take the newspaper, it was the teacher princess. He took the newspaper from the ghost of a lot of forest about 10 years ago, and still has not returned them. The guys stood on the street and discussed all this. The girl could not even think that her teacher would take all the newspapers from the recruiting forest. And the guy also did not understand why he needed all this because it was all strange. The girl understood perfectly well that if he took them 10 years ago, then he still hasn't returned them. Then she thinks that nothing has become of them. There was probably something in the text that the teacher didn't want to show. So he took them away, and the editor, if it really so, maybe there was something mentioned about the ghost of the forest. Suddenly the girl sneezed, and the guy began to worry. He suspected that she might have caught a cold due to the fact that they were in the rain yesterday. Only the guy wanted to heal the girl. She took his hand and said that this does not need to be done, because she is completely healthy. No debtor can catch a cold. She took the guy by the hand and offered to go to the lesson. He will start soon. If they don't hurry up, it will definitely start without them. When the guys, or rather, they met quite angry, it was the Archmage and Blair. The Archmage began a dialogue. It was unexpected for him that the princess caught his eye. He was here on behalf of her father. So he was interested in Blair, damn it, in the words of the Archmage, and did not discuss educational materials, because teachers need to talk about the affairs of the academy. The girl immediately realized that the Archmage was hiding something, but he abruptly decided to run away. Only the princess wanted to ask her guardian knight what they were doing here. He interrupted her and told her to go to class. After all, it will begin soon. The girl was surprised that the guy avoided answering. The girl's keeper reminded him that she had a lesson with him now. It completely flew out of her head when the guys suddenly ran all together to the academy, because they need to be on time. The guy taught the lesson, and the topic of today's lesson is a new magic seal. Then he invited the students to try to draw it. The girl felt bad, because she really had a cold, but the class was not over yet. She did what to cope. In the end, this just a cold. Only the girl wanted to try to make a magic circle. She couldn't concentrate on it, and the girl fainted. The guardian knight decided to take her to the infirmary, and asked other students to wait in this class. Already in another room, the princess woke up. The girl first began to worry about the lesson, and why the teacher was not in class. The guy offered to watch the girl. After examining, he realized that she felt better. Only the guy wanted to leave. The girl grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him towards her. The guy immediately became embarrassed. The girl rushed at the guy. She managed to pull a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was a newspaper near the ghost of a dark forest. The girl immediately asked him to explain where he got it from. The girl told how she noticed it in his jacket pocket when he picked her up, but not right away. I realized that this was it. Only now she was able to take a good look at it, and now she asked him to confess where he got the newspaper from. The guy decided to tell him. He received the newspaper in the morning from Mr. Archmage, but the king himself, the girl's father, gave it to him. My last thing he did was send people to investigate the origin of the ghostly curse, and this is the newspaper clue that they found. But here they write about a student who witnessed a terrible event. The ghost flew into a rage and began to attack people. The guy said finger, because you could look at the magical seal, although it was not completed. Several magicians studied it and came to the conclusion that it was the seal of a ghostly curse. When His Majesty found out about this, he immediately ordered the guy and Mr. Archmage to engage in a secret investigation regarding the identity of the ghost of the active forest, the task of increasing the fact that they both teach here. The father of the girl is very worried that she may be in danger due to participation in the investigation, so he ordered to keep it a secret. Did not expect that she will reveal it all so quickly. The girl reminded the guy that he was a protective knight, and there was no need to hide it from her, especially since with her help she would receive double benefits. The girl reminded the man in black she told, and the proposal turned out to be true. The man black and the teacher was a girl. He sat next to him in the photograph. The princess asked the guy again if they would look for the ghost of the dark forest. He answered positively. Then he offered to go with them. Well, the guy was categorically against it, but the girl suggested another option. The easiest way to lure the ghost is to bring students who want to bow to him. So as a guy and an archmage, he doesn't fit this role, and the other students have nothing to do with it. You can't risk their lives, so only she separately fits the role of bait. Now they know that the man in black is her teacher, and she's sure he won't touch her. Not only could she lure the ghost to them, but she would also remain unharmed if the teacher appeared, which is why she said that she could help them get double the benefits with less effort. But the guy felt that even if he refused, she wouldn't leave him behind. The guys got ready and were ready, But the guy suggested that the girl stay and rest, because she had just left from illness. Maybe it would be better to wait a couple of days than to go for the bait, but the girl was undecided, and there was no need was. Stay to rest, since they have already decided everything. They need to do it as quickly as possible, especially since she is now full of energy. The girl, that is, R2 finds out about this. He definitely won't let her go, so she can't miss this opportunity. And she doesn't want to waste a lot more time, so the guys, using magic, used wings to fly together, and Andre was also flying towards them. The guy was surprised what the guys were trying to do. They all stood on the ground together. The Perm Princess asked what Andre was doing here. He replied that the girl herself knew very well that he always climbed over this wall when he wanted to escape from classes. What was more important, he asked what the girl was going to do. Andre already thought that the guys were going on a date. The girl told everything as it was, that they were going to search for the ghost of the dark forest. The guy was glad that at least it wasn't a date, but at one moment he realized, suddenly felt some kind of relief. He didn't understand since when did he even care if they were going on a date. The guy asked why the guys were so suddenly interested in the ghost of an active forest. The girl explained that they had a clue. It turns out he somehow connected with a ghostly curse. They didn't want to make sure of it. The guy asked if the information was a reliable source. The girl and the guy confirmed the information. The guy decided to go with the guys. Night came and the moon stood above the sky. Andre asked you if they knew how to look for a ghost. The princess answered positively, because she found out before she went here. They say that there are creepy tombstones in the forest. All the students who want to worship the ghost of the dark forest go there because they need to find this place, and pray convincingly enough for success of the exam. After this the ghost will definitely come to them. Andre believed that he would not be suitable as bait, because he had good grades in almost all subjects. The girl suggested that they first find it on the road, because without him they would not be able to summon the ghost. The guys began to look. The fog suddenly began to become indignant, and the guys began to see poorly. The guys offered to take each other's hands. The first guy was taken by the hands, and the girl stood a few meters away from them. Using magic she illuminated the area, and the guys saw that she was holding each other's hands, after which they confused. The girl only joked that the guy was lucky, because it was the hand of a person, who knows who they will be next time. But really the guys should have stuck to each other, and the fog thickened even more. Andre used wind to remove the fog, and it succeeded, but it seems at one moment it became even larger. Andre suggested dispelling the fog of his magic with a storm, because it didn't look like it was a fog of natural origin, because if it was created by magical forces, you can try it. The guys managed to dispel the fog, but this took the 10th part of the magic power from Beer. Even with the power of a star staff, they will not be able to remove the fog completely. But the bet was able to detect the source. Most likely the fog is the effect of some kind of barrier or formation. How many coins will the guys need to cover this mountain? And they can't even imagine. Besides, to maintain such the formation needs a large number of people, and that was the whole strangeness. Without a constant source of mana, such a fog will dissipate very quickly, and the guy didn't think that this matter was in quantity. It seems that the power and complexity of this formation is simply incredible. Therefore, Blair, don't think that they have something like this settled. Besides, this fog was created in order to confuse those who penetrated into the forest, and they are not able to do it completely either. The girl began to think that everyone who gave out this trap, no one would find a way out, not even the pharmacy center itself. The guy confirmed it, and he is afraid that the knowledge they know is not very good in their situation. This reminds him of the foggy barrier that she saw in her past life. There is something similar in this world. If this is really the case, then if I destroy the eye of the barrier, she will be able to do all this fog. The girl created wings in order to fly up. The girl could not see anything at all, so the girl asked the guys to use their magic to develop the fog. Not for long, even a second may be enough to find out where the eye is, and the girl finally saw after a few seconds where the center is. There is a solo hurry, but can't find the eye if everything disappears into the fog again. Two guys asked the girl to be careful. She came to the center and saw a seal. It seemed to her that it was very similar from her past world, and she lived in the barrier. It was almost exactly the same as the barrier. The lines were slightly changed, but someone from this world was able to repeat it. But now the main thing was to eliminate the eye, and she had to go out somehow as a ghost of the dark forest. As soon as she found this one ghost, will be able to get the necessary information when searching for the ghost. So the girl called on her staff and destroyed the eye. The two guys watched as the fog dissipated. They realized that it looked like the girl had managed to dispel it, and they decided to fly after her. When they came to the center and they saw the girl standing near the ghost's tombstone, her guess was correct. The formation was set up so that people would never be able to find her eye. One guy asked what they should do now. Perhaps they should be judged now to be burned by tombstone, or in order to gain knowledge. He began to pray. He asked the tombstone, Give him and the girls strength to gain the maximum score in all subjects. Suddenly the guys heard the voice of the tombstone. He said that he had not been visited by mortal souls for a long time. For the first time I heard similar desires. Many want to create and get at least minimal grades, and such a desire will now cost a lot. A woman appeared.